Chapter 235 Episode 68/Chapter 1, Descent of the Immortal God, 1. Episode 68/Chapter 1, Descent of the Immortal God, 1. T.L. Subak. Ed. There was a man. The man was born with the noble blood of a god but had to serve his king as a warrior, and unfortunately, that king was a childish man and short of virtue. He was a king that was once called his hero, but time had eaten him a bit. He did atrocious actions every day that made you see him as having become degenerated as time passed, and did a really wicked thing on a woman that was the reincarnation of a goddess, so he pulled the entire country with him and received a big curse. Men will receive pain the moment they need strength the most, and they won't be able to use their strength in the fourth night and fifth afternoon, but the king and citizens that got surprised tried to soothe her and changed the name of their country to part of the name of the goddess Imhane Macha, but it was all meaningless. The rage of the goddess didn't dissipate, and in the end the king and his citizens couldn't use their strength when they got invaded by the enemy and on other things. But the country of the king still didn't collapse after that. It didn't even get shaken at the countless dangers it faced through the cases like the invasions. The only person that didn't get cursed by the goddess. The great hero that possessed power enough to protect his country alone. The Prince of Light Cuchulainn. It was because that man was there. And Nidhogg smiled in a good mood after having let out a roar that shook all of Asgard. But of course, that was in her essence form as an ancient dragon, and at the same time a dragon goddess, and not in her huge body that reached 2 kilometers. Nidhogg! Nidhogg! The loud yell that was heard as a bug buzzing for Nidhogg continued to be heard. Nidhogg rolled her eyes as the black dragon and then could discover the owner of the voice. Oh! Nidhogg! Do you recognize me? The huge bird spoke in an excited voice. The appearance of the bird and his heated voice were all too familiar for her, but regardless of that, Nidhogg tilted her head and said, Hraesvelgr Grandpa? The black dragon didn't open its mouth to speak. But Nidhogg's will itself got transmitted to Hraesvelgr, and Hraesvelgr, that was writing on his own original body, nodded diligently. Right, I'm your equal, Hraesvelgr. Hraesvelgr spoke with a really happy face and voice. But Nidhogg blinked once again and then realized why she felt weird. Hraesvelgr was certainly big in her memories, and right now Hraesvelgr wasn't like that at all. Grandpa is really tiny. He was small. Really small. And this was something unavoidable. If the difference in length of their bodies was 20 times, then the size of their bodies would be more than 100. Hraesvelgr staggered at the happy, yet strong fact attack of Nidhogg. However, he claimed with a loud voice as someone that didn't know what giving up was. I will also get big. In the first place, Hraesvelgr's original body was a kind of magic armor that was born with magic. He would be able to increase the size of his body if he poured magic power to it. Nidhogg opened her eyes roundly at Hraesvelgr's claim and then asked with an expectant voice, Will Grandpa become as big as Nidhogg? Her way of speaking was saying that she really hoped that. Because of that, Hraesvelgr could only drip cold sweat. It was good to have claimed it magnanimously, but the problem was that Nidhogg was just too big. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. But Hraesvelgr couldn't say that he couldn't do it. He opened his mouth with difficulty and spoke. I will try. My king. Vedrfolnir couldn't stop her tears from falling down at the pitiful appearance of her king. At the same time, she fell once again for her king. It was because his ungiving spirit in front of the impossible had moved her heart. If Cuchulainn was here, he would have clicked his tongue saying that her love for him was comparable to Tae Ho's, but fortunately the only one here was Nidhogg. Anyways, Nidhogg will go down now. But Grandpa Hraesvelgr, are you fine? Fine? What are you talking about? I mean, the poison? Nidhogg spoke in an unconfident tone and turned to look at herself. Her pitch-black body was covered by a faint green smoke. But Hraesvelgr didn't show signs of being in pain even though he was inside that smoke. He actually frowned as if he had only realized after Nidhogg remarked that and said, Now that I see, compared to the other body you used, this one doesn't release poison. Rather? I feel a holy aura. I feel like my strength is being recovered the closer I get to you. Is this also your power? Hraesvelgr wasn't saying that for nothing. It was because the property of the smoke covering Nidhogg had really changed, like he had said. From a nasty poison that annihilated everyone that approached her into a holy aura that took care and healed other. Nidhogg bit her lips. She endured her tears from falling down and said in a good mood, Yes, that's right. I don't resent anyone and I rather like them. It's like that now. The heart of Audhumla had changed. Nidhogg also didn't resent anyone now. It's a bit difficult to understand, but that should be a good thing anyways. Hraesvelgr spoke like that as he didn't know about Audhumla's situation and them smiled warmly. He got more relaxed if he spoke with Nidhogg. Nidhogg spoke once again. Anyways, I'm going to return to Valhalla now. Do you want to come with me? Fine. Even if that wasn't the case, Valhalla had sent a messenger and he has stayed noisy, so let's go down together. Then ride on Nidhogg's back. Okay. After Hraesvelgr answered briefly, he moved his original body and rode on Nidhogg's back. Actually, the difference in size was so big he felt like he had landed on an island rather than on the back of someone. Grandpa, did you get on? I can't feel anything. I did. I'm going then. Nidhogg yelled in a good mood and turned to look at the ground and then fluttered her wings again. And dot. The time Nidhogg opened her eyes again was when the black dragon landed right next to Valhalla. Actually, the size of her body was 2 kilometers long, so it was no different from an island, so the distance between Valhalla was quite considerable. When the warriors of Valhalla came out flocking to see the black dragon, Adenmaha that had been looking at the essence of Nidhogg with a nervous face let out a sigh of relief. It was because Nidhogg had been putting an absent-minded expression but then smiled brightly as if nothing had happened. Did it end well? It ended well. Nidhogg spoke up to that point and then stood up to embrace Adenmaha. Nidhogg? Adenmaha. Nidhogg dropped her body in Adenmaha's embrace as if melting down. Adenmaha got flustered as she saw that Nidhogg didn't have as much strength as she thought, so she inserted more strength in her arms and asked, Are you fine? Yes. I'm okay. But I'm too sleepy. I don't have any strength. Certainly, an indirect introduction. Because Nidhogg's original body was really huge. In the first place, that was a kind of magic armor, so if it was any other living being it would be impossible to breathe and even less move it, as they wouldn't be able to endure their own weight. The power that moved Nidhogg's original body was her magic power. Nidhogg's body had an overwhelming amount of magic power stored in it, but the one that moved it was her in the end. She didn't only pass the roots, but she had also flown to the ends of the world in an instant, so the amount of magic power she spent would be great and the burden on Nidhogg would also be as big. You have done well. Let's rest now. I will face Hraesvelgr. Yes, wake me up when Tae Ho Master comes later. I will. When Adenmaha stroked her head, Nidhogg closed her eyes. But she opened them again after a few seconds and then raised her head. Nidhogg? I thought of something I had to say before falling asleep. About what? About Audhumla's story. Nidhogg started to speak about Audhumla with a sleepy voice. Parts of her story was cut down and was sloppy as expected of her, but there was no problem in understanding the general outline. Audhumla doesn't resent anyone anymore. No, she has been like that since before. She has liked everyone since before. She wanted to say this. She wanted to transmit Audhumla's story to the others the fastest she could. Compared to Nidhogg, Audhumla had really perceived the others for a long time. And she also knew why she had been trapped. But regardless of that, she still heard Nidhogg's words. She decided to love instead of hate the world just like Nidhogg did. Thank you, Nidhogg, for having chosen us. Adenmaha spoke with a teary voice and hugged Nidhogg. Nidhogg rubbed her face in Adenmaha's chest and smiled brightly. I'm also grateful, Adenmaha. And then closed her eyes. She breathed soundly and fell asleep. Sleep well, Nidhogg. I will ask Haida to make many things you like. Adenmaha spoke in a low voice as if she had really become a mother and closed her eyes following Nidhogg. And then shared her warmth with her. And so are you saying that in the end Odin Nim is at fault? After about 1 hour since that happened, Adenmaha told the story to Tae Ho, Haida and Freya that had returned to Valhalla on the cat carriage, and that was the conclusion Haida came with after hearing everything. Because the ones that had exterminated Audhumla at the same time with Ymir and threw them in Ginnungagap were Odin, his father Bor and his grandfather Buri. But Freya got enraged at Haida's words and spoke. What are you saying? That was the best he could do at that time. In the first place, it's a bit vague to say that Odin Nim was the same being from back then. That was also before he completely awakened to consciousness. And in the first place, if part of Audhumla was left, then giants like Ymir may have been born, just like Buri and Bor were concerned about. Haida let out a heeing sound at Freya's heated argument and then opened her eyes sharply and said, That was the case. So that was the case. What? No, I'm just saying. Haida smirked and Freya flushed and frowned. And Tae Ho thought while looking at the two of them. The so that was the case attack is strong no matter who you use it at. So that was the case. Cuchulainn agreed earnestly. Anyways, everything ended well. I had also felt that it was really big when I saw it before, but back then I saw it in a place with nothing to compare it to, so I just sensed that it was only big, but now that I see it again it really is huge. Didn't you say the same thing? Anyways, she is also overflowing in magic power. Echidna didn't say that she was an ancient dragon in another level for nothing. It wasn't only because the time they were born was different. Ancient god Audhumla. An existence that could be compared to the goddess of night Nyx of Olympus. Anyways, it seems like the sun will set soon. Why don't you return now? It would be good to rest 2 days for Nidhogg's recovery. Perhaps, it may be the last opportunity you will be able to rest comfortably. Freya cooled down the heat by fanning herself with her hand and said. And her words weren't wrong. If they headed to the temple, only battles against the kingdom of fire would be waiting for them. Shall we return now? Let's return, master. Adenmaha and Haida looked at Tae Ho with a vague expectation and said. It seemed like the two of them were planning on spending the remaining 2 days in quality time. But Tae Ho flinched instead of smiling and answering the same. The quick-witted Haida asked with an uneasy tone. What's wrong? Adenmaha also frowned and put uneasy eyes. It was because the two of them guessed to some extent what Tae Ho was going to say. I just remembered that I have one more thing to do, Odot. He had one more thing aside of liberating Nidhogg's original body from the roots. Something he had to take care of before heading to the temple. Can you give me 1 day, no, half a day? Tae Ho asked Adenmaha and Haida, and the two of them let out sighs almost at the same time. And, hey you bastard. If you were going to useless things do it alone, why did you drag me into it? Ah, master. I want to see you. She's right in front of you. Not like this. Entrust Gibalg to master quickly and return. When Tae Ho returned to the residence of Iden, he headed to the lodging of Skathak while receiving sharp gazes from Haida and Adenmaha. It was to do something he could only do at her lodging. But Cuchulainn, you seem like you are quite happy even though you speak like that. Should I say that your body is being honest? Hey you crazy bastard. What kind of nonsense is that? And where do I have a body? Ha? Where's my body? It had always been like this, but time flowed really quickly when they spoke about nonsense. Actually, Tae Ho was conversing with Cuchulainn, but if you saw him from a side he was grinning alone and Scathach was preparing mystical magic in front of it. Scathach raised her head. It was because all the preparations had ended. Everything is ready, but are you going to do it? Tae Ho fixed his expression at Scathach's question and nodded. After I go to the temple. I really won't have time after that. I want to do everything I can before that. Right, I respect your will. It will certainly be of help. The Tower of Shadows. The place he had spent almost 2 years after he entered it after the battle against the king of Fomors, the tyrant Bress. Back then he hadn't been able to go until the end. Part of it was because he lacked time, but honestly speaking it was because his capabilities lacked. But he was different now. It was time to conquer the Tower of Shadows that no one except for one person had been able to conquer. It feels uncomfortable if I stop doing it after clearing it. If you start a game you should see the end of it. The time he promised Haida and Adenmoha was 12 hours. It was a month inside the Tower of Shadows where time flowed 30 times more quickly. But that was enough. Close your eyes. I will start the ritual. Tae Ho closed his eyes. And then opened his eyes in the middle of the ritual. The doors of the Tower of Shadow opened. Episode 68, Descent of the Immortal God, 1, End. TL Note, thanks for reading. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 236 Episode 68/Chapter 2, Descent of the Immortal God, 2. Episode 68/Chapter 2, Descent of the Immortal God, 2. TL, Subak. Ed. The Tower of Shadows was a kind of virtual reality made to train her disciples. Each floor was occupied by one strong disciple Scathach recognized, and it had a simple structure that let you go up when you defeated the being on each floor. You wouldn't die for real in it as it was like virtual reality, but the feeling it gave resembled the real deal as expected of the mystical magic used by the Queen of the Land of Darkness. There was nothing to talk about the pain. Scathach used the Tower of Shadows for her disciples that had learned Scathach's techniques. She carved her techniques on the bodies and souls of her disciples through real experience and made them awaken the eyes of insight that could be said to be the essence of Scathach's techniques. Because of that, the Tower of Shadows was a kind of graduation exam for her disciples. There was no owner in the first floor of the tower. It was a place that let you make the final preparations before you started climbing the tower for real, so it also had a little bit of resting facilities. Cuchulainn, that obtained a body after he entered the Tower of Shadows even though it was a fake one, took out a cold fruit juice from a box that looked like a fridge and said, "Hey, but do you know that?" "What?" "That the owner of the top floor changes whenever someone beats it." Conquering the tower was a difficult thing in the first place, but the reason no one could conquer it after Cuchulainn was really simple. It was because there was no one that could defeat Scathach's beloved disciple and the strongest warrior of Aaron, Cuchulainn. Tae Ho nodded in an understanding way as Cuchulainn snickered like a provocation and then played dumb. Then this is a problem. No one will be able to beat it after me. You won't be able to beat it this time." Cuchulainn cursed Tae Ho with his finger and Tae Ho snorted. The two people were the same as always. And after a while, Cuchulainn threw a fruit juice to Tae Ho and changed the subject. The Tower of Shadows has a total of 64 floors. That's a vague number. It wasn't a round number like 50 or 100. It was indeed an even number, but it was that awkward. It also didn't seem like it had a meaning behind it. You also think like that, right? That's why I also asked Master why she hadn't made it as a 100-floored tower long ago. So why does it have 64 floors, Adot? Cuchulainn grinned as Tae Ho asked in a hurry and then shrugged his shoulders and answered. Why do you think? It's just a realistic problem. It was extremely hard to make 64 floros, but to increase it by 36, are you planning to kill me? She said that and hit the head of my back really strongly. You deserve that. It's fine. After that, Master and I became a mess. It was only that. Tae Ho had interrupted hurriedly before he said anything else. Oh my. Why do you always end up talking about lewd things? No, why is that lewd? I was going to say that we were arguing like a mess but then made up. Huh? What did you think about? You are speaking bullshit. This time Tae Ho cursed him with his finger and Cuchulainn laughed out loud. Well, what can I do with my life? Cuchulainn was someone that was called as the most renowned leecher and playboy. Ah, yes. Well, whatever. Damned bastard. The two of them laughed again and drank their juices. It was a fruit juice made with grapes that Scathach especially liked. Anyways, if it has 64 floors. I just have to climb 27 floors more. Right, you should climb 27 floors from the floor you climbed while doing retarded things that no normal person would understand. There were many disciples that had challenged the Tower of Shadows, but there was no one that climbed up with a method similar to Tae Ho's. But that's why Cuchulainn liked Tae Ho. You will be able to do it, right? Cuchulainn gestured with his chin lightly, but Tae Ho didn't answer. He just gripped Gi Balg silently. And passing to the 37th floor was really smooth. It was because Tae Ho knew full well about the weak points and conquering methods of each floor. And it also wasn't that hard for the remaining floors. The battle against the owner of Caladbolg, Fergus MacRoich, was quite a hard fight, but the one that won in the end was Tae Ho. 63rd floor. The 10th day since he entered the tower. Tae Ho defeated the master of the 63rd floor and the rival of Cuchulainn, Ferdia Mac Damon, and lied on the ground while spreading his limbs. Most of the disciples of Scathach were specialized on attacking, but Ferdia Mac Damon was specialized on defending. And to an incredible level at that. Ferdia Mac Damon was no different from being immortal when wearing his special armor, the Hornskin. You weren't able to use your divine powers in the Tower of Shadows, the Tower of the Milesians. That meant that this place was somewhere he could only fight with his own strength, just like when he fought in the god-depriving land against Heracles. Because of that, not dying once until the 63rd floor and having conquered it held a really big meaning. This was something possible as Tae Ho's capabilities as a warrior had already equaled Lancelot, the strongest of the Knights of the Round Table. You cheater. Adding everything should have taken you more than 3 years, so does it make sense that you got this strong already? My situation is a bit special. And I fought a lot in that time. There were many reasons he could get strong, just like Kalstad's saga or Scathach's style techniques that got implanted in him by Scathach, but still, the real facto he could become that strong was the countless battle experiences he faced these past 3 years. Tae Ho had really fought a lot, and most of them were battles against beings stronger than him. The tyrant Bress, the magician King Utgard Loki, the world wolf Fenrir, the great hero Achilles, the god of war Ares, the god of sea Poseidon, the protector Heracles, the king of gods Zeus, and finally the goddess of night Nyx. Cuchulainn could only nod after thinking of all the beings Tae Ho had fought until now. Right, I recognize the density of your battles. Would my deity be the god of battles for nothing? The impact of the god of meetings was really strong, but the first deity he obtained was the god of battles. And that was the deity that represented him. Cuchulainn looked up at the ceiling. Next is the top floor. You must be waiting for me, right? Right, I will fight directly. Tae Ho, that had been looking at the ceiling, closed his eyes once at Cuchulainn's words and then opened them again. He asked with a calmed-down tone. Not the fake one? Not a fake. Cuchulainn was able to obtain a body in the Tower of Shadows. He had already talked to Scathach about it beforehand, so there was no one at the top floor. The one that would be filling up the empty spot of the fake Cuchulainn was the present Cuchulainn that hadn't only experienced the battle in Erin but also the Great War. Don't roll your head. What kind of nasty things are you planning to do? Tae Ho shrugged his shoulders as Cuchulainn looked at him with sharp eyes and said, Summon Scat Master and use her as a shield? Even if it's you, you would hesitate for a moment if Master appears and acts like a shield. Or summon a lot of goddesses to spread a badger game. Devil-like bastard. I already recognized you when you stopped fighting against Achilles and stole his shield. You shouldn't save your methods if you want to win. Tae Ho wasn't Odin's successor for nothing. He worked well with Odin at the point that he would do anything to win. But still, Tae Ho said. He faced Cuchulainn and then spoke with a relaxed expression instead of smiling. I'm planning on fighting a bit differently this time. Only as a single warrior. As someone walking on the road of Skathaka's techniques. And your weapon? Gi Balg. Tae Ho answered immediately at Cuchulainn's question, and that answer made Cuchulainn laugh. Arrogant bastard. But I still like you. You should certainly use a spear if it's a battle between masters of Skathaka's style techniques. Cuchulainn spoke up to that point and then let out a long sigh. He grabbed the air and then another shape of Gi Balg took form. Tae Ho also grabbed Gi Balg. He stood up from his seat and faced Cuchulainn. Let's go. Cuchulainn turned around and started to climb up the stairs one step ahead. Tae Ho held his breath at how he lead the path. He followed the same path Cuchulainn walked with slow steps. And they faced each other at the top floor. There were about 20 feet between them. There was nothing that could obstruct them at the top floor, that was much wider than the other floors. Cuchulainn raised his spear first. And then, Tae Ho also raised his. In the name of Aaron. For Asgard and the 9 realms. They took etiquette for the other and then moved at the same time. The two of them had already awakened Skathaka's style insight. Dirty acts didn't work. The two of them looked at each other and then clashed in the only path that connected the two. The Prince of Light. The God of Battles. They forgot about such flashy nicknames. They just concentrated on the other. And at some point, the both of them were looking at each other and smiling. It wasn't a conscious smile but a smile that came out naturally. The attacks became faster. The clash between two warriors that reached the peak shocked the entire Tower of Shadows. Skathaka's style techniques aimed for the other. Stubbornly and precisely. They faced each other at the selected option among the countless cases and continued to clash. Gi Balg let out a fresh sound. The sounds didn't subside from the top floor that got heated by them. But at some point it started to change. Skathaka's style techniques, that were showing same movements like a decalcomany but different movements at the same time, changed. The arts of the Knights of the Round Table got added to the spear of Tae Ho. Ragnar Lodbrok, the great Viking king, showed himself. And at the end, it transformed completely. The Skathaka style techniques executed from Tae Ho's hands clashed with Cuchulainn's techniques. A long time passed once again. And the settlement came like always. Tae Ho and Cuchulainn faced each other from up close. Cuchulainn looked at the spear that pierced his chest and vomited blood. He then smiled. Hey! Tae Ho raised his head at Cuchulainn's call as he was panting heavily. Cuchulainn saw his exhausted face and said one word. Thank you. For having rescued Master. For gathering Gi Balg. For defeating the Magician King and reconstructing Aaron. He had many things he wanted to say. But one word was enough. Everything was contained in it. Tae Ho also smiled. He then spoke in a playful tone as expected of a conversation with Cuchulainn. It's enough if you know it. And, I'm also grateful. Master. Tae Ho had many masters. But the one that had always accompanied him and taught him more things than anyone else was Cuchulainn. Damned bastard. Cuchulainn said. He vomited blood once again and then collapsed. The pain would subside if he accepted death, and the pain would stop as he was in the Tower of Shadows, but he decided not to do so. He endured his pain and didn't stop looking at Tae Ho. Because there was something he had to see right at this moment. Because he had defeated none other than Cuchulainn, and that's why he would have obtained strength. Synchro rate, 100%. Tae Ho closed his eyes. He felt the power surging up deep from his soul with the intent of trying to sweep away his body. And then understood. He closed his eyes slowly and raised his hands. The Dragon Knight Kalstead. The strongest warrior of Dark Age. He wasn't alone. There was another pair that could be said to be his sole companion, just like how Cuchulainn had Gibolg. And only when he was with that pair would he be able to completely become the Dragon Knight Kalstead. Show me. Cuchulainn said. Tae Ho looked far away and grabbed the air. He called it out loud. Astalone. The Dragon Sword. The sword with the same soul as the incarnation of the world dragon Yggdrasil. A white light got grabbed by Tae Ho's hands, and at that moment, a great and glorified power filled the Tower of Shadows. It didn't only shake the top floor but the entire tower. The Dragon Knight Kalstead. The battle god Lee Tae Ho. The moment two existences became one. The real immortal god descended. Episode 68, Descent of the Immortal God, 2, End. TL Note, thanks for reading. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 237, Episode 68/Chapter 3. Episode 68/Chapter 3, Descent of the Immortal God, 3. TL, Subak. ED, Stellar Rain. The world dragon Yggdrasil, who was one of the various gods of the Dark Age, split part of its soul and created a sword. This sword was the dragon sword Astalone. It was the incarnation of the world dragon and the true soul companion sword of Dragon Knight Kalstead. The beautiful sword shone with a pure white light. It was so beautiful that there were no other words to describe it. A long sword with the sentence of a dragon engraved in its blade. This blade shone in Tae Ho's hands, and pushed Tae Ho to a higher state. Synchro rate 100%. When Tae Ho woke up, he didn't see the ceiling of the Tower of Shadows but the ceiling of Skathaka's house. Tae Ho sat up and turned to look at his right hand. He was holding the dragon sword Astalone. So you returned, ... When he turned in the direction the voice, he saw Skathak with an exhausted face and dripping sweat. It seemed like this exhaustion was from breaking the influence of the magic from the Tower of Shadows. Are you okay? I'm fine. I'm just exhausted. Skathak answered and then took out a potion to drink. It seemed like the potion had an effect of health recovery that calmed her rough breathing instantly and returned color to her face. Is that your real appearance? Skathak looked at Tae Ho after wiping her mouth. Tae Ho looked for a mirror to see his changes. From 99% to 100%. It was only a difference of 1%, but the changes were clear. First, his body changed. Tae Ho's body was already highly combative like a well-polished sword, but he advanced one step further. He grew a bit taller, now passing 190 centimeters, and the quality of his muscles also improved. When he felt his muscles, it felt like he was touching armor made with adamantium rather than flesh and bone. His black pupils became golden just like when he used the incarnation of the world dragon, and his eyes changed into those of a dragon. His hair was still black, but it grew until it reached his shoulders. It formed the same style as Dragon Knight Kalstead. Tae Ho clenched his fist. He looked at himself with the eyes of the dragon and then understood. His appearance wasn't the only thing that changed. His physical ability also became much higher. Among those who Tae Ho fought, Heracles was the one with the strongest physical capabilities. Achilles was the fastest, but if Achilles' stats and speed was 110 and the others was 80, then Heracles' strength was 110 and all the others was 100. And currently, Tae Ho was even faster than Achilles and stronger than Heracles. He surpassed Heracles in all stats. The one exception was strength, but he still equaled Heracles' strength. The changes didn't end there. He doesn't get exhausted even after fighting for 100 days. His energy is infinite and doesn't wither. Enemy of giants. The end of dragons. Devil King Annihilator. He is the immortal god of the East. Agent of the world dragon. Multiple sagas were created. It was because all the accomplishments of Dragon Knight Kalstead were converted into sagas. Tae Ho, who was peaking at his new sagas, concentrated especially at the first two. This wasn't because he was surprised from the part about infinite energy. It was because these were the most efficient sagas that could be formed. Dark Age had a system that degraded your physical abilities depending on the reduction of health. Your physical abilities also degraded when your stamina was spent with continuous or repetitive actions, and just when your HP was reduced. But a special privilege was given to the ones chosen by the gods. A power grew with the special jobs of these chosen. It was the specialty of not receiving any restrictions on movement until HP was completely spent. It was a common ability in other games, but in Dark Age it was a special ability that only special jobs could learn, and was a privilege that boasted of cheat-like abilities. Essentially, before dying, you would be able to use all your physical capabilities to the maximum. Tae Ho already possessed incredible strength, so this was like giving wings to a tiger. After Tae Ho sat back with a satisfied expression, Cuchulainn clicked his tongue. Why the smirk? It's not smirking but a-oh-hoo-hoo. Tae Ho smiled with Cuchulainn. Scathach let out a sigh in front of the two fools and then spoke with a serious expression. Tae Ho, I think that there's also a change in your Milesian sentence. Check it. Even if she hadn't mentioned it, Tae Ho had already sensed the change. When he raised his right hand L, the sentence of Aaron appeared. Shining in gold, the sentence of Aaron really changed like Scathach had said. However, this time it wasn't a change resulting from Dragon Knight Kalstead. The change appeared because he had obtained the dragon sword Astalone that could be said to be his real companion. The sentence of the Milesian contained the power to communicate with your weapon. As Cuchulainn explained, he could bring the most of its power was when he was with his true companion. Cuchulainn's true companion was Gibolg. With Gibolg, Cuchulainn could bring out more power than normal and Gibolg could amplify the power of the sentence. The dragon sword Astalone was similar. Now that Tae Ho claimed Astalone, the sentence of Aaron could harness a stronger power. With a strengthened body, the sentence of Aaron that developed one stage further, forming new sagas and developing into the strongest weapon. Tae Ho could feel it. His current strength was beyond that of Dragon Knight Kalstead. He had surpassed the strongest warrior of Dark Age. I'm afraid you will become arrogant, but I'm unable to not say this. You are the strongest warrior I saw until now. The most perfect existence. Scathach said, and Cuchulainn nodded with a frown. The two masters of Scathach's style techniques were able to discern the capabilities of Tae Ho without the using eyes of the dragon. Clearing the Tower of Shadows is now impossible. Blocking the path of your juniors. How evil, really evil. Tae Ho stood up while Cuchulainn criticized him and then breathed softly. He had just finished his battle with Cuchulainn, but he couldn't feel even a bit of mental or physical exhaustion. Perhaps because he had recovered his strength thanks to the power of the sagas. Cuchulainn spoke once again. Before that, is that Astalone that you talked about? Yes, Dragon Sword Astalone. Even if it was possible to sell it I wouldn't, and if I did I could buy a building in a place like New York. I don't know what bullshit you are talking about, but it's still impressive. Make it transform. Looking at its name, it seems to be a girl. As usual, Cuchulainn spoke like a fool. But Tae Ho could only tilt his head. Transform? What, it can't even transform, Well, not even Giebald can transform. He had originally known that Cuchulainn was like this, but he was worse today. To transform a normal weapon into a person. Just what was he talking about? But it was then. Cuchulainn snorted at Tae Ho's attack and talked back. That's not true. Giebald can transform. Of course it can't. Wait. What are you talking about? Giebald can transform? Scat-hack master. Is that true? As Tae Ho struggled, Scat-hack let out a sigh and shook her head a few times. She then looked down at Giebald that was being held by Cuchulainn and said, rather than transform, you are able to see its soul, its real appearance. It's only possible with the real companion with the sentence of the Milesian. I will show you then. The real appearance of Giebald. Cuchulainn spoke confidently, and then the sentence of the Milesian appeared at the back of Cuchulainn's hand. Strong light shone from Giebald and spread in all directions. The form of person appeared afterwards. A woman appeared holding a spear. Her hair was a violet very close to black and her eyes were red. She was wearing a part armor made with the scales of a sea monster, and her cold eyes and tight lips really resembled someone. What, she's just Scat-hack master. Shouldn't Giebald transform into a bulky man? I don't know just why you are getting those thoughts, but isn't Giebald's real appearance really beautiful? Tae Ho nodded as Cuchulainn grinned. Certainly. I can't not admit this. She is really beautiful. Did you plot among yourselves to tease me? Scat-hack spoke with a low tone. From her red cheeks, it seemed like she was embarrassed at how Giebald looked exactly like herself. No way. Cuchulainn tapped Scat-hack's shoulder while grinning, but was slammed in the back in response. Tae Ho felt at peace from the usual scene and then asked Scat-hack and Cuchulainn. How do you do that? You just have to wish with the sentence of the Milesian that you want to see the real appearance of your weapon. It's not that hard. With Scat-hack's explanation, Tae Ho turned to look at Astalon and the sentence of Aaron. He took a breath and then called out the name of his weapon. Astalon. Golden light emerged from the white sword. Rays of light spread out just like what happened with Giebald, and formed the appearance of a person. A beautiful woman with long silver hair. But she had a different feeling from Giebald, a really different one. Did something turn out wrong? No, it looks like she just finds this to be bothersome. Astalon was lying down with her eyes closed and wasn't moving an inch. It seemed like she didn't even care to breathe. From her appearance, she looked to be a girl in her teens, but it felt really strange to see her lying down with such a bothersome expression. She does look like the world dragon. The world dragon Yggdrasil looked the fusion of a huge silver dragon and a silver-haired goddess in Dark Age. If Yggdrasil in her 20s and Astalon were standing together, they would look like sisters. Whatever the case, as Tae Ho was looking at Astalon, who was barely moving and just breathing, Scat-hack spoke some words of comfort. Well, it just reflects the real soul of the weapon, so there's no way its performance will change based on its tendencies or personalities. So don't worry too much. Yes. She wasn't going to be fighting in that appearance, and Tae Ho would be swinging the sword, so it wouldn't matter that much. When Tae Ho recalled the light, Cuchulainn embraced Scat-hack's shoulder and said, Fine, you should return now that you have taken care of everything you needed to. I will spend happy time with Master. Cuchulainn? When Scat-hack was suddenly embraced by Cuchulainn, she looked up at him with a confused face. He returned her gaze with a deep stare and a cheesy expression. I'm all bulky after having battled that bastard. My blood is boiling. Differentiate time and place. Scat-hack kicked Cuchulainn's shin, but he just laughed as if it didn't even tickle. What, you are still here? What are you doing without disappearing already? Wow, look how you are speaking. Fwash, get away you bug. Cuchulainn swung his hand around and looked at Scat-hack again. She feigned a laugh and slapped his chest. It seemed like they had already entered their own world. I will see you later. Tae Ho saluted as no one turned back to look at him and then left the Skathaka's residence. And outside Skathaka's lodging was filled with darkness. Tae Ho had entered the Tower of Shadows in the afternoon, so 10 hours had passed in reality. It was the middle of the night and was obvious for the entire legion to be silent. No, I should hurry. Tae Ho quickly walked away and ignored the sounds emerging from Skathaka's home. He then headed in the direction of his residence. And a few minutes later, when he crossed half of the drill grounds where the warriors of Aiden's legion used to train, he stopped walking. My warrior Tae Ho. Aiden, who had been standing in the middle of the drill grounds, turned to look at him. Her golden hair was eye-catching, perhaps because she was in the darkness. Aiden Nim? This was the first time Tae Ho had seen Aiden outside the shrine. In addition, he was more flustered as everyone else was asleep. But Aiden smiled brightly as this was nothing and continued speaking. I was waiting for you. Haida will come tomorrow morning, so she said you shouldn't wait for her, but she still wanted to wait. You have been waiting outside until now? Not for long. About 4 hours? Tae Ho opened his eyes roundly as Aiden snickered. Let's enter quickly. Because the night wind was cold, Aiden may have already caught a cold. The tip of her nose was red. But Aiden laughed again as if a joke like this was funny and then looked up at Tae Ho and said, Before that, it seems like your quest turned out well. Yes, really well. Tae Ho playfully showed off his muscles. And then, Aiden pressed Tae Ho's arm a few times and said with surprised eyes, It became big and hard. Yes. I became taller and my muscles became harder. It was the truth, but his face had reddened. Aiden laughed once again and then walked a few steps forward. She then turned around and said, Haida is sleeping. Adenmaha fell asleep while putting Nidhogg to sleep. Everyone in the residence is asleep. Right now only you and I are awake. The goddess of eternal youth. Currently Aiden looked like a girl rather than a woman. My warrior Tae Ho, you will be leaving to the temple tomorrow. I will return. Yes, I believe in you. That you will certainly return to me. Aiden spoke with a smile, but there was nervousness in her eyes that she couldn't hide. Because her expression, Tae Ho ended up speaking unconsciously. For Asgard and the 9 realms. Well, I felt like I should say that. Half of it was a joke, but the other half was true. And Aiden laughed once again at his answer. You became a complete warrior of Valhalla. I'm still the master of Asgard, you know? Right, but you are still my warrior. My warrior. Aiden accentuated the last part with some force and then extended her hand to Tae Ho. She pulled Tae Ho's hard wrist towards her and said with a low voice, My warrior Tae Ho, won't you receive my blessing for tonight? I want to make you completely mine. Aiden spoke shyly and then looked up at Tae Ho. Tae Ho removed her veil. He looked into her golden eyes and kissed her. Let my blessing accompany you. Let my blessing accompany you. The two gods blessed each other. There was more than a day left until when Tae Ho departed to the temple. Episode 68, Descent of the Immortal God, 3, End. TL note, thanks for reading. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 238, Episode 68/Chapter 4. Episode 68/Chapter 4, Descent of the Immortal God, 4. TL, Subak. ED, Stellar Rain. Morning was approaching. While watching the sun rise from the walls of the castle, Odin didn't in the direction of a nearby noise. It was because he already knew who these familiar and peculiar footsteps belonged to. Father. Thor stood next to Odin and watched the sunrise with him. Naturally, he thought about the battle in Olympus while watching the sun pushing away the night in the horizon. Odin was in a similar state of mind. However, he spoke of a different thing instead of reminiscing about Olympus. All day yesterday the sound of thunder was noisy. So you arrived from the sky and Heracles from the ground at the same time? It must have been terrible. Thor and Heracles appeared on the same battlefield to slay their enemies, so it must have really been a nightmare for the enemy. Thor grinned as he cracked a joke and Odin frowned in response. But it was also pleasing. Thor sat next to Odin at a moderate distance. He was still huge even though he was sitting on his butt. It became clear with what happened yesterday. They are avoiding you and Heracles, Odin said casually, but Thor didn't miss those lines. There were many times that Odin said important words like now. Doesn't that mean that they don't want to fight against me or Heracles as the battlefield is wide? Odin smiled brightly at the end of Thor's pondering. Thor thought that he had the correct answer but soon realized that he was wrong. Odin would have still smiled like he did no matter what Thor said. That's possible. But my son, I got a different feeling. Odin's only eye closed. He thought of everything that happened since the attack of Memphis and Maya and spoke. You and Heracles are certainly strong. You are the strongest warriors that represent Asgard and Olympus. But it doesn't mean that they don't have any strong beings at all. The god of son of the Maya, Quetzalcoatl, and Set of Memphis will be able to face you plentifully. But they aren't stepping forward. It's like they are afraid of meeting you even by coincidence. No, they are reluctant and are only standing on a far battlefield. Blatantly speaking, he felt that they were avoiding Thor and Heracles. Even though they should know that it would be impossible to destroy and burn down Olympus or even block the connection path between Asgard and Olympus. Are they planning on destroying the sacred forces of Olympus and weaken their entire force? Thor came to another conclusion once again, but Odin still shook his head. Destroying the sacred force is certainly an efficient method, but it takes too much time. But of course, a long war could be just what they are hoping for. It's not that we know their forces clearly. The war had merely started 10 days ago. In addition, there were many things they couldn't know yet, such as the scale of the forces invading from beyond the connecting path and if Maya and Memphis still existed. But Odin could sense it as the god of war. The enemy had some kind of plot. There was something they were hiding besides that they could see. I shared a conversation last night with Zeus. About the capacity of the enemy? Of course we talked about that, but we focused more on a principle. Odin turned to look at Thor for the first time since the conversation started. The words Nyx said. The last thing the goddess of night Nyx said before she disappeared. She said that the end was nearing and that was the reason she stepped out to act in such a hurry. She had said that it was to bring an end to everything with her own hands before it got dirted by the hands of others. Then, what was the end she talked about? Was the end of Olympus really nearing? If that was the case, the one that would induce it was the kingdom of fire? The end Nyx talked about isn't the kingdom of fire? Thor asked directly. Odin looked at the sky again without nodding or shaking his head. That is possible. We thought like that until now, but how should I put it? The kingdom of fire is certainly strong. The alliance between the ones that want to destroy the world are driving back Olympus and the temple at a scary rate. But what would have happened if it was the Olympus before the mess that occurred due to Nyx? If all the 12 Olympians were alive and they didn't suffer any injury? The current Olympus was actually half destroyed. Ares and Poseidon died due to Tae Ho's hands and Artemis got greatly injured and also lost great heroes like Achilles, but that wasn't everything. In the first place, half of the 12 Olympians such as Hera, Hephaestus, etc. received severe injuries by Zeus and Nyx even before Tae Ho entered Olympus. That was the reason Olympus was weakened now. But regardless of that, they were still fending off against two worlds that had turned although they had the help of Asgard. Odin thought. What would have happened if Olympus was at its best state? If it was Olympus that was overwhelming the beings that wanted to destroy the world compared to Asgard or Olympus? Wouldn't they be stopping the attack of the Kingdom of Fire even without your help, mine or Asgard's? Thor nodded unconsciously. It was like Odin had said. Because of that, he couldn't understand Nyx's actions. It was because he couldn't draw the picture of Olympus getting destroyed by the hands of a third party. Father, are you saying that what Nyx feared, no, the end she spoke about isn't the Kingdom of Fire? Odin smiled under his beard and shrugged his shoulders as Thor pointed out that truth by his senses. I wonder, but I did think this. Was the end she talked about the force of the Kingdom of Fire, or the strength of a particular force? Doesn't it have another meaning behind it? If that's also not the case, there's something we don't know about yet left in the Kingdom of Fire. There were plenty of possibilities for it to be the latter. But even if that was the case, Odin thought that the end head was quite different to what he or Thor thought about, and it wasn't simply pointing at the Kingdom of Fire. It's hard. Odin laughed out loud as Thor frowned like there was a cramp in his head. Well, that useless complicated remark could be a joyful game. In the first place, the beings that want to maintain the world can't understand the beings that want to destroy it. It's really regretful the absence of Loki. If it was him, he would have been able to understand Nyx's thoughts more clearly. He spoke unconsciously at the end and Thor took a deep breath. He turned his eyes to the sunrise to not look at Odin and said, I also miss him. He hadn't known the truth before Loki died. He had cursed him for more than 100 years saying that he was a traitor. That's why he was embarrassed and pained. And he kept feeling resentful towards Odin that had hidden that truth from him. Odin let out an empty laughter. He pushed away his thoughts about Loki and organized the story. Whatever the case, the important thing is that we are blocking them well. If we are loyal to our role of anvil, the hammer would step forward. You are talking about Tae Ho, so the new master, Thor looked at Odin again and he asked playfully. Are you disappointed that you are not the hammer? Thor was called the god of hammers sometimes by the humans of Midgard. Thor turned to look at Mjolnir that got fixed back by Hephaestus and spoke while grinning. It would be a lie if I said I didn't. But I also believe in our new master. I believe in him. Because he saw the battle in the Mount of Olympus. He was along the one that defeated Heracles and overcame Nyx in the end. Today's battle will start soon. The sound of thunder will be noisy today too. Thor stood up and held Mjolnir tighter. Odin faced the morning that had driven away the darkness completely and smiled with his only eye. I'm looking forward to it, No matter what the enemy was plotting, it would still fight side by side like always. Odin turned his gaze and looked at the direction Asgard and the temple was at. And morning also came in Asgard. Heda got infuriated at the fact that her waist was dislocated after sleeping and kept nagging while looking at herself in the mirror, and Edenmaha pouted all day. There was a small fuss, but it really was a small one. The last day before they departed to the temple passed peacefully and quietly. Nidhogg practiced moving her original body while Hraesvelgr and Echidna observed her, and Tae Ho checked the power of Kalstead all the morning that had become his completely. Everyone at the residence of Idun enjoyed a feast made by Heda, and in the afternoon, they moved to the main palace to see Freya. I told you to rest, but what were you thinking about when you stayed up all night? Freya clicked her tongue looking at him as if he was pitiful and shook her head. Tae Ho scratched his cheek as he got embarrassed and answered. I slept a bit in the afternoon. Tae Ho got an inexhaustible body as he put his hands on Kalsted's saga, but it didn't mean that he had no mental exhaustion at all. He felt exhaustion inevitably when he used his saga a lot, received Edenmaha's cold gaze all day, or heard Heda's scolding filled with love. Freya smiled bitterly at Tae Ho's poor answer and turned to look at Idun, and Idun evaded her eyes. Well, anyways. I was the one to say that you shouldn't leave behind any regrets before you left for a long time. Freya summarized things moderately and acted like Odin. She went straight to the main point instead of hitting around the bush. The preparations for the dispatchment is going well. You can depart tomorrow morning immediately. You should take the documents like the list when you return. And take this too. When Freya clapped her hands, a Valkyrie that was on wait at a side handed over a really big wooden box to Tae Ho. Uni, what is this? Freya just gestured with her chin to open it instead of answering. Tae Ho couldn't see its contents because it had some special magic on it, so he gulped dry saliva and then opened the box. It's a cloth you wear inside. You obtained a mount and a weapon in a day, right? That's why you should also get an armor. She hadn't been planning on making it a set for him, be it a coincidence or not, but the appearance was quite good. Top of Fate. It was clothes that had an awkward and enormous name. It was white-colored and really light, and it was clothes that looked like a shirt to wear inside, just like Freya had said. So a shirt is an underwear in the West? Tae Ho thought of something absurd and then spread the clothes. Freya said. It was made by the three sisters with the threads of fate. Even if it looks like this, it should be stronger than any armor you have right now. Really? Are you confident about that? Tae Ho became able to use Kalstad's strongest armor when he reached a 100% in the synchro rate. Freya got mad as Tae Ho asked with round eyes. Leave it if that's not the case. Why are you acting like that with something like this? Anyways, wear it under your clothes. Verdandi said that Skuld really overdid it just to make this. Skuld Nim? Yes, based on their words, you are our only hope. It seemed like Skuld saw many more things from the threads of fate than Ord or Verdandi, but she fainted as soon as she completed the clothes, and it seems like she wasn't in a state to converse. Tae Ho blinked when he heard that 2 days passed since she fainted. Is she really fine? Ord and Verdandi say that she's fine. She looked like she was really exhausted for having poured too much strength in the clothes, but I don't know either as I didn't see her directly. But if something big had occurred, Verdandi would have told me honestly. That's why you shouldn't worry too much. Freya spoke in a light tone. Tae Ho nodded as he would only trouble Freya if he kept worrying. I will wear it well. Send my thanks to the three sisters too. Right. Uni, we will return now. Iden stood up and said as Tae Ho closed the wooden box. Freya was the one to blink this time. You will leave now? Why don't you eat something? We decided to eat dinner in the residence with everyone. Why don't you come rather? That would be good. If you are with us, Haida won't nag while we eat. Freya's eyes became sharp as Iden clapped in a good mood. Just why did you do that? No one other than Haida is nagging all day. Ha? Ehe? Iden just laughed in a cute way and Freya burst out of laughter. It was because it was the first time to see Iden act in a cute way like this. Right, let's go. I don't want to eat alone either. I should also escort the Hope of Asgard. Freya rose up from her throne. And on that night, when the next morning came, the army being led by Tae Ho headed to the temple. Episode 68, Descent of the Immortal God, 4, End. TL note, thanks for reading. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 239, Episode 68/Chapter 5. Episode 68/Chapter 5, Descent of the Immortal God, 5. TL, Subak. Ed. The war between the south and north of the temple was still taking place. The one that invaded from the north was Kumo-do and the one that charged from the south was Dilmun and Shindu. Yuanchur Tianzuan, that received the emergency notices from Watachen, hurriedly dispatched Neza and 4 of the 12 hermits of the Kunlun mountain to the south to stop Dilmun and Shindu. Originally, the strongest of the temple Sun Wukong had to get dispatched, but it was impossible to do that due to the situation that occurred in the north thanks to Kumo-do. That was because they charged straight to the sacred Kunlun, the most important land in the temple, with all their forces. It seemed like Komodo was planning to put an end to this battle for real, that the commander of 10,000 men and even the headmaster and strongest being, Tongtian Jiaju, showed themselves in the front lines. The Hukuman Kongo Kyubi Yazuna, Hundun, Jiangxi, Tawu and Taotai arose so they couldn't only concentrate on defending the south. The actual military affairs was in charge of Yuancher Tianzuan, one of the three pure ones, but as the situation was this urgent, the remaining of the three pure ones, Lingbao Tianzuan and Dao Tianzuan, couldn't stay still either in AHD to pour all their strength in the front lines against Komodo. The fourth day since the confrontation. Gilgamesh and Karna, that passed through the defense lines of Verutica in an instant, clashed with the defense troops of the temple led by Neza, and Neza ended up getting defeated. It was because Gilgamesh and Karna possessed unimaginable strength and deity, even though they were human great heroes. But Neza didn't just get defeated. Even though the front lines got pushed back, he managed on preserving his life and protecting his troop. Additional reinforcements got dispatched from the temple to help Neza, that had become incapable to battle, and thanks to the reinforcements of Asgard led by Tyr having arrived on time, the front lines got able to be stalled once again. And the morning of the 10th day since the battle started. Cold wind blew on the front lines of the south. And This is hopeless. Japalji mumbled while leaning his stomach on the walls of one of the 5 fortresses, the Golden Palace. He hadn't been able to fight properly and had only fought these past days, so it seemed like dirty water was flowing from his body and his body was filled with scars. Sun Wukong, that was looking at the garden of the fortress, stood next to Jupalji and snorted. "Hey, you don't even wash yourself. Atta, Hyung Nim. What are you saying? Do you know how clean pigs are? They must wash once a day. Do you think I will be able to meet Chaldea if I smell? Why is that not possible? It's not that different from usual." F***ck. Did you really say that? Japalji opened his eyes widely and frowned. Having a giant that was 2 meters tall with the head of a pig frown was a really overwhelming sight, but Sun Wukong just picked his ear as if that was an everyday experience. "Anyways, it seems like that lady is also fine looking at how you speak. I'm glad." Valkyrie Chaldea, that had come to the temple as a messenger, was currently participating in the reinforcements of the Golden Palace. Jupalji nodded and drooped his shoulders. "We got able to breathe a bit thanks to the reinforcements of Asgard. How is the north? Isn't it night over there?" The one at this place wasn't the real Sun Wukong. It was merely a clone he had left behind to know the notices of the Golden Palace. Sun Wukong also drooped his shoulders like Jupalji and said, "That's why I'm speaking to you like this. And if I were to describe the situation, it's harsh. Really harsh. We must have some ability to face against the ones that charge crazily with the intent to die together. I also retrieved almost all of my clones. I'm considering slightly seriously whether I should retrieve the clones I left back for contacting measures." Originally Sun Wukong had more than 100 clones placed in the temple to protect it, but he didn't have the leisure to do so right now. He was in a situation that he should save the little power he spent on the clones used for contact. Japalji clicked his tongue at the answer of Sun Wukong that made you sigh and then hit his shoulder trying to cheer him up. That bitch Daji was really hard to handle, but... Do you think she's the only one? I feel like dying because that bastard King Show also appeared. But before that, your dialect is really baseless. Isn't your dialect actually an act? Such as a character setting. That goes for you too, so don't mind me. And why do you say that I don't have a base? I have a solid experience, such as having started under Patriarch Subodhi. If you are going to say nonsense, just go to sleep. Japalji and Sun Wukong liked to exchange jokes unlike the serious Xiao Wujing, but it was even hard to joke because of how harsh the situation was. Sun Wukong closed his eyes once and then turned around and asked, "How do you see it? If it's short, in 5 days. 15 days at most. So you are saying that it's going to get breached in the end? If there's no groundbreaking change, then certainly. First, the number of the enemy is too big. The bastards of Dilmun are just average, but the ones from Shindu are. Just watch when we fight later. Just looking at Hirakshasa and Preta filling up the plains and charging forward makes me want to puke. But still, if the Preta hadn't eaten the corpses of the ones that died at battle, the garden in front of the Golden Palace would have been covered with corpses. The temple surpassed Asgard and Olympus in the number of warriors, but Shindu's offensive quantity even overwhelmed the temple. What about Karna and Gilgamesh? They are just freaking strong. I don't think they are as strong as you, but they may be able to beat you if they join hands. And, it doesn't seem like they obtained their divinities long ago, but they are abnormally strong. It seems like there's something mixed in them. Jupalji sniffed and said. No matter how different the method of getting stronger for each world was, there was always a similarity between them. He smelled an evil way in Gilgamesh and Karna's way of getting stronger. It wasn't the smell that was felt when you accumulated them one by one. But whatever it was, proper or evil, their strength were the real deal. Sun Wukong frowned and asked. Don't we have anyone capable of facing them one against one? We don't. That old man Tyr that came from Asgard used some strength, but he still gets pushed back alone. That's why it's a pain in the ass. The moment they get alone, they charge over like ghosts and defeat our commanders. If named martial artists of the temple joined hands, it was not impossible to defeat Gilgamesh or Karna. But it was impossible for the masters to always be together when they were in the battlefield, in a battlefield where they had to take the role of commanders for tens of thousands. Are you fine? My body is quite strong, so I'm able to endure it somehow, but I feel like I will suffer an internal injury if I get hit a few more times. Jupalji stretched his stomach and said. The problem is that it seems that they also have reinforcements coming, that their number is increasing. And this is what I feel. Jupalji's eyes got sharper. Sun Wukong also looked at Jupalji with a nervous face. It was because it wasn't an exaggeration to say that his senses trained in a gambling center was the best in the temple. It feels like a really big one will come soon. Is it your sense? It is. Damn. There would probably be something just like Jupalji said. And the temple didn't have any more leisure to defend the south. Asgard doesn't have any more reinforcements? Such as that old man Thor. Sun Wukong clicked his tongue at the question of Jupalji and spoke. They said that they would be arriving soon. It isn't Thor, but someone stronger than him. There was someone stronger than Thor in Asgard? It seems like he just appeared. When Sun Wukong answered with a doubtful and low voice, the tone of Jupalji increased. No, do the bastards of Asgard create masters like stamps? How can someone stronger than Thor appear sudden? Let's finish later. Jupalji gritted his teeth and turned to look in front of the Golden Palace. The army of Dilmun and Shindu was charging over while creating dust clouds. Sun Wukong also saw that. He feigned a laugh once and hit Jupalji's arm. Don't die. I'm planning becoming the husband of Kalda and die of old age, so you should be the one that doesn't die. Sun Wukong's clone returned to being fur. Jupalji heard the sound of battle trumpets heard everywhere and grabbed his forked rake. The battle of the 10th day started. And Gilgamesh looked at the Golden Palace without any words. He was bored as a being that wanted to maintain the world and had fought like that until now, but right now he was standing on the battlefield like someone that wanted to destroy the world. The day Uruk fell and 4 of the 7 great gods lost their lives, Gilgamesh's fate changed greatly once again. Gilgamesh didn't think about the past anymore. Due to the 7 great gods having disappeared, that they didn't allow eternal life excluding Atrahasis, although they did allow long life, Gilgamesh got his hands on eternal life for himself. He ended up climbing at the seat of the eternal god. But he wasn't happy at all. The eternal life given to him by force couldn't make him happy. Enkidu. Gilgamesh mumbled the name of his sworn friend he couldn't meet anymore and pulled out his sword. Black and uneasy aura surged up like smoke from the sword that had the divinity of one of the 7 great gods that ruled over fate and the goddess of war Ishtar engraved in it by force. Karna stood next to that Gilgamesh. Gilgamesh didn't know much about Karna. In the first place, it was an obvious thing as he was the great hero of Shindu that they didn't have any interaction at all even though they were neighboring worlds. What he knew about him was that Karna was a human and that compared to him he had been a being that wanted to destroy the world from the start. There were several weapons in the hands of Karna such as the bow of the best great hero of Shindu, Arjuna. He, that awake as the dark god of sun after absorbing the divinity of Krishna by force, obtained power that could suppress all the 8 great kings. But he didn't show any happiness at all. He just killed the martial artist of the temple and kept killing them as if it was a task given to him. The 2 beings that were humans but climbed to the seat of gods didn't converse with each other. But the 2 of them knew what was going to happen today. Reinforcements from the kingdom of fire of a different scale from now was planned to be sent. The only moment the Golden Palace would be able to maintain its shape of having a wall dozens of meters high was now. The Golden Palace was fated to fall. The kingdom of fire would spread fire to a deeper place before this day ended. The battle started. The Pretas climbed up the walls and the martial artists of the temple attacked them. The sky of the battlefield exposed to the murderous intent of hundreds of thousands was really dizzy. "Let's go." Nobody spoke. But Gilgamesh and Karna moved at the same time. The 2 people advanced towards the Golden Palace. And Japalji, that was swinging his forked rake, looked at a distant place. No, precisely speaking, he looked at a wide scene. The front of the Golden Palace reached 1 kilometer and it was also incredibly tall, but Japalji looked at the battlefield with his clairvoyance. The battle was the same as always. It was no different from 4 days ago and 2 days ago. But Japalji could feel his breath getting cut off. He could feel cold sweat flowing in his back. What could it be? Just what was making him fear this much? And at that moment Japalji realized. He had been looking at the entire battlefield, so he witnessed the huge existence surging up from under the ground faster and more precisely than anyone. That was a huge dragon. The ancient monster and ancient god of Dilmun that existed from the beginning with all the monsters. The mother of chaos, Tiamat. Her appearance was luxurious and flashy. Colorful snakes entangled each other and became one existence, and her upper body resembled that of a beautiful woman. And most of all, she was huge. The monster that surged up while destroying the battlefield placed the tens of meter tall Golden Palace below her feet. Her height while standing up was 300 meters and the length of her body was easily 600 meters. The dragons that had participated to side up with the temple shrank down at her hugeness. In addition, Tiamat didn't appear alone. 11 evil monsters appeared with her by breaking the ground. From a big winged snake Basmu to an ox that had the face of a human Kuzuriku. They were the 11 monsters Tiamat gave life to fight against the gods of Dilmun. And the strange birds of Shindu, the Garuda, started to cover the sky. The martial artists of the temple couldn't even scream. They couldn't say anything at the overwhelming scene. Japalji sensed. That was the strongest power Dilmun had. Right now, Dilmun had played all their cards. And he also realized one more fact. He looked at a high place in the sky with a gray face. The sky was getting covered. And Gilgamesh and Karna looked at the sky. They looked at the force the kingdom of fire promised, the existence they sent with their 2 eyes. And Tyr breathed roughly. He knew the existence that appeared in the sky better than anyone in this place. He couldn't not know the name of the being that didn't fall behind from Tiamat at all. The space snake Jormungand. The second of Loki's 3 children and the biggest monster. It really had the appearance of a snake like its name, but it was too huge. The length of its body was even longer than Tiamat. The monster covered by dense green scales turned around in the sky. It opened its mouth towards the ground and fired an overwhelming poison from it. That was a soundless assault. Part of the Golden Palace melted down completely and disappeared, and at that moment Tiamat moved. It slammed the Golden Palace with its huge tail as if trying to sweep it down. There was a sound this time. The loud sound tore apart the silence, and a sixth of the Golden Palace collapsed at the overwhelming force. The martial artists tried to dodge the attack hurriedly, but there was no land to support them. The Pretas and the army of the Kingdom of Fire charged towards the collapsed walls. Tyr pulled out his sword. He released the power of his divinity with strength and contained a breath. He was the god of valor. He could maintain his calm even in front of Tiamat and Jormungand that silenced the entire battlefield just by existing. They had no chances to win. The best option they had right now was to retreat and save at least one more soldier. But will they be able to do that? Tiamat and Jormungand didn't give Tyr time to think. No, they weren't the ones that actually moved. Gilgamesh and Karna. They entered through the opening of fear the monsters created. And Tiamat looked at the sky and roared. Jormungand fired poison once again from the sky to the remaining part of the Golden Palace. The 11 monsters stepped on the army of the Kingdom of Fire and advanced. Their objective was the martial artists located at the already collapsed palace. Gilgamesh and Karna tore up the space between the martial artists like a flash. The dragon protecting the Golden Palace spread its wings and flew up, but it lost its light as a huge dragon in front of Tiamat or Jormungand. The dozens of snakes that surged up from the body of Tiamat twined round the dragon and didn't let it move, and Jormungand bit the head of the dragon and cut its life. The martial artists resisted in a determination to die, but in the first place, the scales of the battle had already leaned too much to one side. The Fomuang, Shilin, Shiryo, and the White Tiger, Azure Dragon, Vermilion Bird, Black Tortoise surged up, but the might of Tiamat and Jormungand was just too strong. The martial artists died helplessly. Half of the Golden Palace collapsed and Tyr staggered after getting stabbed by the spear of Karna. The forked rake of Jupalji broke and Gilgamesh jumped over the fine wall of the palace while riding on the lion-headed monster Usumbalu. Witachin held his breath. The roar of Tiamat devoured all sound in the battlefield and forced the silence. Chaldea rolled in the ground. After she cut the head of a preda that charged towards her like a wolf, she got her thigh bitten by another preda. Another one rode on her chest and bared its fangs towards her long and slender neck. The souls of the warriors of Valhalla flew to the sky. The scene of hundreds of souls surging to the sky was ironically beautiful. The knife of Chaldea pierced the chin of the preda. She screamed and shook it off. She stabbed her knife once again in the head of the preda that bit her thigh and stood up while staggering. But soon fell again. There was a spear stuck in her shoulder which she didn't know who threw it towards her. She had lost too much blood. One more preda charged towards her and the souls of the warriors of Valhalla continued to surge up. Chaldea looked at the sky for the last time. She wanted to see the blue and clear sky, but Jormungand was at the sky. But it didn't stop there. The sky got dyed in black. A black shadow covered the sky and of course the ground. At that moment Chaldea opened her eyes roundly. She threw away her feelings of wanting to give up and swung her sword to cut the neck of a preda. She roared while being covered in blood. Because she could feel it. It looked really different from her memories, but she had certainly faced it before. She looked at the sky and then looked at the battlefield again. Tiamat and Jormungand were looking up the sky. And Tyr let out laughter. He made a smile under the shadow covering him. He then looked up the sky like a habit and said, "For Asgard and the 9 realms. For Asgard in the 9 realms." The warriors of Valhalla roared. They didn't know the existence above their heads, but they didn't hesitate to roar. Because they could know. They could feel it. Asgard. Valhalla. The aura of the paradise of the eternal warriors was filling up the sky. They could feel the power of Asgard from a faraway world. The warriors of Valhalla saw and then yelled with all their strength. There was someone answering that yell. High in the sky, in a place where even Tiamat and Jormungand had to look up at. An answer returned from the sky. And what is that? Ju-Palji said. Even Gilgamesh and Karna doubted their eyes. Bewilderment spread in their faces for the first time. A shadow covering the entire battlefield. A huge existence that even overwhelmed Jormungand and Tiamat. That black thing that was looking down at the ground. It spread its wings covering the sky and roared. I'm rolling. A thundering cry overwhelming the ground. They couldn't understand it, and they could understand even less what happened after that. A huge dragon reaching 2 kilometers in length rolled its body in the sky. It then started to descend towards the ground. Would you get this feeling if the sky was covering the ground? Myth ranked saga. Rolling disaster. Black holy dragon Nidhogg. The ancient dragon protecting Asgard. She didn't allow the existences of Jormungand and Tiamat. The disaster of the sky covered the ground. Episode 68, Descent of the Immortal God, 5, End. TL note, thanks for reading. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 240, Episode 69/Chapter 1, Absolutely Invisible, 1. Episode 69/Chapter 1, Absolutely Invisible, 1. TL, Subak. ED, Stellar Rain. From the sky to the ground. It was impossible to dodge. Even just thinking about dodging was impossible. The sky itself was crumbling, so where could you escape? Nidhogg looked like a black meteor as she started to descend, curled up while spinning. She first clashed with Jormungand, the space snake, who was hovering in midair. A loud sound exploded at the collision, but Nidhogg continued to spin. Jormungand, the 1 kilometer-long space snake, was pushed back and Nidhogg rushed towards Tiamat, who was standing with an absent-minded expression. Tiamat couldn't evade Nidhogg either. He was blown back by Nidhogg, who was much larger despite curling into a ball. Tiamat collapsed. Jormungand twisted its body after smashing into the ground, and Nidhogg shook the entire battlefield when she landed. Almost everyone collapsed from the impact. I'm rolling. But this was merely the beginning. Nidhogg started to spin in place. Her movement was like a fixed wheel, and the earth groaned below her. A circle with a radius of a few kilometers formed with Nidhogg in its center, and an invisible force pressed down on everyone nearby. But this wasn't an intentional attack. It was merely an aftershock created by the movements to prepare for the next attack. Everyone watched Nidhogg spin. They witnessed the spinning disaster changing into a rolling disaster while the sky and ground shuddered under its power. I'm going. Nidhogg yelled the moment the speed of her spin reached a critical point, and the rolling disaster charged at the same time. It struck Tiamat once again, who had barely managed to stand up. The overwhelming explosion silenced its surroundings. For a moment, everyone on the battlefield was deafened. Everyone watched an unrealistic scene of a 600 meters long monster sent flying away and gulped. Bang! After flying hundreds of meters, Tiamat crashed into the ground, and sound returned to the world. The Mother of Chaos, the ancient god of Dilmun, roared with rage instead of shock and fear. Kaya dash. Shut up. Nidhogg suppressed the Mother of Chaos' roar with an even louder voice. She adjusted instantly, turned and swung her tail. An enormous tail that equaled the length of Tiamat's body sped across the ground, and collided with the upper body of Tiamat. Quack! Tiamat screamed like a woman. But Nidhogg still didn't stop even for a moment. She spread her wings and accumulated poison in her mouth. She then fired a green breath towards Tiamat, who was desperately trying to stand. Whoosh dash! A streak of light impacted Tiamat. Tiamat, who had barely stood up, collapsed again and a vicious poison ate away at her. Kayak! Jormungand charged forward at that moment. It flew towards Nidhogg like a snake charging towards its prey. Nidhogg easily saw the attack. She stopped breathing and moved her hand roughly. She then grabbed the neck of Jormungand, swung it like a whip and threw it against the ground. The ground shook once again and the forces of Dilmun and Shindu that were waiting at the rear were about to be crushed by the three monsters. How is it? It's great. Right? Hraesvelgr Grandpa is great. You fight well. Inside the heart room of Nidhogg, the black holy dragon. Hraesvelgr glared at those front of him while being bound tightly by tentacles from the ground, and Nidhogg cheered while sitting a bit further away from him. It was like this. The one controlling the body of the holy dragon wasn't only Nidhogg. Hraesvelgr was currently here to compliment Nidhogg, who was notorious for her awful fighting. I won't let you go. Hraesvelgr yelled once again and moved the black holy dragon. He fired a breath towards Jormungand, who was pretending to be hurt, but was waiting for an opportunity, and Jormungand rolled hurriedly to that attack. Fly! Nidhogg! Yes! Grandpa! The black dragon spread its wings and ascended vertically. It then rolled its body once in the air and charged towards Tiamat. Cock, dot. Tiamat activated her authority while glaring at Nidhogg as Nidhogg wouldn't just let her have her way. An invisible force stopped Nidhogg's advance. But it was meaningless. The invisible wall shattered like glass. Nidhogg accelerated even more and struck Tiamat again. Tiamat painfully screamed. Jormungand raised its head and fired poison, and Nidhogg raised her wing to block the lump of poison that flew like a projectile. Nidhogg's body was about 2 kilometers long. Even though Jormungand had a body that was 1 kilometer long and hundreds of meters tall, it still had the appearance of a snake. It wasn't at a level which it could face against Nidhogg with its size. The same went for Tiamat. Just looking at the body sizes, Nidhogg was 3 times larger. The difference in size between the two was like comparing a child and an adult. Because of the size discrepancy, Hraesvelgr decided to fight hand-to-hand and not with authorities. As he was connected by fate with Nidhogg, he knew the moment he saw Tiamat. Tiamat was like Nidhogg. She was an ancient dragon who also possessed the power of an ancient god. No, perhaps Tiamat was even a little stronger. This was because Tiamat was the first child born from the chaos of Dilmun, not like Nidhogg, who was born from the ancient god of Asgard, Audhumla. Just looking at the status as an ancient god, Tiamat was a level above Nidhogg. That's why Nidhogg's current superior position could disappear instantly if they battled with authorities. When Hraesvelgr instinctively realized this fact, he decided to push Tiamat without rest, so that she wouldn't be able to think of battling with her authority. But Tiamat wasn't that easy to deal. She gave up on fighting hand-to-hand as she absorbed the power of her long enemy Marduk after the long battle in Dilmun. And instead, she started to release a power of destruction as an ancient god. Her power was like a curse. Tiamat released the power of destruction and death spread across the sky and ground. The forces of Dilmun and Shindu, who had managed to preserve their lives in the middle of the chaos, groaned as they died painfully. Nidhogg spread her wings hurriedly and raised a wall of authority to block Tiamat's destruction from spreading to the Golden Palace. At this moment, Jormungand attacked. It fired consecutive breaths towards the Nidhogg's head, whose movements were temporarily stalled. Tiamat didn't stay still either. She rose up and released an even stronger power of destruction. Nidhogg closed her eyes tightly. She endured breathing in the Jormungand's poison and strengthened her power of protection. She stopped the destruction of Tiamat from reaching her. Bastard! Hraesvelgr shouted. Nidhogg opened her eyes in the middle of the poison and glared at Tiamat. Tiamat was smiling. The ancient god of Dilmun didn't stop at releasing her authority but also called her children. She amplified her own strength through her direct descendants, the Commander and the Reaper. They, who were confronting the godly existences of the temple, roared at the same time. The time on the battlefield that had stopped for a moment because of the battle against the three monsters started to flow again. The power of Tiamat continued to escalate. It seemed that Jormungand's power also increased as it spread its black wings of light and flew up to the sky. They would reverse the situation, overturn the one-sided battle and push them back. This was Tiamat's and Jormungand's thoughts. But Nidhogg and Tae Ho, who was behind her, weren't planning on allowing that. He placed his hand on Nidhogg's shoulder and released his strength. He had never expected that he would encounter Tiamat here, but he had a method to face her. Tae Ho had already fought against Nyx, the ancient god of Night of Olympus. He had prepared for a moment like this the moment he marked Dilmun, Shindu, Memphis and Maya as his enemy. Let's do that. Nidhogg smiled brightly the moment he spoke. She closed her eyes, curled up and gathered strength. The black dragon spread its wings. The black and huge body shone with pure white light and then 4 lights spread to the sides. To the north, south, east and west. Tiamat, who had closed her eyes by reflex, now saw Nidhogg covered by a holy light. The size of the holy dragon had shrunk almost to a half. Tiamat realized the reason for this. She rolled her eyes, hurriedly checked her surroundings and saw the huge and black pillars that surged up with Nidhogg at the center. The body of the black holy dragon was a kind of magical armor. Because of that, she was able to change it to a completely different shape. 4 pillars. These pillars acted similarly to the 11 monsters. It served as a catalyst that amplified Nidhogg's power. But Tae Ho wasn't satisfied just with that. As the master of Asgard, Tae Ho knew this land was the temple, and because of that, neither Nidhogg, the ancient god of Asgard, nor Tiamat, the ancient god of Dilmun, could release all of their power. That's why he would change the location of the battle to a place that Nidhogg could release all her strength. Myth-ranked saga. Hall of Valhalla. Tae Ho activated his saga. It wasn't his power alone. It was through Nidhogg. The real role of the 4 pillars wasn't to strengthen Nidhogg but to make Asgard descend on this place. He would conquer the land of this foreign world as Asgard's. The 4 pillars released light to each other. They split the region, and the sky and land inside was filled with the power of the Hall of Valhalla. He made the entire battlefield, including the Golden Palace, into Asgard. With this, Nidhogg's power was amplified. It wasn't only for her, but everyone that from Valhalla could feel power filling them up. Nidhogg looked down at Tiamat. She, the protector god of Asgard, wasn't equal to Tiamat anymore. Nidhogg was a being above her. I'm rolling. Nidhogg yelled. Tiamat flinched and a strong tail sweep slammed into Tiamat and made her fall. Tiamat cursed, asking if this was a tail sweep or a roll, but it didn't reach Nidhogg. In the first place, Nidhogg's authority didn't allow such words to come out. Nidhogg's power suppressed Tiamat. Tiamat let out a painful cry while lying on the ground and attempted to resist Nidhogg. Tae Ho raised his head and looked at the sky. He could see red letters with his eyes of the dragon. Jormungand, who had flown to the sky, was stretching its body to form a spear and was cheering towards him. The space snake Jormungand. The evil dragon. The enemy of Asgard, whose fate was connected with Thor. Tae Ho had also prepared another method to face it. He activated several rune magic that he prepared when he returned to Asgard from Olympus at the same time. Go. He ordered as the master of Asgard. There was someone surging up from the back of the black dragon. It was a huge eagle that was Hraesvelgr's original body. 3 was one more person riding its back besides Vedrfolnir, who had received the right to control his body instead of Hraesvelgr. A being Tae Ho called by using a great magic. The one standing in the battlefield instead of Ciri and Brakke. He glared at Jormungand from the back of Hraesvelgr. He pulled Gram, the strongest godly sword of Asgard, and roared. Myth-ranked saga. The one that kills dragons. The dragon killer Sigurd. The strongest top-ranked warrior of Valhalla. He charged towards Jormungand and released his dragon-killing powers. Episode 69, Absolutely Invincible, 1, End. TL note, thanks for reading. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 241, Episode 69/Chapter 2, Absolutely Invincible, 2. Episode 69/Chapter 2, Absolutely Invincible, 2. TL, Subak. Ed. After killing the dragons of Asgard and suppressing the dragons of the 9 realms, you will become the mortal enemy of dragons. You will get stronger every time you kill a dragon, and you will annihilate other dragons with that strength. Those were the last words of the evil dragon Fafnir, which he said to Sigurd that had cut his neck and got covered with his blood. That was a premonition and at the same time, a childish curse to all the dragons that would live in the world even after he died. And right at this moment, there was another dragon in front of Sigurd that was treated as the natural enemy of dragons. A strong being that couldn't even be compared with the evil dragon Fafnir. But it was meaningless. That was still a dragon and couldn't be free from the natural enemy of dragons. Hraesvelgr's original body flew up with an angry intent. Sigurd rose his dragon-killing force while raising Gram as if he would execute a stab at any moment, and then covered the huge body of Hraesvelgr with all of that strength. The space snake Jormungand turned to look at Sigurd. It shuddered at the dragon-killing force that was rushing at it. A moment. Sigurd and Jormungand didn't clash but intersected. It was the result of the intentions of the two beings having coincided. Hraesvelgr's body became a dragon-killing sword and slashed past Jormungand. Jormungand, that had flinched and wanted to dodge Sigurd, avoided a direct hit by barely twisting its body, but instead it could only give up attacking Nidhogg. Jormungand, that was falling down the sky like a thunder, crashed down in the end of a messy flight and then started to roll in the ground. Vedrfolnir turned Hraesvelgr's body from a high place in the sky. Jormungand raised its head hurriedly from the ground. Sigurd didn't stop. He charged towards Jormungand. And I'm rolling. Nidhogg's tail sweep hit Tiamat once again. Tiamat suffered big damage to the point she felt like her waist was getting bent, and then released the power of destruction randomly after having vomited blood. It really was random. It wasn't a controlled attack. But it was a strength that couldn't be ignored. Nidhogg gritted her teeth and released the power of protection, and then a huge wall of divinity covered the surroundings of Tiamat and prevented the power of destruction from flowing out. If it reached at least one person, then countless beings in the Golden Palace would lose their lives. We will press her down like this. Yes. Nidhogg released strength once again at the order of Hraesvelgr. The Black Holy Dragon pressed down Tiamat and prevented her from moving. Tiamat screamed and continued to release her power of destruction randomly as she couldn't do anything after getting sat on by Nidhogg. Her struggle that could be described as being desperate wasn't worthless at all. She was the first child born from the chaos and an ancient god of Dilmun. In addition, the current Tiamat had killed her old enemy Marduk and taken his strength. Suppressing her was even difficult for Nidhogg that was reborn as the guardian of Asgard. And it didn't end there. Tiamat wasn't alone. The 11 beasts at the Golden Palace were amplifying the power of Tiamat. Tae Ho placed his hand on the shoulder of Nidhogg, that was struggling while doing her best, and then closed his eyes for a moment. Tae Ho had conquered various kinds of dragons until now, but it was impossible with Jormungand and Tiamat. The two weren't existences that could be subordinated. Jormungand inflicted damage to Thor only with its existence, as it was born as the natural-born enemy of Thor. Because of that, it was impossible to coexist with it in the first place. They had to defeat it, just like what they did with the World Wolf, to liberate the real power of Thor. Tiamat was a being that wanted to destroy the world. On top of that, it was a being that was born from the ancient chaos and was the beginning of the beings that wanted to destroy the world. Although Tae Ho's power of conquering dragons had gotten stronger after climbing to the seat of master, it was impossible for him to suppress an ancient being and turn her into one that wanted to maintain the world. Sigurd was currently facing Jormungand. He was making a good fight, but it was impossible to defeat it completely. Nidhogg's and Tiamat's divinity continued to clash at an overwhelming rate. If this situation continued, Nidhogg wouldn't end up safe even if they succeeded on suppressing her. That's why Tae Ho had to move. "I will be back," Tae Ho whispered in a low voice at Nidhogg's ear and turned around. Adenmaha followed Tae Ho's back hurriedly. "I'm rolling." The fist of the black holy dragon hit the head of Tiamat. The divinities exploded at the same time, and the power of destruction that Tiamat had been releasing like crazy dissipated for a bit. And at that moment, a white dragon flew from the back of the black dragon. The White Frost Dragon. The goddess of love and beauty, Adenmaha. Tae Ho was riding on top of her. Tae Ho didn't look at Tiamat or Jormungand but at the Golden Palace. His role was to suppress the battle that had started again on that place and exterminating the 11 beasts to weaken Tiamat. Tae Ho lowered his posture and then placed his hand on Adenmaha's back and activated his saga. Myth-ranked saga. The warrior that rides on goddesses. Myth-ranked saga. The one that conquers dragons. Myth-ranked saga. The charge of a warrior is like a storm. 3 sagas activated at the same time, and at that moment the power of Adenmaha got amplified greatly. Blue thunder accompanied the white dragon, so the sound of thunder was heard wherever she passed by. Adenmaha charged. She rushed towards the Golden Palace, and the ones fighting in the Golden Palace turned to look at her charge. Valhalla. For Asgard in the 9 realms. The warriors of Valhalla yelled with all their strength and welcomed their master. The Garuda that were fighting against the dragons in the sky shrunk down. They got caught in an instinctive fear and flew up, trying to get farther away from Tae Ho. The 11 beasts that were fighting in different places glared at Tae Ho and Adenmaha. The biggest beast, Pazuzu, threw itself as if it was going to block his path. Pazuzu was a god of wind and at the same time a god of plagues that had the head and arms of a lion, wings and legs of an eagle, the tail of a scorpion and organs of a snake. The black aura of plague that surged up from the flutter of Pazuzu's wings covered the body of someone looking like a giant. At least dozens of meters tall. He roared. Tae Ho glared at him fixedly and awoke his sentence of Aaron. He inserted the golden lighted power of Aaron into Adenmaha. "No," Gilgamesh said suddenly. Karna also opened his eyes widely because he could predict what was going to happen after that. Adenmaha flew up and then changed her direction hurriedly in the air. She charged towards the ground, towards Pazuzu standing fearlessly. Myth-ranked saga. Tae Ho moved his fingers as if he was controlling a keyboard. He formed a magic circle composed by rune magic in front of Adenmaha's path, charging towards the ground from high in the sky. Adenmaha passed that, and at that moment blue power got contained in her. Adenmaha's appearance looked like a spear as a huge dragon flew while being surrounded by that. Pazuzu looked at Adenmaha. It realized that he wasn't enough to beat her late, but it was too late. Dragon Cannon. Draconic Ballista. Adenmaha struck the chest of Pazuzu. At the same time, the blue dragon of the aura that was covering her made a big flutter of its wings. The wings of the blue dragon increased by several layers and released an overwhelming power, and then Adenmaha roared. Kwa Gong. A loud explosion burst out. Adenmaha pierced the chest of Pazuzu like that. But she didn't lose the intent after that and continued to fly. The aura of the blue dragon still accompanied her, and Tae Ho continued to give her the power of Aaron. Adenmaha charged towards the second beast after having transformed into a holy spear. Mushufushu, that had the head of a horse, wings of a bird, the tail of a scorpion and 2 horns, moved its feet hurriedly, but it couldn't dodge the charge of Adenmaha. They clashed, and the neck of Mushufushu and part of its upper body exploded with the blue aura. Pazuzu collapsed without being able to scream after a big hole got created in its chest. Mushufushu fell down after its head got cut off, and that head rolled on the ground. The blue aura covering Adenmaha disappeared, but she still tried to fly up with strong flutters of her wing. Tae Ho yelled on top of her back. He clenched the summoning rocks with his left hand and ordered, "Rolo! Draken is Menios! Myth-ranked saga! Master of Flames! Myth-ranked saga! King of Violence!" A red dragon and a golden dragon appeared at the sides of Adenmaha. They knew fully well who they had to face even without Tae Ho having to order them. They charged towards the 11 beasts that were driving back the commanders and the gods of death. "Echidna!" Tae Ho called one more being. A huge winged snake appeared below Adenmaha that was soaring up. The ancient god of Olympus claimed her descent with a high and strong roar. She hadn't recovered fully from the injury of Olympus, but she still looked confident and exalted as ever. 2 of the 11 beasts got defeated in an instant, and then 3 dragons got added in the battlefield. Each one of them could be considered to be dragon gods. Gilgamesh, that was riding on the lion-headed beast Yugalu, gulped dry saliva. He then realized why the Kingdom of Fire had set up a plan like the current one. The master of Asgard, and at the same time the one that became the master of Aaron. The savior that didn't only rescue Asgard but also rescued Olympus. He had to stop him. If he left him as he was, the scale of the battlefield would tilt so much it won't be able to be overturned. Karna. Gilgamesh looked at his side and said, "The great hero of Shindu," and at the same time the half-hero gritted his teeth and looked at Tae Ho and Adenmaha. He gripped the weapons of Arjuna and Krishna and said in a low voice, "Buy some time for me." Gilgamesh understood what was the request of Karna. He was a being that could release a much stronger force than Gilgamesh if some conditions were met, and Gilgamesh had already confirmed that fact in the battle against Dilmun. That's why Gilgamesh glared at Tae Ho instead of opening his mouth. He ordered Yugalu to charge in the air. Karna looked at the back of Gilgamesh. He looked at a more distant place to see Tae Ho and Adenmaha and then breathed in slowly. Karna and Gilgamesh had many common points. The 2 of them were human great heroes and were beings that obtained the blood of gods. But there was a severe difference between the 2 of them that couldn't be overcome at all. Gilgamesh was a being that wanted to maintain the world. Although he had become a being that wanted to destroy the world, he was originally a strong king that protected Uruk. A lot of people loved him and his life was like the shining sun. But Karna was completely different. He had a precious bloodline for having been born between the god of son of Shindu Surya and the human princess Kunti, but his birth couldn't get blessed. Karna's mother, Kunti, was an unmarried virgin, and in the first place she didn't even love Surya. Kunti learned a mantra to call a god from one Brahmin and then used it to test it without thinking much of it, and the result of that was that she ended up calling the god of sun Surya. Kunti apologized for her foolishness and tried to send back Surya, but he didn't listen to her. He said that calling him and sending him back as if nothing happened was something that couldn't be forgiven, and scolded her away, and in the end forced her to have a child with him. Kunti somehow managed to hide the fact that she was pregnant thanks to the help of the loyal lady attendants, but it was impossible for her to give birth to Karna when she wasn't even married and raise him. At the end of her ponder, Kunti held the recently born Karna in a basket and threw him in a river, and then got discovered by a carriage driver couple and grew up as their child. He was more exalted than anyone, but he got to live a lowly life. But his true tragedy was that he was born as a being that wanted to destroy the world. Episode 69, Absolutely Invincible, 2, End. TL Note, thanks for reading. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 242, Episode 69/Chapter 3, Absolutely Invincible, 3. Episode 69/Chapter 3, Absolutely Invincible, 3. TL, Subak. Ed. Just like how a being that wanted to maintain the world was born between beings that wanted to destroy it, there were also humans born as beings that wanted to destroy the world. And most of them couldn't live a simple life as beings that wanted to destroy the world. Karna was a being that wanted to destroy the world, but he loved it. He wanted to get recognized by the humans living in his world and wanted to be together with them. But he couldn't do that. It was because the instincts that were born with him rejected all of that. The unavoidable contradiction ate up Karna a bit. Shindu, that treated identities more precious than other things, oppressed him. Karna couldn't get loved. Contrary to Arjuna, that got blessed by countless beings and stood on the battlefield, he had to get layers of curses covering him and stand on the battlefield. But he didn't resent others and wasn't pessimistic about his own fate. He faced all hardships with his own strength and courage. Karna opened his eyes. His hands were holding the weapons of Krishna and Arjuna. The feeling of the weapons he originally wouldn't have been able to hold made him realize of one truth. Shindu got destroyed. The world he loved got swept by fiery flames and disappeared. The human Karna got sad at that fact and at the same time felt joy as a being that wanted to destroy the world. Karna put a sad smile at the terrible contradiction. He recited a chant and liberated the power which he got a hold of in Shindu's destruction. What he needed was a bit of time. Karna's gaze passed Gilgamesh and Tae Ho and headed to a high place in the sky. And Tae Ho felt Gilgamesh charging towards him. The lion-headed beast Yugalu ran at an incredible speed and caught up with Adenmaha in an instant. Adenmaha tried to increase her speed even more, but Tae Ho stopped that with the one that controls dragons. He stroked Adenmaha's back and thought. Gilgamesh and Karna. The great hero of Dilmun and Shindu. The biggest reason the temple requested Tae Ho for help. Adenmaha showed great rejection at Tae Ho's orders. She said Tae Ho that she didn't want him to fight against Gilgamesh alone. But Tae Ho was blunt and the end Adenmaha could only change her mind. Don't get hurt. She was scared of telling him to not die. Tae Ho smiled. He stroked Adenmaha's white scales once again and then looked behind him. He jumped off from her back and activated his saga. Myth-ranked saga. Incarnation of the World Dragon. The wings of a dragon surged up from the back of Tae Ho. He clenched the sword of the round table and then followed the wind and charged towards Gilgamesh. "You-oh-oh!" Gilgamesh yelled. He raised the sword of the goddess of war Ishtar after fixing his legs on the back of Yugalu. Tae Ho ignored Yugalu that was breathing fire. He passed its flames in an instant and clashed against Gilgamesh. Quagon. A sound so loud you couldn't even imagine it came out from a clash between swords exploded. At the same time Gilgamesh got shocked. Part of it was because the power behind Tae Ho's sword was overwhelming, but it was also because he had grasped a truth the moment they exchanged blows as an experienced warrior. Tae Ho's body was perfect. He surpassed Gilgamesh in physical abilities without needing his divinity. Bang! 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 Tae Ho's sword pushed back Gilgamesh angrily. Gilgamesh looked at him to roar and then draw the power of Enkidu. He tried to dominate Tae Ho with the monstrous power Enkidu handed over before he died. They clashed once again. A much louder sound than before shook the ground, and at that moment Yugalu screamed. It wasn't able to endure the battle taking place at its back, so it started to fall to the ground, and Gilgamesh jumped from its back and spread wings of light like Tae Ho. It was the wings of the god of wind Enlil. Gilgamesh and Tae Ho kept clashing in the air. The battle then moved to the ground, and a land of confrontation that not even monsters or gods could interfere got formed. The divinities entangled with each other, clashed and exploded. At the same time, the swords clashed with the intent to devour the other. It wasn't simply because their capabilities was similar. The sword was aiming for the sword. Tae Ho didn't attack Gilgamesh with the sword of the Round Table but his sword. Even if it was the sword of a goddess, the goddess of that sword had already disappeared. Gilgamesh's sword couldn't endure the strongest sword of Aaron, that was the addition of Excalibur and all the swords of the Knights of the Round Table. In addition, the one swinging that sword was the master of Aaron and the king of Camelot, Tae Ho. The glory of Aaron was accompanying the sword of the Round Table. Several more clashes took place and Gilgamesh's hands and feet got out of joint. His sword finally broke. The divinity of Ishtar exploded along the fragments of the sword, but Tae Ho and Gilgamesh focused on a different thing. Gilgamesh moved his hands to his waist to try to pull out a new sword however he could. Tae Ho retrieved the sword of the Round Table, which he swung with all his strength to destroy the sword of Gilgamesh. The two of them were fast. Gilgamesh grabbed a new sword. In the moment he was about to pull it, the sword of the Round Table slashed the chest of Gilgamesh. Red blood filled the air. Gilgamesh groaned while stepping back as he got his chest cut deeply. He couldn't endure it in the end and kneeled up in place. He also let go of the new sword he had barely pulled. But Gilgamesh didn't despair. He pressed the wound in his chest with his hand and looked up at Tae Ho and smiled while dripping cold sweat. He looked at the sky beyond Tae Ho's head. It's over now. Buying time, that is. Two suns shone in Gilgamesh's eyes. One was the sun of the temple and the other one was the black sun of Karna that surged up in the battlefield. Karna, that had absorbed the destroyed power of Shindu and awoke as the black sun of God, surpassed the level of a great hero and reached another boundary. He was an invincible being while the black sun was lighting the battlefield. Tae Ho raised his head and looked at the sky. He looked at Karna that was standing confidently while having the black sun behind him. It was certainly a huge power. It was good to say that the current Karna was invincible. Karna raised the weapon of the god's Astra in the sky. The weapon became Karnastra as Karna inserted his divinity in it after having awakened as the god of the black sun. Japalji breathed heavily and looked at that. He then sensed once again. The moment that strength is released completely, the entire battlefield would get destroyed. Karnastra was a weapon that had that much power. The entire battlefield stopped once again. Everyone fighting in the Golden Palace looked at Karna, but nobody could open their mouths at the nasty silence. Chaldea, that was rising up while using her sword as a staff, collapsed once again. The Shinsus of the temple trembled, and even the forces of Dilmun and Shindu that belonged to the same side as Karna trembled in fear. The power of the black sun continued to get charged on Karnastra. Karna's gaze, located high in the sky, headed to Tae Ho. Tae Ho looked back at him. He looked up and ordered a Denmaha and Echidna. He also gave the same order to Rollo and Draconismenios. Stay on hold. Don't fear. Just watch. Right at that moment Gilgamesh turned his gaze. He looked at Tae Ho instead of Karna and the smile on his face disappeared. Gilgamesh had used all his strength in that battle. But that wasn't the same for Tae Ho. The only thing that had appeared in the back of Tae Ho's hand was the sentence of Aaron. A new sentence appeared at Tae Ho's left hand. It was the sentence of Asgard that formed a pair with the sentence of Aaron. Tae Ho's divinity got amplified at a scary rate. The gazes that were concentrated solely on Karna started to disperse towards Tae Ho, and at that moment the white wings of light in Tae Ho's back flashed. Tae Ho spread the wings of the world dragon and surged up. Karna raised Karnastra hurriedly and tried to prepare against Tae Ho's attack, but it was a meaningless thing. Tae Ho even passed Karna and charged towards the sun. It was a foolish thing. That black sun was despair itself. The more you approached it, you would only get devoured by the power of the black sun. But Karna could feel his hands trembling. An uneasy premonition that couldn't be expressed tightened his chest. He opened his mouth but no sound came out. Right at that moment Gilgamesh yelled in shock. Stop him! What Tae Ho was about to do. It was something that couldn't happen. An impossible thing. But Gilgamesh ended up yelling like that. He could only do that. Tae Ho extended his left hand. He clenched his left fist and mumbled while everyone in the battlefield was looking at him, and the despair-like yell of Gilgamesh reached the sky. Astalone. Dragon sword. The pure white sword that brought up the real power of Kalstead. Tae Ho continued to fly up. Karna tried to chase after Tae Ho. An overwhelming strength surged up from the black sun like waves and charged towards Tae Ho. It was meant to sweep him away. But Tae Ho didn't stop. He released a bigger power with the sentences of Aaron and Asgard. He didn't only stop at pushing away the power of the black sun and dispersed it completely. In addition, he flew higher and reached a higher place than the black sun. Tae Ho gathered his hands in that place. The sword of the round table in his right hand and Astalon that was in his left hand shone in golden and white and then got mixed in one place and became a huge sword of light. The sentences of Aaron and Asgard released a brighter light. Gilgamesh extended his hand towards the sky. Karna also threw Karnastra hurriedly towards the black sun. The black sun fired off the amplified Karnastra towards Tae Ho. Tae Ho saw that. Adenmaha screamed. Echidna laughed and Rollo and Draconismenios roared. Nidhogg, that was pressing down Tiamat, also yelled. Tae Ho master. The flashing sword of the sun. It surged up like a pillar of light and Tae Ho brandished it. Karna screamed. Gilgamesh opened his eyes roundly and thought of a verse of a mythology unconsciously. That was a sword that split the ancient world and separated the sky from the ground. It was the sword of creation that notified the start of the world. It wasn't identical. It couldn't be the same in the first place, but he can only think of that. The huge sword of light dispersed the power of Karnastra. It didn't stop there and charged towards the black sun. There was nothing in this land that could stop the sword that had cut down the night in Olympus. Tae Ho roared and showed them. Surpassing a legend, surpassing a myth. The peak boundary he could reach solely because he was the master. World's creation ranks saga. Sword of creation. The light split the darkness. And destroyed the black sun. Episode 69, Absolutely Invincible, 3, End. TL note, thanks for reading. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 243, Episode 69/Chapter 4, Absolutely Invincible, 4. Episode 69/Chapter 4, Absolutely Invincible, 4. TL, Subak. Ed. The sky crumbled. It was a shock that made you feel that. The black sun that had risen proudly got split in two and the broken sun couldn't maintain its existence by itself anymore. It got swept by black flames and it started to scatter. The rain of black flames pouring down from the sky was the end of the sun. Karna saw that. He staggered and then vomited blood. The world shook the moment the black sun got destroyed. It wasn't a comparative expression. It literally happened. The sword of creation had that much power behind it. In addition, the black sun was a manifested representation of Karna's divinity. The destruction of the black sun meant the destruction of Karna's divinity. Karna felt severe pain in his chest and raised his head. The master of Aaron that had split the black sun with the sword of creation was looking down at him. Light emanated once again from his hands. The sword of the round table appeared in Tae Ho's right hand and the dragon sword Astalon in his left one. Karna sensed. The last attack had also exhausted the master of Asgard. That was an obvious thing. He had used a sword that split the world, so he would have spent a considerable amount of strength. But Karna also understood that Tae Ho's breathing was recovering at a fast rate. It should be one of the two. That he had an incredible recovery rate, or that his stamina was so vast you couldn't see the end of it. It didn't matter whatever it was. The important thing was the things that would happen after that. Karna raised the bow of Arjuna, Gandiva. The bow that originally belonged to the commander of the beings that wanted to destroy the world and the ancient god of Shindu, Shiva, passed the hands of Agni and then entered Arjuna's hands. And right at this moment, Karna was lighting up the last flames from his hands. Karna knocked the bowstring, and at that moment a peculiar sound of Gandiva rang. Tae Ho moved. He charged towards the flame arrow and swung the sword of the Round Table and Astalone. He destroyed the flame arrow and advanced. Karna also saw that. He stood still in place and continued to fire arrows. Blood flowed from Karna's lips and flame arrows poured on Tae Ho. Each one of them was strong. But the power behind the sword of the Round Table and Astalone could easily stop the flames of Agni. Tae Ho's didn't miss a single arrow. Only a few seconds. Or perhaps fewer than that. Dozens of arrows were fired and dozens of arrows got destroyed. Karna let go of Gandiva. He grabbed the air to face Tae Ho that would arrive in front of him in a few breaths. Vasvi Shakti. The spear of the god of thunder Indra. It also was a weapon with a lot of history behind it. Long ago, when Karna was still active as a human hero, Indra tried to take the golden armor and earrings of the god of sun Surya, that gave an immortal strength to Karna to help his son Arjuna. What the god of thunder Indra used was a pledge from Karna. He approached Karna as a Brahmin and requested the golden armor and earrings from him, as Karna had made a pledge to not reject a request from a Brahmin that was at the top rank. And when Karna got to hear of Indra's intentions from his father Surya, he requested a weapon instead of his armor and earring. Due to this, the king of gods Indra received a blow, but he ended up giving the great spear Vasvi Shakti that could even kill gods to Karna. The memory passed his head like a flashback. Karna put a smile that you couldn't know the meaning of and glared in front of him. He contained all his strength in Vasvi Shakti and threw it towards Tae Ho that was destroying all the flame arrows and charging towards him. Indrastra. Ironically, that thing didn't shine in white. The flashing spear of the thunder god received the power of the black sun of Karna and harbored black darkness in it. A moment. The moment Tae Ho faced Vasvi Shakti, he could feel the power that was held behind the black spear. That power didn't fall behind to the lightning of Zeus Astrape at all. Because of that, Tae Ho dropped both of his weapons. The sentences of Aaron and Asgard shone at the same time, and the two swords clashed with Vasvi Shakti one step ahead. Light and darkness got entangled and exploded, and at that moment Tae Ho gripped the air. He took out a spear of death that could face the great spear that could even kill gods. They clashed. Death against death. Light against darkness. Tae Ho's and Karna's divinity. The world shook once again. The sky and the ground rang, and finally the light destroyed the darkness. Vasvi Shakti lost its strength in front of Gibalg's thrust. It got destroyed just like the black sun and released darkness. Black flames surged up along an explosion. Karna looked at the swelling darkness. And then looked at Tae Ho rushing at him while spreading his two swords like wings, like a streak of light passing through the darkness. Karna didn't close his eyes, and the spear of death pierced his chest. Karna looked at Tae Ho, and Tae Ho looked him back. Karna opened his lips, dyed with blood. He now contained the last of his divinity in his lips. It was to inflict him the last curse. No, actually it wasn't that. Tae Ho could know that, and because of that he didn't stop Karna from speaking. Karna smiled. The unlucky hero that loved the world but was born as a being that wanted to destroy the world blessed the protector of Asgard. May you be able to protect your own world. To not face the same end like Shindu. To not submit in the end. Karna's blessing got transmitted to Tae Ho. Tae Ho received Karna's power, and Karna whispered a few more words to Tae Ho. It was his last request. Karna couldn't hear Tae Ho's answer. It was because death came to find him as soon as he finished speaking his last words. The god of the black sun became darkness but didn't scatter. It became a bright light and extinguished. Tae Ho put back Gi Bulg. The sword of the Round Table and Astalon flew by their own and stopped Gilgamesh's sword rushing at Tae Ho. Quagon. The huge sound proved how great the power behind Gilgamesh's sword was. What Gilgamesh was holding was the sword of Uruk. It didn't have his divinity in it like the sword of Ishtar, but it was the sword of his country, his world that he wanted to protect until the end, but he couldn't. Gilgamesh was a king. He had lost his country, citizens, and everything he had to protect, but regardless of that he was still a king. And Tae Ho knew what he was obsessed at. Why Karna made that request at the end? Why was he facing him so desperately? It wasn't only because he had turned into a being that wanted to destroy the world from someone that wanted to maintain it. He still had something left to protect. Tae Ho couldn't know what that was. Whether it was his lover, his kid, or someone else. Perhaps it may not be a person. He was now a being that wanted to destroy the world. He belonged to the kingdom of fire as a being that wanted to destroy the world, and he also knew well that the final objective of the kingdom of fire was the destruction of the worlds. But regardless of that, he was participating in the battle that would lead to destruction to try to protect the last thing at least for one more second. Although he understood that destruction would come faster the more he participated in it. It was a terrible contradiction. The reason he was filled with anguish when he had turned into a being that wanted to destroy the world would be right because of that contradiction. Just how did this happen? It may be because the one that had turned him lacked comparing to Nyx. It could also be simply because Gilgamesh's will was strong. There were several possible cases. But that wasn't the important thing right now. Tae Ho remembered Karna's last request. He clashed against Gilgamesh once again. Myth-ranked saga. He doesn't get tired even after fighting for 100 days and nights. He had already spent a lot of strength, but he didn't get exhausted. He was able to move like usual while he was breathing, even if spent all his health, stamina, magic power, and divinity. Because of that, Gilgamesh couldn't win. He was too exhausted already. He hadn't been able to recover at all from the attack inflicted by Tae Ho. The two swords and spear danced. Uruk's swords didn't break, but it ended up leaving the hands of Gilgamesh. Uruk's sword rolled the ground and Gi Bulg pierced Gilgamesh's shoulder. The sword of the Round Table and Astalon pierced Gilgamesh's thigh and slashed his back. Gilgamesh couldn't endure it anymore. But he didn't collapse either. He hung in with his two legs and glared at Tae Ho. Tae Ho dropped Gi Bulg. He placed his hand on the chest of Gilgamesh that had no strength to lift a finger. A strong rune magic got executed from Tae Ho's hands. Fall asleep. Until everything ends. This was Karna's last request. This was the last thing Karna could do for Gilgamesh, as he had stood on the front lines of Shindu and destroyed Dilmun. Gilgamesh tried to resist at first, but then he noticed the power of Karna contained in Tae Ho's rune magic. He opened his eyes widely and then gritted his teeth. He mumbled something towards Karna that had already become light and disappeared, and then took in Tae Ho's rune magic. Gilgamesh's body froze. The great hero of Dilmun turned into a rock. The pillars that surged up from the ground became one with that Gilgamesh and formed a big rock. Tae Ho put his hand away. He had used a lot of strength, so he took out a golden apple from the air and took a beat. War cries were ringing on the entire battlefield. They were being yelled by the warriors of the Golden Palace and the martial artists that had witnessed the defeat of Karna and Gilgamesh. The 11 beasts, that were like clones for Tiamat, got captured by the Shinsus of the temple and couldn't move freely. The battle in the Golden Palace was flowing favorably for the temple. Tae Ho bit the golden apple once again and then noticed a pair of eyes looking at him. For Asgard and the 9 realms. Chaldea hit her chest from far away and said. Tae Ho also hit his chest for her, that was smiling brightly even though she had been covered in blood. They spoke out loud although they were far with each other and they weren't able to hear them. It wasn't heard for the other, but they contained words that would certainly be transmitted. For Asgard and the Nine Realms. War cries bursted out once again. The warriors of Valhalla roared and pushed back the kingdom of fire. Tae Ho looked at a distant place. He looked at the remaining 11 beasts and saw Sigurd fighting against Jormungand far away. He saw the back of Nidhogg pressing down Tiamat and thought. Everything had an order. He had defeated Karna and Gilgamesh, so now came the 11 beasts. After that was Jormungand and the last one was Tiamat. While the anvil was enduring, he would swing the hammer to crush the head of the enemies. It was similar to the basic strategy Odin had set up to face the kingdom of fire. Tae Ho's role was to defeat the remaining enemies and change the flow of the battle while Sigurd and Nidhogg were holding down Jormungand and Tiamat. The finished eating the golden apple. He mumbled the name of Idun and Heda and then retrieved Gibolg and clenched the sword of the Round Table and Astalone. Most of the 11 beasts, the clones of Tiamat, were of a dragon race. There was nothing to speak about Jormungand and Tiamat being dragons themselves. Tae Ho kicked the ground and surged up. He looked back at the achievements Kalstead had raised as someone that could execute the power of the world dragon Yggdrasil. He activated another saga as the Dragon Knight that had defeated countless evil dragons. Myth-ranked saga. The End of Dragons. A natural enemy of dragons that surpassed Sigurd. A dragon exterminating another dragon. Adenmahat and Echidna flinched at the dragon-killing aura that surged up with the intent to cover the entire battlefield. Rollo and Draconismenios got surprised and turned to look at Tae Ho, and Nidhogg let out a low scream from far away. Even his allies were like this. Tae Ho's enemies, the 11 beasts, trembled in fear. Jormungand and Tiamat froze, although for a moment, and let out a groan. Let's go in a cool way, Cuchulainn said, and Tae Ho smiled. They charged towards the 11 beasts. Episode 69, Absolutely Invincible, 4 End. TL note, thanks for reading. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 244, Episode 69/Chapter 5, Absolutely Invincible, 5. Episode 69/Chapter 5, Absolutely Invincible, 5. TL, Subak. ED, Stellar Rain. The flow of the battlefield rapidly increased. Tae Ho rode on Adenmaha and flew over the heads of the destructive beings from Shindu and Dilmun. Echidna, Rollo and Draconismenios followed Tae Ho as escorts and erased everything in their way. The 11 beasts felt a sense of crisis. With only 9 beasts remaining, they attempted to merge their strengths by gathering in one place, but the warriors of Asgard and the temple didn't allow them. The commanders and death gods were especially obstinate in obstructing the beasts. The 11 beasts couldn't resist, destroyed by Tae Ho one by one. He only needed a few minutes to exterminate them all. When the last beast, the 7-headed horned dragon Musmahu, lost all of its heads and collapsed, the martial artists of the temple cheered. Despite being completely exhausted, the Shinsu still thanked Tae Ho and sent their blessings to Tae Ho and his dragons. Vedrfolnir asked if Sigurd had recovered, but instead of replying, Sigurd grabbed Gram tightly and concentrated. The dragon-killing aura that had been thinning once again surged up. He could still fight. He had to. Vedrfolnir heatedly admired Sigurd. She concentrated on controlling Hraesvelgr to alleviate some pressure. Jormungand roared and fired poison. Hraesvelgr flew up quickly to dodge the poison, and at that moment the reinforcements finally arrived. Jormungand, enemy of Asgard! Tyr yelled while riding on Echidna and released his divine power. Rollo and Draconismenios weren't afraid of Jormungand's size and instead accelerated and fired breaths. By some time, even just a few more minutes, Tae Ho would buy a little more time. Sigurd panted heavily and moved his eyes around to check around him. Adenmaha and Tae Ho were flying up to Nidhogg's head that was holding Tiamat in place. He would defeat Tiamat and kill Jormungand. Sigurd understood. He glared at Jormungand and took a breath. Tae Ho wasn't simply trying to stall for some more time. Sigurd was a dragon killer. No matter how strong his enemy was, if it was a dragon, Sigurd always found a way to fight and win. Sigurd transmitted his thoughts to Vedrfolnir and Vedrfolnir nodded. A faint smile appeared on her face. Let's go. Sigurd looked at Jormungand. Hraesvelgr's body turned into a sword filled with dragon-killing intent and flew towards the space snake. And Tae Ho, master. Drive her back. Nidhogg yelled and Tae Ho replied. Ore 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 ora ora ora. Hraesvelgr bellowed and swung his fists consecutively. Hraesvelgr's fists mercilessly slammed into Tiamat's head. The barrage was so fast it resembled a shower. Pieces of Tiamat's body began to crack. This was because her body was also a kind of magic armor, just like that of Nidhogg and Hraesvelgr. Tiamat couldn't endure anymore, as she had lost the 11 beasts and was no longer able to amplify her strength. Her struggles weakened and her power of destruction also dropped drastically. Tae Ho and Adenmaha rose up to the sky. It was to deal the last blow to Tiamat. Dragon Sword Astalone. The incarnation of the world dragon roared. Tae Ho retrieved the sword of the Round Table and Gi-Bald concentrated his strength on Astalone. Adenmaha stabilized in the air. At some point she took a turn and looked at the sky and Tae Ho activated his eyes of the dragon and looked at Tiamat. Tiamat was so weak she couldn't obstruct Tae Ho's vision. Tae Ho's eyes could clearly see the location of her heart room. He would pierce it with one attack. He would defeat the Dragon of Destruction from Dilmun. Adenmaha started to glide down. Hraesvelgr, who was enjoying beating Tiamat, stopped his attacks and raised the body of the black dragon to make a path for Tae Ho to pass. Lightning and thunder flashed. Adenmaha formed a magic circle made of runes and the aura of a blue dragon covered her. Dragon Cannon, Draconic Ballista. Tae Ho smashed Tiamat's scales and entered inside of her. He reached the heart room in an instant and Adenmaha roared and unleashed the blue aura of the dragon. The explosion obliterated the walls of the heart room while Adenmaha gritted her teeth and endured the shock. Tae Ho jumped down from Adenmaha's back and entered the heart room. Tiamat's essence extended her hand towards Tae Ho. Tiamat, whose lower body was connected to the center of the heart room, looked like he expected. Her hair shone with 7 colors in it and her face certainly was beautiful. But her eyes were revealing. She was an extreme being that couldn't accompany Tae Ho. Tiamat screamed and released her strength. Tae Ho ruthlessly crushed her attack, raised Astalone and advanced. Tiamat unleashed one last scream. Astalone pierced the chest of Tiamat, and the two were so close their breaths reached each other. Tae Ho looked at Tiamat and Tiamat looked back. It was different from Nyx. They couldn't interact. Tiamat tried to curse Tae Ho, but Tae Ho easily dispersed the curse with an overwhelming dragon-killing intent. He twisted Astalone and released his power to destroy Tiamat's essence. Tiamat died quickly and without pain. Her head dropped and she no longer moved. Tae Ho sighed, but it wasn't over yet. He still had something to do. Astalone spoke. The spirit of Astalone appeared above the dragon sword Astalone even though Tae Ho hadn't called her. It wasn't the same woman with eyes half closed as if it was annoying. Astalone's eyes were now shining. Sigurd wasn't the only one who could increase their strength by fighting against dragons. Astalone greedily absorbed Tiamat's power. Absorbing the power of common dragons was a meaningless thing for her as she was already the incarnation of the world dragon, but Tiamat's power was different. Tiamat was both an ancient dragon and an ancient god. For Astalone, Tiamat's essence was a delicacy of the highest quality. Tae Ho also received Tiamat's power through Astalone. It was the moment when the power of the oldest ancient god was added to the new god, Tae Ho. Astalone's form changed. She became bigger and stronger. At the same time, Tae Ho also realized that he was transforming into an ancient god. Tiamat's power was truly massive. It was so massive that Astalone and Tae Ho could absorb it entirely. As a result, Tae Ho released the power of Tiamat through the wings of a dragon. He also shared Tiamat's power with Adenmaha and Nidhogg. Adenmaha's rank increased and Nidhogg became stronger. Delicious. Delicious. I want to eat more. Astalone released her thoughts with a childlike speech. Now it was over. Tae Ho pulled out Astalone from Tiamat's essence that was now dissolving and turning to ash. Adenmaha approached Tae Ho and lowered her posture. Tae Ho answered her eyes that implied to get on her back. I want to eat. I want to eat. Astalone continued to speak. Tae Ho touched the scabbard of the dragon's sword, trying to appease her, and Adenmaha left Tiamat's body with a stroke of her wings. Tae Ho, master! Nidhogg yelled. She was overflowing with energy, perhaps because she had absorbed the power of Tiamat. But she then held her breath and spoke with a teary voice. Nidhogg is not tasty. You can't eat me. Don't eat me. I don't like that. She felt Astalone's overwhelming hunger. Kook, why is she so cute? I want to scare her a bit more. Increase that vulgar desire. Cuchulain's nonsense was the same as always, so Tae Ho was able to regain his composure. He flicked the scabbard of the dragon's sword and then calmed down Nidhogg. After that, he turned to look at Jormungand. Jormungand was trying to escape. Sigurd, Tyr, and many others were joining hands to stop it from escaping, but it was hard to stop it when it was trying to escape with all its strength. Master! Adenmaha spoke through mystical magic. Tae Ho stroked her back and nodded. Tae Ho had spent so much divine power and stamina that he couldn't recover it all even after eating a golden apple. But he still had strength remaining. That really is a cheat. That's Saga. He won't get exhausted even after fighting for 100 days and nights. His energy is infinite. Tae Ho could move like usual. Tae Ho laughed and Adenmaha started to fly again. Nidhogg! Grab it! Yes! Nidhogg, who was facing Tiamat, threw herself at Jormungand. Rollo and Draconismenios were shocked and hurriedly got out of the way. As a result, Jormungand desperately surged up. But Nidhogg was a bit faster. The two hands of the black holy dragon grabbed the tip of Jormungand's tail. Slam it down, dot. Hraesvelgr yelled and swung his arms. His actions were recreated through the black dragon that slammed Jormungand into the ground. Quack dash. Jormungand couldn't even scream properly. Hraesvelgr removed his hands after the aftershock. Jormungand raised its head and fired poison. The powerful poison that was no different from its last struggle. However, Nidhogg was a poisonous dragon in the first place. Her poison was even stronger than Jormungand. The black dragon tanked the poison and then grabbed Jormungand's tail again. At that moment, Sigurd Jormungand's body. Jormungand struggled under the sharp pain, and Tyr's divine power flashed above Jormungand's head like lightning. Jormungand couldn't resist. For a moment it fainted and the lapse of consciousness ushered in its end. Tae Ho raised Astalone on top of Adenmaha's back. He fused his saga into the dragon's sword. Creation ranked saga. Sword of creation. A sword of light that reached dozens of meters appeared. Tae Ho poured all his remaining divine power and stamina to maintain that light. Adenmaha flew next to Jormungand. Tae Ho swung the sword of creation at the neck of the space snake. Jormungand couldn't resist as it had already spent most of its strength in the previous battle. Jormungand's head fell to the ground. Its body followed and the ground rumbled once again. Jormungand, the space snake, had been exterminated. Tae Ho, the master of Asgard, perceived that Thor's restraints had been released. At the same time, he realized that Sigurd's powers were raised by one stage as he surged up to the sky while covered by Jormungand's blood. It's still eatable. Tae Ho imagined Astalon, who had absorbed part of Jormungand's power, pout and touch her belly. Tae Ho laughed, retrieved Astalon and let out a long sigh. He stroked Adenmaha's back and looked towards the Golden Palace. We won! Nidhogg yelled, and that was a signal. An incredible cheer burst out from the entire Golden Palace. Tae Ho had saved the Golden Palace. He had dispersed part of the forces of Dilmun and Shindu that attacked the south of the temple. But it wasn't over yet. Tae Ho looked at another place. Episode 69, Absolutely Invincible, 5, End. TL note, thanks for reading. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 245, Episode 70/Chapter 1. Episode 70/Chapter 1, Sword of the World Dragon, 1. TL, Subak. ED, Sefter Sensei. The woman, Nywa, that had been lying down in the deep darkness turned to look towards the south. Her black and long hair that flowed down her shoulders covered her white and beautiful naked body. She was the ancient god of the temple, and at the same time, the creator of humans and an ancient dragon. It had already been thousands of years that she fell in a deep slumber in the appearance of a snake. The woman that woke up from her sleep understood the situation as an ancient god. No, she had already been grasping the situation while she was asleep through dreams. But regardless of that, the reason she didn't move was because she didn't have much strength left. Long ago, the sky had crumbled due to one of the gods of water and a being that wanted to destroy the world. The water that poured down from the hole made in the sky covered the world, and countless humans ended up losing their strength due to the Great Flood. Nywa filled up the hole with a 5-colored gem that was filled with her power to stop the annihilation of humans and cut off the source of the flood. Nywa ended up being completely exhausted as she had to continue battling against the destructive beings. But her tragedy didn't end there. Her very existence itself got endangered thanks to a big hole having been made in her soul. Nywa feared the aftereffects that would bring her end, so she chose to enter a deep slumber as a stopgap measure. Thousands of years passed like that. When Nywa awoke, she realized that her state wasn't completely recovered. A vast amount of power was leaking from the hole in her soul even at this moment. But she couldn't fall asleep again. She already knew the reason she woke up in this era. That's why she decided not to fall asleep and wait for the moment to come. For him to come to her. Nywa closed her eyes. She waited for the visit of the dragon that massacred dragons. And we won. We won. We won. The warriors of Valhalla cheered at Nidhogg's yell. The martial artists of the temple also yelled happily with them. There was still part of the army of the Kingdom of Fire, but actually, victory and defeat had already been decided. They had lost Tiamat and Jormungand and even Gilgamesh and Karna, who were the ones to have brought them here. The Kingdom of Fire didn't have a method to overturn this situation. The forces of Shindu charged towards the martial artists and the Golden Palace like combusting flames. The forces of Dilmun still retained their emotions, so they chose to escape, contrary to the forces of Shindu. But of course, the martial artists and the warriors of Valhalla didn't allow them to do that. Tae Ho dropped his shoulder at Adenmaha's back and looked towards the Golden Palace. But it was at that moment Astalon started to act peevish. I want to eat. I want to eat more. I'm telling you that I want to eat more. It was a low and creepy voice. She was also panting, so it gave a weirder feeling to it. But of course, it wasn't a real voice but a feeling, but even so her voice was heard like it was the real deal to Tae Ho, the master of Astalon, and Nidhogg the highest-ranked dragon in this place. Because of that, Nidhogg flinched inside her heart room and froze. She spoke with a scared and earnest voice. Nidhogg is not delicious. Not delicious. She doesn't have any flavor like the roots of the world tree. She's even less delicious than the food Adenmaha tried to make while imitating Haida. Adenmaha flinched at the words Nidhogg mumbled. And contrary to that, Astalon appeared dimly in front of the dragon's sword and looked at Nidhogg while drooling as if her words were meaningless. I want to eat. I want to eat more. I'm telling you that I want to eat more. It was a really simple veracity. Nidhogg ended up bursting in tears after taking in the simply pure goodwill of the sword that kills dragons and absorbs them. Adenmaha, she's harassing me. Tae Ho Master, she's harassing me. Everyone near the black holy dragon put on dumbfounded expressions as it started to simulate crying. And Cuchulainn started to pant carelessly from that. Pant. You are doing well, Astalon. A bit more. A little bit more, . Tae Ho opened his eyes widely, thinking that there was a real pervert here, and glared at Gi Balg and then spoke lowly and quickly. What are you saying right now? Do you even know what you said? Pant. Cuchulainn panted again, and Tae Ho threw Gi Balg towards the ground without regrets. He turned to look at Astalon instead of the still panting Cuchulainn and said, Astalon, Nidhogg isn't something you eat. She's a precious comrade. TCH. Astalon clicked her tongue and put on a delinquent face, but still, she couldn't do something that wasn't permitted. Let's eat the shell of Tiamat at least. That's also a lump of magic power. But that's not tasty. Astalon kicked the ground and grumbled, but it wasn't that she didn't want to not eat it, as she was really hungry. Adenmaha flew towards the body of Tiamat hurriedly for Nidhogg that was still crying. When Tae Ho landed at the forehead of Tiamat, he stabbed Astalon in Tiamat's body that was no different from the ground. Not tasty but abundant. Astalon still grumbled, but she still ate up well. The body of Tiamat was also a magical armor like Nidhogg's original body, so you could say that the body itself was a giant lump of magic power. You are eating well. Tae Ho smirked and thought of the past unconsciously. Just how many dragons had he beaten up to a pulp to satisfy Astalon that was also a glutton in Dark Age? After it passes, everything becomes a memory, but not a terrible history of massacres? Tae Ho ignored Cuchulainn's words and yelled towards the sky. Everyone gather. I will share some strength. He wasn't able to absorb it all anyways. It would only satisfy Astalon's feeling of satisfaction, but the magic power was going to leak in the end, so it was better to share it with everyone. It doesn't feel bad. Oh, so this is an ancient magic power? Echidna and Draconismenios turned to look at each other and put on satisfied expressions. Hraesvelgr was also putting on the same expression as them. Good, with this I will be able to increase my size. It seemed like he still cared that his body was too small compared to Nidhogg. But hey, can't she eat Jormungand? Astalon answered at Cuchulainn's question and not Tae Ho. Adulterated food. I will get stomach sick. She says so. They couldn't know the exact difference there was between Tiamat and Jormungand, but if even the always hungry Astalon was reluctant to eat it, it would really be better to just leave it be. It seemed like Cuchulainn also agreed to that he changed the subject immediately. It seems like things are also ending in the Golden Palace. There will be no need to help them, so rest for now. Even if you look fine, you are exhausted, right? He wasn't a master of Skathaka's techniques for nothing. Tae Ho nodded at Cuchulainn's sharp remark. Honestly speaking, I have no problem with my stamina, but I can't do anything about the expenditure of divine power. I will need time to recover, so I'm planning to rest the entire day. Right, you are doing this so that everyone can live, so you should rest when you can. Tae Ho smirked at Cuchulain's words and then looked towards the Golden Palace once again. It was a time when the sun was still high. And for Asgard and the Nine Realms. Thank you for saving us, Master of Asgard. Let the light of the temple be eternal. Asgard didn't forget about the goodwill and dedication the temple had shown in the last war. Neza and Tae Ho were exchanging greetings. Neza greeted first in Asgardian, but it seemed that he liked that Tae Ho replied back in the way of the temple, as he was putting on a brighter expression than when they greeted each other. I think that it has been a blessing for Asgard and the temple that you have climbed to the seat of the Master of Asgard. Thank you for your kind words. When the general greeting ended, Neza led Tae Ho to a seat that was prepared in the conference room. Tae Ho and Neza stood facing each other and the people of the temple and Asgard took their seats. Master of Asgard, the battle has just ended, but it seems like we will have to debate about the future plans. It was an obvious thing, so Tae Ho agreed softly. Neza turned to look at the people that were at the left of the conference room, and Jupalji, that was among them, stood up and expressed etiquette. The Lion of the Dawn greets the Master of Asgard. Chaldea opened her eyes widely at the clear accent he spoke with. Jupalji flushed, maybe because the ones from the Golden Palace also put similar expressions, but he continued to speak. Mechum, please understand that my way of speaking is a bit rough. I was born this way, so don't mind. Jupalji let out a long sigh as soon as Tae Ho permitted it and then started to speak with his original way of speaking. Thanks. First, we don't know the situation below the Golden Palace. It's embarrassing to say this, but we have been pushed greatly, but we are certain that they don't have any considerable forces either. It seems like they had bet all their cards in this battle too. In dialect. He said that based on his guess and senses rather than having a clear basis behind it. But Neza also sided with Jupalji. Master of Asgard, we can't cut down the potential forces of Dilmun and Shindu, but I also agree on this with Jupalji. Even if they do have forces remaining, it would be hard to show a greater strength than what they showed in the battle with the Golden Palace. So you are saying that it's possible to drive them back and go down? The silent Echidna spoke. Neza looked at Echidna in a disagreeable way as she suddenly butted in the conversation, but he spoke with a nice expression again. It's not impossible. If we go down to the south for a day, the defensive lines of the south that was protected by Verutica will appear. And if we travel one more day south, the connecting path with Dilmun appears. Of course, they would need more time than that to mobilize an army, but Tae Ho and his group had already shown power above an army. Adenmaha, that was right below Tae Ho, turned to look up at him and asked, Master, are you going to close the connecting path? That would be good, but it's going to be hard. We are at the temple right now. The ones that could release the best of their strength on opening and closing the connecting path were the gods of that world, especially the master of that world. It wasn't an easy task for Tae Ho, the master of a foreign world, to control the connecting path. Because of that, Tae Ho pondered for a while and then asked Neza. Nezanim. Can I entrust to you defending the south with the current forces of the Golden Palace? Are you planning on returning to Asgard? Not yet, but I'm planning on facing the enemies I can see right now instead of preparing for the enemies that are yet to come from the south, or sticking with the connecting path that can't be closed easily. The meaning Tae Ho's words held was clear. Now that they had defeated the forces of Dilmun and Shindu, there was only one enemy for the temple. I will protect the south with all my life. Neza expressed etiquette once again. For him, no, for the entire temple, the forces of Tae Ho were really like the hands of salvation. Now, let's stop with the hard topic and how about enjoying ourselves? There's a lot of good wine in the palace, more than you can imagine. Can't we enjoy ourselves for one day when we got out from the brink of death? When Jupalji said that while smirking, the faces of the others, and especially the warriors of Valhalla, brightened up. Master, the warriors of Valhalla already started to drink. When Adenmaha spoke to him through mystical magic, Tae Ho couldn't hold back his laughter. He let out a laugh and then turned to look at Jupalji. I was also planning to rest today. Oh. Did you hear that? The master is telling us to rest. Jupalji's eyes were directed to Neza. Neza shrugged his shoulders as if it was unavoidable and then looked at Tae Ho and said, I send you my gratitude once again. I will serve you the best alcohol of the Golden Palace myself. I will be waiting for it. When the words of permission dropped, the conference room got filled with cheers. And most of them were yelled by the warriors of Valhalla. And the alcohol was really delicious. Even Tae Ho, that didn't enjoy drinking that much, invited alcohol repeatedly. In addition, the alcohol Jupalji brought didn't only have a good flavor. It was a mysterious alcohol that made even gods, that didn't get drunk easily because of their superior physical abilities, drunk. Tae Ho, that got nicely drunk, embraced the dreaming Adenmaha and headed to her room. It had been long ago that Nidhogg went to sleep while hugging Echidna instead of Hydra. Sleep while Adenmaha. Tae Ho laid down Adenmaha on her bed and gave her a short blessing on her forehead. He was planning to get out of her room but he couldn't do that. It was because Adenmaha, whom he thought to be completely asleep, grabbed his sleeves. Master! Adenmaha called Tae Ho. She then pulled on his sleeves and bit her lips. You can't. You can't just leave. Adenmaha acted peevishly like a kid and then pulled Tae Ho with both of her hands. You told me that you were going to listen to my wish. I remember everything. It was the promise they shared in Olympus. Tae Ho gulped dry saliva unconsciously and Adenmaha continued speaking with a completely red face but with a clear voice. I come after Haida and Idanim. That's what Haida said. Tae Ho didn't know why but she pouted at the end. Adenmaha grabbed his arm again. She then made him lie down next to her and then entered his embrace and spoke in a good mood. Master's smell, ... Isn't it the smell of alcohol? Cuchulainn said that inwardly. It was because there was a probability to get chased away by Tae Ho if he spoke wrongly here. The best thing was to watch silently. Master. Adenmaha raised her head slightly and looked up at Tae Ho. Her red face was really hot. Me too. She paused. Tae Ho got nervous once again and looked at Adenmaha's small and pretty lips. She continued speaking again. She whispered as if she was dying of embarrassment but she still wanted to do it. I also want to get my waist dislocated. Adenmaha? Tae Ho got shocked and the same went for Cuchulainn. But Cuchulainn stopped any sound from flowing out of him with a surprising patience as expected of the best warrior of Eren. He looked at Tae Ho and Adenmaha soundlessly but with burning eyes. I also want to get my waist dislocated. Adenmaha said once again. She shut her mouth and then entered Tae Ho's embrace while also having her ears redden and asked with a teary face. You will do that for me, right? He was at a limit. Tae Ho couldn't endure it anymore and at that moment Cuchulainn yelled. Hey! No! Hey! Are you going to be this shameful? Tae Ho put Gibalgan on Nur and then threw it to the deepest part of the treasury that was connected with his saga. He then piled up lots of treasures on it to block all sound and senses. Hey! Hey! You shameful bastard! Cuchulainn's despair didn't reach Tae Ho. Adenmaha looked up at Tae Ho and sent an earnest look. Tae Ho stroked Adenmaha's cheek. It was hot and also soft. Adenmaha. Tae Ho called Adenmaha. He then gave her the best blessing when she closed her eyes. Episode 70, Sword of the World Dragon, 1, End. TL note, thanks for reading. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 246 Episode 70/Chapter 2. Episode 70/Chapter 2, Sword of the World Dragon, 2. TL, Subak. ED, stellar rain. Morning arrived. It was a splendid morning where the birds chirped and sunlight brightly shone down. A morning that would come out in movies or novels. Adenmaha opened her eyes. She seemed a bit haggard, as if she had stayed awake all night, but she had a really bright face. Because the first one she saw as soon as she opened her eyes was Tae Ho. Adenmaha placed her head on Tae Ho's big and hard chest, and couldn't stop herself from smiling. Hey. Hee. A foolish laughter came out. She could clearly remember the events that happened last night when she closed her eyes. Adenmaha sluggishly moved to enter Tae Ho's embrace. It seemed that Tae Ho had also woken up, or he hadn't fallen asleep in the first place, because he stroked Adenmaha's head and then blessed her forehead once again. Adenmaha laughed one more time. She was really happy this morning. Adenmaha. Right at that moment a sharp no, loud and big voice was heard. It was the voice of Nidhogg. Adenmaha. Tae Ho master. Nidhogg showed up after opening the door and then opened her eyes widely and swelled her cheeks after looking at Tae Ho and Adenmaha being stuck together. She then stomped the ground a few times and threw herself to the bed where the two people were at. Nidhogg also wants to sleep together. Let me in. I hate it if you only put out Nidhogg. Wait. Nidho kayak. Obvious things happened as Nidhogg arrived after getting in between Tae Ho and Adenmaha. Tae Ho and Adenmaha got pushed to the end parts of the bed. The comparatively big and heavy Tae Ho didn't get pushed aside that much, but it was different for the thin and light Adenmaha. She seemed to roll and then ended up falling down the bed. Adenmaha. Are you okay? Nidhogg got surprised, so she rose up and looked below the bed. Adenmaha let out a crying voice as she fell down hardly. I'm not, no. I'm fine. Adenmaha was about to speak in an annoyed tone, but she hurriedly fixed her way of speaking. It was because Nidhogg was looking at her with a face about to burst in tears. Adenmaha, does it hurt a lot? I'm really sorry. Yes. I'm Finn, cook. Adenmaha? Adenmaha tried to rise up while making a forced smile, but she ended up falling again. Nidhogg got down the bed as she got surprised and then sat next to Adenmaha. Hey, are you okay? Did you get hurt a lot when you fell? No. I'm fine about the fall. My waist is, ugh. Adenmaha tried to stand up but then gritted her teeth once again at the pain transmitted deep in her bones. She then loosened her body and asked Tae Ho for help. Master, I'm not able to get up. My waist hurts too much. It got completely dislocated. She didn't know it when she was lying down, but she felt like dying when she tried to move. Bastard! Just what did you do? Kuchulain yelled after barely managing to get out of Unnur after working hard all night, but Tae Ho threw Gibald to Unnur once again so he couldn't finish his sentence. Tae Ho threw Unnur to the treasure vault one more time and then got down the bed and said, Let's wear some clothes first. Because Tae Ho and Adenmaha were naked. Tae Ho flicked his finger and activated some magic. It was a magic that made simple clothes, and as soon as he used it, a big and white patient-like clothes covered the two of them. And, stay still. I will place recovery magic on you. Tae Ho drew a recovery rune on the waist of Adenmaha. It was a magic that was like a heat patch and worked for a prolonged time. Nidhogg looked at Adenmaha with teary eyes as she followed her as if she was her sister or mother and then asked carefully. Adenmaha, does it still hurt a lot? I'm fine. Master used recovery magic on me so it doesn't hurt a bit. I'm fine now. Adenmaha spoke while putting a forced smile and then stood up. Honestly speaking, it still hurt a bit, but she couldn't show it in front of Nidhogg. But Adenmaha. Yes? Why were the two of you naked? You will catch a cold. You should sleep warmly. Nidhogg looked at Tae Ho and Adenmaha and spoke as if giving them a warning, and the two of them turned to look at each other with really awkward faces. They but put awkward smiles at the same time. Yes. I will be careful. And that was the case. So that was the case. The waist of the lewd lady has been completely destroyed. Echidna. After finishing a simple breakfast, Adenmaha, that was drinking tea in a small room, opened her eyes sharply and spoke in a low voice, and Echidna, that was seated in the opposite side, burst out of laughter. I heard that the "so that was the case" attack was a basic acquirement in Aiden's Legion, so I practiced a bit. She giggled once again and put a smile, and after that she lowered her upper body towards Adenmaha and spoke with an expectant voice. But it's quite amazing. No, it is really amazing. What do you have to do for you to turn that way? I can't. No, I can. I can imagine it. It was really detestable to see her laugh creepily. But it was at that moment. Nidhogg, that was sipping tea in the middle of the two, tilted her head and asked, Echidna. What do you mean? What can you imagine? Well, so, ugh. Hey. Echidna, that was truly meaning to explain the things she was imagining to Nidhogg while stroking her head, stood up and stayed in pain. It was because Adenmaha used mystical magic to hit Echidna's forehead. Echidna glared back at her, but Adenmaha snorted and pulled Nidhogg to her side. Be careful with what you say. Understand? Always hiding things isn't always the most proper thing. Suitable education is the proper. Just stop, please. Adenmaha stood up from her seat and sent another mystical attack. Red light appeared in Echidna's eyes after getting hit in the forehead once again. This girl got a bit strong, so she treats people as she pleases. You should behave properly so I don't treat you this way, ugh. Adenmaha stopped yelling and then let out a groaning sound and lowered her body. It was because her waist hurt. Oof. How nice to see. It's divine punishment for you. A new person entered the room while Echidna laughed triumphantly. What a disaster. Siri. Nidhogg stood up abruptly and welcomed her. Adenmaha leaned her body on a table and asked, When did you come? We changed locations this morning with Sigurd. In the first place, it was a magic that sent me and Braki away and instead sent Sigurd to you. Our location changed once again as the power of the magic got spent up. Siri and Braki were the ones to protect the front lines while Sigurd was fighting against Jormungand. Now that they had defeated Jormungand, it was proper to change locations again. Sigurd left? Phew, I'm glad. When Nidhogg heard Siri's explanation, she spoke sincerely and let out a sigh of relief. Siri tilted her head at the unexpected reaction. Huh? Did Sigurd do something you didn't like? No, only that it strangely becomes hard to breathe and it becomes scary if I am next to him. He doesn't look like a bad person. Nidhogg spoke hesitantly. She was someone that liked to greet people she met for the first time and get closer to them, but she hadn't able to speak to Sigurd even once because the light in his eyes was too scary. Siri stroked Nidhogg's head as if it was unavoidable and said, Right. He's a good person. His sharp eyes or atmosphere he has around him is like a characteristic he was born with, so don't hate him too much. Yes. As Nidhogg answered in a good mood, Siri put the smile of a mother and then stroked Nidhogg's head a few more times and then turned to look at Adenmaha. Adenmaha. Take this. What is this? There were 2 bottles on the packet Siri gave her. Siri pointed at one of them and explained. It's medicine that's particularly effective on dislocated waists. You should smear the blue one on your waist and drink the red one. I received this before from Skathacknim. Siri? Siri cleared her throat a few times at Adenmaha's eyes, asking why she had something like this, so Siri turned her eyes and said, I didn't use it that much, but the effects are really great. Yes. The faces of the two people became red at the same time. An echidna, that was looking them, clicked her tongue and snickered. How can I live like this in envy? She should get a new husband from somewhere. As Echidna clicked her tongue, Siri and Adenmaha cleared their throats again, and only Nidhogg tilted her head as she didn't know what was going on. Are you jealous about getting your waist dislocated? But unfortunately, no answer returned. And time still flowed while a short rest was taking place in the Golden Palace. A day since defeating Tiamat, Jormungand, Karna, and Gilgamesh. What happened in the Golden Palace got spread to several places of the temple. The people of the temple that were fighting against Komodu and Kunlun Mountain got wild at the notices of victory, and the group of Komodu received a big shock as if they had hit their head. It was surprising enough that Karna and Gilgamesh got defeated, as they showed an undefeatable intent by having defeated Varudika and even Neza, but on top of this Tiamat and also Jormungand got defeated, so it was really hard to believe in this news. But there was no place for doubts. Even though they wanted to believe that it was falsified information, there was already too much proof that proved otherwise. He will come. The one that defeated Gilgamesh and Karna. The one that destroyed Jormungand and Karna. The Grandmaster of Komodu, Tongtian Jajo, said. There was no one doubting the words of the man that had long black hair and was wearing a pitch-black attire. The 10,000 army is to prepare a sacrificial magic circle. Prepare 10,000 beings as offerings. No, it doesn't matter if you sacrifice hundreds of thousands of beings, so create a force to defeat him. We will do that. The commander of the 10,000 army answered with a stiff expression. It was just in theory, but in case they offered the souls of tens of thousands, then it would be possible to even destroy a star. Just like how the temple had the 12 protectors and the 12 great lines of Kunlun, Komodu had the 10,000 army and the 13 great lines. The 10,000 army that was compared to the 12 protectors were all monsters proficient in battle. The Grandmaster Tongtian Jajo turned to look at Daji. You will fight against him directly. You and King Jo will fight against Sun Wukong and the group of Kunlun to not let them obstruct in my battle against that guy. I will offer my life to follow the will of the Grandmaster. Daji, that was said to be the prettiest woman in Komodu no, the temple, expressed etiquette politely. Looking that she still acted coquettishly in this situation, one could see that she was indeed a high-named hundred-faced fox. The Grandmaster continued to give detailed orders to the other monsters of Komodu. It was to execute a battle in front of Kunlun Mountain. The fate of the temple will be decided in this land. The determination of Tongtian Jajo was the real deal. All the monsters of Komodu pledged that they would live and die together with their king. But the next day, Tae Ho didn't appear in Kunlun Mountain. A day later the sacrificial magic circle got completed, but Tae Ho still had to show himself. How so? And a day later, Tongtian Jajo got to know the reason for that. And Tae Ho wasn't looking at Kunlun Mountain but at Komodu. Thinking about it normally, the proper thing was to fight in Kunlun. It was because all the forces of the temple and Komodu were gathered over there. There were foes and enemies in that place. Kunlun Mountain was the best land to have a fierce battle. That's why Tae Ho headed to Komodu. Not to protect Kunlun Mountain but to destroy Komodu. What will they do by then? They should retreat if Komodu gets destroyed. Even if they are destructive beings, they still need a base. In addition, they didn't wish to just die after battling. It was different if it was a battle where the two sides got destroyed, but they refused to just burn and die alone. The temple had Sun Wukong. He was somehow enduring the fierce attacks of Komodu, so a situation where the two sides would exchange headquarters wasn't going to happen. But of course, it was normally impossible to choose the strategy Tae Ho chose to use this time. It was because it was impossible to destroy Komodu, that was a wide land, no matter how strong an individual was. The Grandmaster hadn't thought of battling in Kunlun Mountain for nothing. But it was different for Tae Ho. Tae Ho had an existence that could easily destroy Komodo alone. An existence outside of logic. A being you can't easily imagine its destructiveness just by hearing it from others. I'm rolling. Myth ranked saga. Rolling disaster. Under the bright sky. The day of Komodo's destruction started. Episode 70, Sword of the World Dragon, 2, End. TL note, thanks for reading. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 247, Episode 70/Chapter 3. Episode 70/Chapter 3, Sword of the World Dragon, 3. TL, Subak. ED, Stellar Rain and Sefter Sensei. While Tongtian Jiaozhu and the 1,000-man commanders were away, the 13 sages lead the defense of Komodo. These 13 sages could be compared to the 12 masters of Kunlun and were the pinnacle of the countless specters that fought on the battlefield. But their ability wasn't only limited to battling. The 13 sages of Kumo weren't that proficient in battles in general, as they were ranked highly as specters and had few abilities that were helpful in battles. However, the 1,000-man commanders had accumulated countless experiences through real battles and possessed abilities specialized in fighting. That meant that if the 13 sages of Komodo were gods that presided over the small and big matters of a country, then the 1,000-man commanders were generals in charge of war. Currently, there was not even 1,000-man commander in Komodo. Not only that, but Daji and King Zhou, the two beings who had battle power higher than the 1,000-man commander, were also absent. There were two reasons why Tongtian Jiaozhu chose an extreme option like this one. One was the existence of the Kingdom of Fire that had destroyed the southern defenses of the temple. The temple couldn't separate another force to counter the Kingdom of Fire. The temple was in a situation that it was hard to defend against just Kunlun. The second reason was simpler. Tongtian Jiaozhu believed in the 5 gates that guarded the entrance of Komodo. His trust on the Gate of Zulzi was especially large, as it had never fallen despite the countless battles against the temple. The Gate of Zulzi was a huge gate hundreds of meters tall that split the land into two. In addition, it wasn't just tall. There were countless enchantments placed on the gate, so it really boasted an invincible defense. The Gate of Zulzi was a reliable shield for Komodo, and it was an unbreachable wall of pain for the temple. Before Tongtian Jiaozhu left Komodo, he told the 13 sages to bear in mind one thing: that they should concentrate all of their forces on the Gate of Zulzi if there was an attack. The gate would never fall with enough manpower. The 13 sages of Kumo followed that order well and had 3 of them constantly stay on the gate. It was to activate all the enchantments placed on the gate and provide enough manpower. 15 days since Tongtian Jiaozhu led his great army and left Komodo. Hyunwoo Cheon, one of the 13 sages who had been overseeing the defenses of Komodo, collapsed in place and dripped cold sweat. He was a specter that originated from a bear and was the one with the strongest physical capabilities among the 13 sages. But that was all meaningless right now. He looked in front with a dumbfounded face and barely managed to speak after inhaling a few times. "What did you say? What did you say just now?" 2 of the 5 gates at the front lines were destroyed. The post stationnaire repeated the same words while being completely covered in sweat. It was an unbelievable story. It was because not even 30 minutes had passed since they received the notices that the first gate was under attack. But now not only the first gate but even the second gate was destroyed? However, the disaster didn't end here. There was an even more unbelievable news left. It's an emergency. A pale stationnaire almost rolled to get in front of Hyunwoo Cheon and kowtowed. Hyunwoo Cheon gulped dry saliva and asked, "What is it?" "I don't need etiquette, so hurry up and speak." The Gate of Zulzi came after the second gate. The gate that boasted of its invincible defense. Hyunwoo Cheon's breathing that was really rough started to calm down. It was because he calmed down just by thinking of the Gate of Zulzi. But reality was cruel. The stationaire spoke nightmarish words. The gate of Zulci is collapsing. What? It is collapsing. It is collapsing. The stationaire seemed to be mentally breaking down. Just what did he see that made him act like that? And what did it mean that the gate was collapsing? Hyunwoo Cheon hurriedly placed his big hands on top of the head of the stationaire. He concentrated and read the memories of the man. The stationaire didn't see the situation directly and had received the memories of a third party, but it was enough to read the general situation. An image appeared in Hyunwoo Cheon's head as he closed his eyes. And he can only wear the same expression as the stationaire and groan. The gate of Zulci was collapsing. As literally as it sounded. And I'm rolling. Nidhogg was huge. She spanned almost 2 kilometers from head to tail. The proportion her neck and tail took was quite considerable, but her body was still huge even if you didn't take into account her head and tail. She easily surpassed 100 meters. Nidhogg curled up in a circle. She covered her body with her tail and neck and then covered herself with her huge wings and became the shape of a ball. She hadn't started rolling completely but was still a massive sphere. About 500 meters. It was a disaster of the sky that rolled with a frightening intent. The ground around her shook every time she spun. A huge ball that created earthquakes while charging. The gate of Zulci was certainly strong. It was an impregnable fortress that never collapsed. But even so, it was only a 100-meter tall fence for Nidhogg. The huge ball and the gate collided. The power of the enchantments placed on the gate stopped Nidhogg for a moment, but it was literally only for a moment. The protective barrier was crushed and as was the wall. I'm rolling. A nightmarish yell rang in the sky. The black and huge ball didn't stop. It wasn't just breaking through the gate of Zulci. The ball began to roll across the wall. It seemed like she was planning to drive the entire gate of Zulci into the ground. Leave behind the walls. Escape. A black devil is coming. Black devil. The specters that were protecting the wall screamed and started to flee. Just because they were destructive beings didn't mean they couldn't feel fear from the sky and ground collapsing. The charge of the black ball only bred despair. You have to escape. An old soldier pleaded to Juk Sanction, one of the 13 sages and the one who had guarded the gate of Zulci the longest. However, he just shook his head heavily. My body is one that is taking charge of guarding the gate. I won't have any face left if I just give up the gate and escape. My fate will be the same as the gate. Juk Sanction was a being who had a really deep connection with the gate of Zulci. She was the one who created the gate. The gate that had stopped countless attacks from the temple. The invincible fortress that protected Komodo. The old soldier started to shed tears. It was because he remembered the countless battles he faced on the gate of Zulci. The wall he thought would always be in place no matter when he turned back to look at it. Half of that wall collapsed. And the other half was also collapsing right at this moment. He could understand it if it had fallen after a fierce battle. He could accept it if it was broken after the temple gathered forces and struck a strong blow. But a simple roll. For it to just be a simple huge roll. The ground shook. The old soldier in Juk Sanction turned in the direction of the sound. The ceiling collapsed and in the end the entire gate disappeared. And Ka-ha-ha-ha-ha. Wahahahaha. Did you see? This is the power of Nidhogg in me. Hraesvelgr clenched his fist and let out a refreshing laugh. He seemed like a villain while laughing and looking down at the collapsing gate. Hraesvelgr grandpa is weird. It looks like he has received a lot of stress. Just understand him. Yes. Nidhogg and Tae Ho whispered each other while looking at the mad Hraesvelgr. More than that, are you fine? You are not overdoing yourself? Yes, I'm fine for now. Nidhogg can roll a bit more. At least this much? Nidhogg smiled brightly at Tae Ho's question and spread all 10 fingers. Rather than looking at this like she could literally roll 10 times, it was more like she could roll quite a few more times. But you still shouldn't force yourself. Understand? Yes. Nidhogg smiled in a good mood as Tae Ho stroked her head and nodded. Nidhogg's original body was huge and strong. There were few existences no matter where you searched in the world that could stop a body of 2 kilometers long. But it wasn't invincible. It needed a vast amount of magic power to move its massive body. The time Nidhogg could fight with all her strength was relatively short. And there was also another big problem. Nidhogg's body, that could be said to be a kind of magical armor, was quite light compared to its size. It was because the density of magic power became lower with a greater size, and the armor became thin and light. But of course, it wasn't really that thin and light. The size of the body was just so big that even the thin body boasted of being really thick. But it wasn't invincible. A monster like Tiamat, who they fought in the Golden Palace, could easily threaten Nidhogg. Someone like Karna with the Black Sun could easily invade inside Nidhogg and attack her heart room. Decreasing the size may be more efficient. In the Battle of the Golden Palace, he had transformed part of Nidhogg's magical armor into pillars to strengthen the power of Hall of Valhalla. And because of that, her 2 kilometers body shrunk to 1 kilometer. What would have happened if she hadn't used magic power on the pillars and simply shrunk down? 1 km, no, is 500 m the most ideal size? Nidhogg kept rolling while Tae Ho pondered, and ultimately erased the gate of Zulci from existence. Wahahahahaha. Wahahaha. Nidhogg dropped her shoulders while Hraesvelg acted crazily as if he had become the god of destruction. She clearly seemed exhausted. Nidhogg is sleepy. Yes, you did well. Rest for today. You did really well. Tae Ho stroked Nidhogg's head once again. Nidhogg tilted towards Tae Ho as if asking him to stroke her head a bit more, but she then asked with a worried tone. But Tae Ho master, isn't there a few more left? There were 5 gates, but Nidhogg had only destroyed 3 of them, so there was still 2 left. But Tae Ho shook his head. He crouched down to be on eye level with Nidhogg and answered while smiling. Don't worry, I can't stay still either. He couldn't leave everything to Nidhogg. In addition, the defenses of the 2 remaining gates were weak because they relied so heavily on the defenses of the gate of Zulci. There was only a minimal amount of soldiers guarding the remaining gates. Adenmaha appeared at Tae Ho's call and she grabbed Nidhogg's shoulders and spoke. Don't worry and go. Be careful too. I will put Nidhogg to sleep now. It seemed like she had really become Nidhogg's mother looking at how gently she was smiling. Because of that, Tae Ho ended up putting an awkward expression. Yes. Why? No, just so. What now? You were imagining something like a couple raising children. It was a sharp and precise remark of Cuchulainn. But Tae Ho ignored Cuchulainn's words like usual. He spoke to Rollo, who was lying on the ground, and turned back as if hiding his red face. Rollo, let's go. Sob. Master. Why is it Rollo and not me? Draken Ismenios despaired while Rollo rose up with a reticent expression. Tae Ho just rode Rollo instead of giving an explanation and flew up. Braki followed right behind him while riding on Siri, who had transformed into a golden-furred wolf. Let's enjoy this one. It seemed like his body ached just from watching as Braki grabbed his hammer and smirked. Looking at the sparks surging from his hands, you could clearly see that he was the god of thunder. Go easy. Siri said, and Tae Ho transformed Rollo into a red dragon. They left Nidhogg's body and looked at the remaining 2 gates. Only a day had passed since they started the invasion of Komodo. I will make it so that you aren't able to endure if you don't return back. An evil smirk appeared in Tae Ho's face. And it's calling me. Episode 70, Sword of the World Dragon, 3, End. TL note, thanks for reading. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 248, Episode 70/Chapter 4. Episode 70/Chapter 4, Sword of the World Dragon, 4. TL, Subak. Ed. Hyunwoo Cheon lied down with a stupefied face and looked at a distant place. The 5 gates guarding Komodo got broken through in only one day. In addition, it wasn't simply breaking through it. Most of it got destroyed mercilessly, and the sturdiest among them, the fortress called the Impregnable Fortress, got destroyed completely to the point no safe walls remained in it. Now that the 5 gates got destroyed, Komodo would now get exposed to the enemy. Hyunwoo Cheon had no method to stop the rolling disaster that was 500 meters long. I have to endure. Hyunwoo Cheon rose up and mumbled. He had to hold. He had to endure no matter what he did, at least until Tongtian Jiaozhu returned. If only the great master returned, if only he did so. There was still a way. They still had the last card remaining. It was deep in the night. Dawn was approaching. The rolling disaster stopped above the last of the 5 gates and wasn't moving. It seemed like it had spent all of its strength. It was an obvious thing. It would spend an overwhelming amount of strength with a single roll just with moving a body of that size. Let's wait. Let's not attack rashly. The master of Asgard was along that rolling disaster. He was a monster among monsters that had suppressed the kingdom of fire that had come from the south. Hyunwoo Cheon took a breath. Time was on the side of Komodo. The great grandmaster would arrive soon, and if that happened they would be able to prepare a card to counterattack. The 13 sages that were scattered everywhere in Komodo were returning and gathering. Komodo wasn't actually an island. The peaks of the mountains pouted out from the dense sea of fog, so it only looked like it was an island, but actually it was a mountain range formed by big and rough mountains. The place Hyunwoo Cheon was currently at was a peak that was at the deepest part of the mountain range. He could look down on the entire Komodo from this place that had the residence of Tongtian Jiaozhu. Majel Mountain. Hyunwoo Cheon looked far away from that peak. He could see the rolling disaster that was curling up from on top of the collapsed gates. He looked at that curseful existence for a bit and then turned to look away. The deepest place inside the sea of fog, a place you can't see through just by looking from far away. The last card of Komodo. Hyunwoo Cheon looked away once again. It was towards the direction where Kunlun Mountain was at, where Tongtian Jiaozhu should be coming from. And Tae Ho hid in a bush that was between the boundary of the fog and the sky and looked far away. His eyes hurt as he had been using the eyes of the dragon for a long time, but he couldn't close his eyes or stop keeping watch just because of that. The attack on Komodo was a success. He had destroyed all 5 gates in only a day, so the entire Komodo would be in an uproar. It was obvious that the forces of Komodo that were fighting in Kunlun Mountain would be jumping on their feet in bewilderment. But Tae Ho felt anxious. He didn't show it in front of Adenmaha or Nidhogg, but time wasn't at his side. He had defeated the core existences of the enemy such as Karna, Gilgamesh, Tiamat and Jormungand, but that wasn't all. Tae Ho still didn't know the entire force of Dilmun and Shindu. Karna and Gilgamesh could be compared to Sigurd in Asgard. They were certainly the strongest beings that were at the top. But that was all. Even Asgard had Thor, that was stronger than Sigurd, and there were also other top-ranked warriors that weren't as strong as Sigurd but were still powerful. Dilmun and Shindu had been weakened due to the war between the destructive beings and the ones that wanted to maintain the world. That's why there was a high probability there wouldn't be more stronger beings than Asgard, Olympus, or the Temple. But those were only probabilities. He didn't know when strong beings would come flocking from the south again. That's why he had to finish his business on Komodo before they came. Tae Ho's thoughts was simple. He would turn Komodo just like Jotunheim. Jotunheim had lost all of their influential figures in the Second Great War, excluding the frost giant King Harmarti. Thanks to that, Jotunheim lost their strength to fight, so they weren't moving now even though the Kingdom of Fire had arisen. He had to make Komodo like that too. If he defeated Tongtian Joju and the other forces, then he could remove the threat in the northern region even if he didn't destroy all of Komodo. Tae Ho counted his moves. If he could clear up the business in the northern region and focus all the forces in the south again, then he would be obtaining victory in a limited region. That was because Tae Ho would be able to lie in wait and ambush the enemy freely once again. Honestly speaking, he was worried about Olympus. Even though Thor and Odin were there and Heracles had also awoken and joined the reinforcements, he couldn't help but get worried. Well, that's the place you got the most meetings, so it's obvious to get worried about the goddesses that came for you. I understand. The goddesses of Olympus were really pretty. Tae Ho frowned as Cuchulainn laughed. Hey, I'm also worrying about the male gods. Such as Heracles. Right, so what? That's everything. No, I'm really worried about them, To only worry about the goddesses, Tae Ho wasn't such a narrow-minded man. But Cuchulainn snorted at Tae Ho's claim and spoke. Don't speak bullshit. Hey, then name some male gods you are currently worried about. I will admit it if you name at least 8 of them. 8 gods. Tae Ho flinched at the number that was higher than 5, but he still started to mention some names. For now Heracles, Zeus, Apollo. And Hephaestus. There's also Hermes. And Prometheus too. Wow, 6 people. As for the remaining 2? So. The names he could immediately think of were Poseidon and Ares, but it didn't make sense that he was worried about them. Hades. Hades. Wow, you are quite something. What about the remaining one? Cook. Unfortunately, he had no more names he could remember. Cuchulainn clicked his tongue as Tae Ho stayed silent and said, TCH, you childish bastard. Are you able to see the truth now? No, so? You can easily think more than 10 names of goddesses, right? Kook. He couldn't deny it. He could easily think of more than 10 names with the ones that just popped in his head. Hera, Athena, Artemis, Persephone, Hebe, Demeter, Gaia, Hestia, Aphrodite, Calliope, etc. But it was understandable to feel it to be a bit unfair in Tae Ho's position, as he didn't face the male gods that much, but he faced more than 60 goddesses at the meeting festival. It was obvious to remember a lot of names. When Tae Ho was struggling about how he should refute back, a low voice was heard above his head. He's coming. It was Ciri's voice. Tae Ho hurriedly glared at the starry night at her words she spouted while covering herself, Tae Ho and Brachii, with the stealth blessing. Red words got caught with his eyes of the dragon. It was worth waiting. Brachii also spoke soundlessly. Commandre of Komodo. Tongtian Joju. Right after they destroyed the 5 gates, Tae Ho took place here that was the closest to the Kunlun mountain in a straight line and waited for Tongtian Joju. It was an action done by relying on probabilities rather than being certain of it. What would he do if he was in a situation that Valhalla got attacked, the gates got destroyed, and he didn't know when it would fall down? He didn't know if the path was blocked due to an army, but if that wasn't the case, then almost all the gods would act the same way. First, he would go to Valhalla alone. Thor would also do the same, and the same went for Odin. Tae Ho also would have done the same. That's why he thought that Tongtian Joju would act that way. That he would return to Komodo with all his strength even if he was alone, while leaving behind a considerable number of his force and strong specters to stop Sun Wukong and the pursuit unit of Kunlun. His guess was correct. He wasn't completely alone, as he had some underlings with him, but if they were at that level, then it was no different from being alone. Nidhogg's existence was really vast. They saw Nidhogg from far away and would think that Tae Ho's group would also be with it. That's why they would stab on the blind spot. They would ambush the commander of the enemy that was only concentrating on returning. Tae Ho raised his bow. It was a big bow that was used when fighting against giants and could use a spear as an arrow. Siri embraced Tae Ho from behind as he took a firing stance. Precisely speaking, she grabbed the bow with Tae Ho. Tae Ho knocked Gi-Balg on the bowstring. And then pulled it with Siri. Siri stopped breathing and Tae Ho did the same. He didn't take the lead and matched her movements. Tongtian Jiaozhu crossed the night sky and at some point Siri fired the arrow. Saga, the arrow of the witch never misses its target. Gi-Balg charged towards Tongtian Jiaozhu. It was the attack of the witch that couldn't be avoided. And Tongtian Jiaozhu, that had only been charging in the air while only looked at Komodo, turned his gaze suddenly. It was because he noticed the existence of Gi-Balg that surged up from below. But it was too late. In addition, the projectile that contained Siri's saga couldn't be avoided with simple movements. Gi-Balg broke through an invisible barrier that was spread in a hurry. It pierced the thigh of Tongtian Jiaozhu and spread the curse of death. It was an unforeseen attack. Tongtian Jiaozhu didn't lose consciousness even under the terrible pain and made a quick judgment. He moved his hand to cut off his own leg that got stabbed by Gi-Balg. It was to stop the curse of death from spreading. Tongtian Jiaozhu gritted his teeth and held back a scream and started to stop the hemorrhage hurriedly. He let out a rough breath and glared at the direction Gi-Balg came flying from. Arrows got fired consecutively. Each one of them also flew towards Tongtian Jiaozhu precisely. But it didn't have the same strength like Gi-Balg. Tongtian Jiaozhu swept some wind to send the arrows flying away. A strong arrow that came flying as if waiting for that exact moment pierced the shoulder of Tongtian Jiaozhu. Cook. Tongtian Jiaozhu groaned and glared at the direction the arrow came flying from. A golden-haired woman that seemed to be a goddess of Asgard was pulling the bowstring. It was an incredible bow skill that was comparable to the great hero of the temple Yi. The arrow left the bowstring once again. Tongtian Jiaozhu created a strong wind to stop the path of the arrow and judged quickly. It wasn't the time to be facing the bow master. He had to leave this place quickly as there may be another trap. He ordered the specters that had been following him to attack the woman firing arrows and he headed to Komodo. But his escape couldn't continue for long. Gi-Balg chased after him and then the one that possessed the eyes of the dragon stopped his path. Master of Asgard. Tongtian Jiaozhu said, but Tae Ho didn't reply. He pulled Astalon and the Sword of the Round Table to finish Tongtian Jiaozhu that had gotten weaker for having allowed an attack from Gi-Balg. The sentences of Aaron and Asgard surged up at the same time and shocked the night sky. Tongtian Jiaozhu sensed his death at the overwhelming divine power that seemed to explode. But he wasn't thinking of losing easily. He was planning to have a fierce battle. However, he wasn't able to win. The surprise attack was effective. The first attack decreased the probabilities Tongtian Jiaozhu had to win that wasn't that high in the first place. Because of that, Tongtian Jiaozhu was able to make a faster decision than usual. Let's die together, Tongtian Jiaozhu said. He released a vast amount of strength that fitted the commander of Komodo and transmitted one order to Komodo. Activated Hyunwoo Cheon. The last card of Komodo. Tongtian Jiaozhu made a smile. At that moment Tae Ho flinched and looked behind him. The sea of fog was splitting far away. And it's calling me. Nidhogg rubbed her eyes and said. Adenmaha, that had been sleeping while embracing her, blinked and asked. Nidhogg? It's calling me. Nidhogg said once again. Echidna also stood up, perhaps because she woke up at that sound or she also woke up from the call of another being. Echidna was certainly lower ranked than Nidhogg. But she was also an ancient dragon and that's why she was able to hear it. It's calling me. The moment Echidna spoke, the sea of fog split in two. Then, a black and huge existence showed itself. Episode 70, Sword of the World Dragon, 4, End. TL note, thanks for reading. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 249, Episode 70/Chapter 5. Episode 70/Chapter 5, Sword of the World Dragon, 5. TL, Subak. Ed. The body of Tongtian Jiaozhu became dust and started to scatter. Tae Ho got surprised at the change that started from his fingers and turned to look at him. Tongtian Jiaozhu smiled. He looked at Tae Ho and saw the existence rising up from behind Tae Ho. I wanted to return to the cosmos if possible. But that's all wrong now. Tongtian Jiaozhu was a destructive being. His final wish was the annihilation of everything in the world, including himself. But that wasn't a simple annihilation or destruction. What he wished was returning to the void of chaos that was the state before everything started to get born. He also didn't want to die in this way. Tongtian Jiaozhu's hands and feet almost disappeared. He spoke while his long and black beard, which was his pride, also scattered to scatter. A simple destruction will take place. That would have quite some distance with returning to the void. Destruction and extinction were different things. You couldn't reach the void just by destroying and erasing things. Tae Ho was the master of Aaron. Because of that, he could vaguely sense what was happening in front of his eyes. Tongtian Jiaozhu's extinction was meant to maintain the being that was rising up from far away. The price for the final incantation was the life of the commander of Komodo, the one leading the destructive beings of the temple. Then, what was the existence that rose up due to that? Tae Ho thought about attacking Tongtian Jiaozhu for a moment there, but he discarded that idea. That was only a waste of strength. The current Tongtian Jiaozhu was merely an empty shell. I wanted to return to the void. Tongtian Jiaozhu left his last words and closed his eyes. He turned to ash with a grievous expression and scattered. Tae Ho looked at the existence that was arising by splitting the sea of fog. It wasn't as big as Nidhogg, but it was still huge. The being he saw with his eyes of the dragon seemed like it was about 600 meters tall. Its arms were long and its body was also big. It was supporting its body with its arms just like a gorilla. It had a head, but it didn't have a face. There was only bare lump of flesh on its face, so you couldn't find its eyes, nose, lips, etc. It even had wings on its back. It had small and big wings in an irregular pattern. The small ones looked as poor as feathers and the big ones were as big as Nidhogg's wings, and they were touching the ground. That thing raised its head and let out a soundless roar. All of Komodo fell silent and the sea of fog scattered and the floor showed up. It was an overwhelming strength. Tae Ho felt he could understand why Tongtian Jiaozhu had said that the only thing left now was destruction. The existence that was on the same level as Tiamat. The god of destruction that would drive everything to annihilation. But the situation was different from when they had to fight Tiamat in the temple, even though it belonged to Dilmun. That being had its origin in the temple. That's why you could say that it was an existence that was a step above Tiamat in the Golden Palace. Tae Ho gulped dry saliva and then that thing let out a soundless roar once again. Tae Ho grabbed Astalon and the sword of the round table more tightly. He turned to look at Siri and Bracky that were at the ground and then flew towards Nidhogg. And Hyunwoo Cheon looked up at the existence that arose from the sea of fog. He knew better than anyone what that being was. Hundun, the god of chaos, was born from the primordial chaos, and the moment Hundun died, order got created. And the one that was born from inside that order was the ancient giant Pangu. Pangu wasn't a being that wanted to maintain the world nor a destructive being. He was a being that had all two tendencies in one body. Pangu, that is shouldered the skies, supported the sky for 18,000 years and then lost his life as he ran out of strength. But then, his corpse became a new ingredient for the world. Yuanshi Tianzuan, the master of the temple and one of the highest deities, was someone that was born again with the soul of Pangu. The side of Pangu of wanting to maintain the world got reincarnated as Yuanshi Tianzuan. When Tongtian Jiaozhu realized that, he concentrated on the remaining soul and flesh of Pangu. The maintaining side became Yuanshi Tianzuan, so he simply calculated that the remaining side would be a destructive one. And actually, all the destructive beings under Tongtian Jiaozhu and he included were originated from the soul and body of Pangu, so it was a really probable speculation. That thought wasn't wrong. Tongtian Jiaozhu gathered the remaining soul and flesh of Pangu. In addition, he added the traces of the real ancient god of chaos Hundun to create another existence. He didn't wish for an existence that would return everything to the primordial chaos at once. What Tongtian Jiaozhu hoped for was a strong existence that could overwhelm the beings that wanted to maintain the world. But his wish was only fulfilled partly. The being that got created was certainly strong. He was a being that could sweep away all of the gang of Kunlun and more. But it couldn't be controlled. It only destroyed and kept destroying things and was a god of destruction that was long ways apart from returning things to the primordial chaos. Tongtian Jiaozhu placed the thing that only needed the final step to complete it, deep under the sea of fog and put it to sleep. It was a force that couldn't be controlled at all, but he had left it as the final card of Komodo. Hyunwoo Cheon looked up at that thing that stood tall like a mountain. It wasn't the shape of destruction he had hoped for, but whatever the case, he still felt a bit of joy in the destruction that the world would face and took a deep breath. The thing that ended roaring turned around. It was to the direction Nidhogg was at, just like Hyunwoo Cheon wished. And a Denmaha, that looked outside through the huge screen inside the heart room, embraced Nidhogg tightly. The being that had turned to their side was spreading its wings. "It's calling for me," Nidhogg said once again and then raised her head. She blinked as if she had just woken up from her sleep and then looked at that thing with a scared face. "It's time for me to step up once again." Hraesvelgr stood up after he woke up and spoke. Echidna glared at that thing reflected in the screen and said, "It's stronger than Tiamat. We can't drop our guards. We have to join hands with Master." It seemed like they would at least need the Hall of Valhalla. But that was only their wish. When Echidna finished speaking, that thing charged forward. It closed the distance with Nidhogg in an instant like a lie. "Prepare for the shock." Hraesvelgr yelled loudly and controlled the black holy dragon of Nidhogg. It was impossible to dodge it, so they took a defensive stance and that being attacked the black dragon. It was a shock that transcended imagination. The black dragon didn't only get pushed back greatly, but its defense also got broken. The moment the being clashed with the black dragon, it turned its body in the air regardless of its size to land on the ground and then let out a soundless roar once again. "Face it." The moment Hraesvelgr yelled, Nidhogg released her strength. The force of protection that surged from the black holy dragon clashed with the force of destruction. The world shook. Protection and destruction cancelled each other but didn't disappear. It shook the ground and collapsed the skies to create another destruction. The being was smaller than the black dragon. But if you excluded the tail or neck, its body size wasn't that much smaller from the black dragon. In addition, the size of its body was increasing. A crack seemed to form in its face, but then a mouth got formed. This time the being yelled out loud. The fierce and loud sound that seemed to destroy everything held down the black dragon. At the same time it charged towards the black dragon again. "You-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh." Hraesvelgr roared and controlled the black dragon. The black dragon that turned its body in an instant slammed the being away with a strong tail sweep. The being that clashed in the ground destroyed the ground and rolled in it, but stood up soon after that. "Fire!" Nidhogg opened her mouth when Hraesvelgr ordered. The black dragon did the same, and a strong power of destruction, the authority of the dragon breath got fired from the mouth of the black holy dragon. The being also opened its mouth and fired a force of destruction. The time it took to awaken it was slow, but its destructive power was higher. It was possible because this place wasn't Asgard but the temple. The powers of destruction exploded when they clashed and the black dragon got pushed behind. But the being advanced forward. It closed the distance once again when the holy dragon hesitated. Kayak! Nidhogg screamed. It was because the being bit the neck of the black dragon with the teeth it created. The black dragon let out a pained scream. Hraesvelgr moved his hand hurriedly to hold down its head and at the same time punched its side. But the being didn't fall off. It created more teeth as if it would tear off the head of the black dragon for sure. But it was at that moment. The sound of thunder silenced the sky. And the attack that was one step ahead of that sound hit the head of the being. Qua Gon. The thing that got fired with lightning was Gibalg. Gibalg was too small compared to its size, but the power behind it was really overwhelming. The huge lightning that fell after Gibalg made the being lose its strength, although for a moment and Hraesvelgr didn't miss that opening. He moved his hand again and threw it away. Tae Ho, master! Nidhogg yelled through the black dragon and Tae Ho reacted instantly. He circulated Nidhogg and activated the Hall of Valhalla. A white light appeared from the body of the black dragon. The 5 pillars that got ejected from the black dragon took place in their surroundings, and then the aura of Asgard started to spread. The body of the black dragon got smaller, but she, that was proclaimed as the real protector of Asgard, got faster and stronger than before. Hraesvelgr let out a magnanimous laughter as if it was done now. But Tae Ho couldn't do that. It was because the being had also changed appearances. Tae Ho didn't know it, but what formed that being was the body and soul of the giant Pangu. And the world called the temple was also formed with the body of Pangu. That thing started to absorb part of the world. It devoured the sky and the ground as if it was trying to increase the size it was lacking. The being started to take an appearance similar to the black dragon. Its neck got longer and it started to grow a tail. The change took place in an instant, so there was no time to defend against it at all. The monster that devoured the entire sea of fog and made the surroundings clearer obtained a body comparable to the black dragon. It didn't care about the aura of Asgard filling the surroundings and charged towards the black dragon. Even though the Hall of Valhalla was spread, the sky still belonged to the temple and the outside of the pillars was also the temple. The black dragon clashed against that. The force of protection clashed with the force of destruction once again and it shook all of Komodo. She's getting pushed back. Cuchulainn said. The judgment of the master of Skathaka's techniques wasn't wrong. Tae Ho also thought the same way. What did he have to do then? How would he stop the god of destruction of the temple Komodo had prepared? Not fighting was also a method. The only place it was able to show an absolute strength was on the temple, so if they returned to Asgard and closed the connecting path, then it wouldn't pose a problem. But he couldn't choose that option. Asgard couldn't leave behind the temple. Several arms and limbs appeared from its body. The limbs that could be seen as tentacles got extended forward and chocked and hit several places of the body of the dragon. The black dragon struggled and released a power of protection. It suppressed the being, although for a moment. Then, it started to devour the world even more. Part of it was because of the aftereffects of the battle that nothing could be seen near the two monsters fighting. It was the result of the monster having absorbed everything on land. That thing got bigger. Nidhogg called out to Tae Ho and he activated the sentences of Aaron and Asgard at the same time to use the sword of creation. But it was at that moment. Astalone opened her mouth. She said, "You can do it." What? The voice followed. It didn't belong to Astalone this time. It was the voice of someone else. Nidhogg also heard that, and the same went for Echidna. The voice told them the way to overcome this situation A way to completely awaken Nidhogg's potential. It was possible because they had the dragon sword Astalone. It was the result of Astalone having interacted with the owner of the voice. If only one of them existed, then they wouldn't have been able to find it. Tae Ho Master. Nidhogg yelled once again. She released the force of protection once again and pushed back the being. They hit it with the dragon breath and bought time for a moment. That thing absorbed the world with a scarier intent. Tae Ho didn't hesitate anymore. He followed Astalone's voice and the other voice that got added and looked at Nidhogg. At that moment Echidna realized it. Who was the one calling her and Nidhogg? Where was the voice coming from? Nywa. The ancient god of the temple. The ancient dragon that had fallen asleep long ago. When Tongtian Jiaozhu created that thing, he used Nywa to become the pivot existence in it. He covered her with the soul of Pangu and Hundun on her as she couldn't move because she was in a deep slumber and created that. Nywa was speaking inside that. The incarnation of the world dragon Astalone was communicating with her. Tae Ho reached the heart room in an instant and grabbed Astalone more tightly. It was to execute the method she had taught him. Adenmaha let go Nidhogg from her embrace. Nidhogg embraced Tae Ho hurriedly and then extended her hand and grabbed Astalone with him. And at that moment Tae Ho got to realize. No, perhaps he may have only realized now something he had already known from before. Astalone laughed as if he only realized that now. Adenmaha called Tae Ho's name from behind. The monster was trying to fire a force of destruction through its mouth. Tae Ho stopped thinking and concentrated on what was in front of him. He interacted with Nidhogg through the one that conquers dragons. He concentrated strength on Astalone and then struck it in the ground with Nidhogg. They activated the saga of the dragon sword Astalone. Creation ranked saga. The dragon protecting the world. White light exploded from Astalone. At the same time, blinding light got emanated from the black dragon. The black holy dragon Nidhogg. The ancient dragon that decided to protect Asgard. One more force got added on top of that. The power of the world. The power that protects the world where the beings that wanted to maintain the world had won completely. The black dragon roared under the light. No, that wasn't a black holy dragon anymore. What awoke after it got stimulated with the power of protection was a being that transcended an ancient dragon. The world dragon, Nidhogg. The one that protects Asgard. Nidhogg, that got covered in white light, roared. It hit the god of destruction of the temple with the power of Asgard. Episode 70, Sword of the World Dragon, 5, End. TL Note, thanks for reading. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 250, Episode 70/Chapter 6. Episode 70/Chapter 6, Sword of the World Dragon, 6. TL, Subak. Ed. That being got crushed in the ground. The power of Asgard enabled them to do that. The size of Nidhogg after having become the world dragon rather shrunk down. The 1 kilometer long body now became 500 m. But she became faster and stronger due to that. The defenses of the compressed magical armor couldn't be compared to before. There were 9 pillars of light surging near Nidhogg. They were lights representing the 9 small worlds belonging to Asgard. Tae Ho and Nidhogg, that were holding Astalone together, got greatly excited. There were also white pillars of light floating near them, that was the essence. She had now completely recovered the power of the ancient god Audhumla. The power of Asgard got released from Nidhogg. We can do it. We can do it. She spoke confidently and then took a deep breath. She tried to yell with all her strength. I'm roll dash. But Tae Ho was a bit faster. She now had more methods to attack besides rolling now that Tae Ho was with her. Saga, the one that conquers dragons. Saga, the legendary programmer. Light flashed in the eyes of the world dragon. It seemed to curl its body as if it was about to roll, but then spread its wings and flew up. It then fired a breath towards Brachii that was lying flat on the ground. The breath was also filled with the power of Asgard. The legs of the being got bent as it couldn't endure it. It got crushed in the ground and couldn't move. Nidhogg put an unsatisfied expression as she wasn't able to roll, but it only lasted for a moment. She only concentrated on releasing the power of Asgard. The voice of Njua was heard from far away. It would devour the world and increase its size. They had to put an end to it before it became so strong they weren't able to stop it. The ground the monster was lying on was getting lower. It was due to it having absorbed the world without letting others notice it. Njua would help you from inside. The reason it was able to exist was thanks to Njua, so if they took her out she would seal the monster. This time the voice belonged to Astalone. It seemed like she was still sleepy and was dying of hassle, but they could kind of feel energy in her. Tae Ho looked at that monster with the eyes of the dragon and then understood how Njua was about to help them. It was because he could clearly see the location of Njua located at the core of the monster. Njua, that had the appearance of a winged snake just like Njua, was curling her body in a circle. She was located at its chest, so she looked like a heart. Then, how would they rescue Njua? Nidhogg thought about rolling like usual. She would curl up and spin at an overwhelming speed to execute a body slam. This opinion was too much like her, but he couldn't listen to her. It would certainly be able to inflict damage on it, but this method wouldn't allow them to rescue Njua that was located deep in its core. What do we do then? Tae Ho took a breath at Nidhogg's question. He looked at the being rising up once again as if it had increased in size plentifully. Let's pierce through it, using the draconic cannon that fell down from the sky. He would use the world dragon as a projectile and pierce its chest and rescue Njua in the middle of that. You aren't that different from Nidhogg. Nidhogg pouted slightly and Tae Ho grinned. It was because it was indeed similar to a body slam. But it was different. If Nidhogg's roll was a strike, then the draconic cannon was a stab. Whatever the case, why don't you do it quickly? Astalone said. There was nothing good by wasting time, just like she had said. The being that had risen up completely was gathering strength in its mouth as if it was trying to fire a breath. Let's go, Tae Ho said. The world dragon flew higher into the sky and that thing fired a force of destruction. It was a power that destroyed the skies. The world dragon dodged the attack that shook the world. Then, the monster moved. The force of destruction that had surged up like a pillar of light split the sky like a sword. Quagagagagang. A crack formed in the sky. An occurrence that made you think that way happened. The world dragon fluttered its wings in the middle of that confusion. The power of destruction oppressed all the aftershock created by splitting the sky, and then it finally spun in the sky. It looked at the ground and then started to plunge downwards. The 9 pillars of light advanced first. Those things clashed with the power of destruction and opened up a path. The speed of the world dragon became faster. When there were no remaining pillars of light, it had already become a streak of light itself. The world dragon became a spear. It didn't only have the ability to invoke the 9 pillars of light but could also cover the world dragon and become the tip of a spear. Dragon sword Astalone. The world dragon covered in white light was already the sword of the god dragon. Nidhogg roared, and then she finally arrived at it. The moment the sword of the god dragon stabbed that being, a nasty silence swept the surroundings as if time had stopped, and then a really loud explosion burst out and shook the world once again. But the monster was still standing. It moved part of its broken body to try to devour the world dragon whole. Those parts of its body charging towards the world dragon looked just like a black wave. The wave covered the world dragon and devoured it in an instant. However, Nidhogg didn't fear while being buried under it. She concentrated to release the power of protection, and at that moment, the 9 pillars of light appeared once again and spun fiercely around the world dragon. The dragon extended its hand to grab Nywa that was deep inside the being. Nywa helped Tae Ho and Nidhogg. The 9 pillars of light spun more fiercely and destroyed everything inside of it with the power of Asgard. The being that was created by mixing the soul and body of Pangu and Hundun wasn't a single existence in the first place. When Nywa, that was the core of it, started to cooperate, the bodies and souls of the 2 gods started to split like a lie. That was the first time the being let out a painful scream. The world dragon embracing Nywa released a stronger power, and finally, its body started to disperse. Tae Ho didn't miss that moment. The world dragon extended its wings once again and got out of that. Quagga-gang. A loud explosion that seemed like heaven and earth was created once again burst out. The being that had its back completely destroyed collapsed. It couldn't maintain its shape and started to crumble, maybe because it lost Nywa, that was the core of it. The monster started to scatter the power of destruction in the surroundings as if it wasn't going to die alone. The earthquake that got created that way swept everything in Komodo and destroyed everything. The earth breaking and the skies collapsing was a really overwhelming scene. The world dragon protected himself with the power of protection. Tae Ho retrieved the Hall of Valhalla, being maintained by the 4 pillars, so the power of destruction started to spread even further. The being finally breathed for the last time. The flesh and soul of Pangu and Hundun composing it turned into a black liquid and covered all of Komodo. Tae Ho, that had been observing that with the eyes of the dragon, only let out a sigh of relief when he checked that the red words had disappeared. He turned to look at Nywa that was being embraced by the world dragon. She was a big and white snake. Her wings were golden wings of a crane, compared to echidnas that was covered by a membrane like the wings of a bat. But it was when Tae Ho was looking at Nywa. After Astalone retrieved the white light, she spoke with an exhausted voice. I'm hungry because I used a lot of strength. I will have to eat her. Only her voice was heard and her girl-like appearance didn't show up, but it was clear who she was referring to and who she was looking at. Tae Ho also got frightened, just like Nidhogg that was holding Astalone with him, and she yelled. You can't eat Nywa. Nywa was different from Tiamat. She was a good dragon. That's why they couldn't eat her. Astalone let out a strange noise at Nidhogg's strong claim and spoke with an annoyed tone. Then I want to at least eat you. If I can't eat Nywa, offer your body. I feel really hungry for having used a lot of strength. Nidhogg shrunk down at Astalone's claim. She also let out a strange sound and spoke with a decreasing voice. No, not Nidhogg, she's not tasty. I don't know. Choose. I want to eat one of you too. It doesn't matter if it's not delicious. I just need a good amount. I will eat you. It was a choice between 2 things. It only lasted for a moment, but Nidhogg could know how much strength Astalone had used as they had shared their power and consciousness. That's why she also couldn't say that it wasn't possible. Actually, Nidhogg was also really exhausted. It was because she had also used all her power to eliminate that being. In the end, Nidhogg put a teary face and fell in her thoughts, and Tae Ho was about to say something to her but got stopped by Cuchulainn. Hey, she's cute. Let's see how it turns out. What was he saying in the middle of this? But Tae Ho also thought that Nidhogg was cute, so he decided to watch for now. Right. It doesn't seem like Astalone is saying that for real either. She must be teasing Nidhogg. It was the view of a master of Skathaka's techniques that could always see through the essence. Actually, Tae Ho also thought similarly from Cuchulainn. In the other hand, Nidhogg that didn't know what Tae Ho and Cuchulainn were thinking and was pondering alone came to a conclusion. She spoke with a teary voice. Then eat Nidhogg a little bit. Make it so that it doesn't hurt. Understand? It can't hurt. Then, I won't decline. The moment Nidhogg closed her eyes, Astalon released light once again. She didn't show up in her girly appearance this time either, but he felt like he could see a girl opening her mouth widely. That's why Tae Ho reacted instantly. He hurriedly pulled out Astalon that was stuck in Nidhogg's heart room. "Ah, why?" She said it herself. Astalon got annoyed. It seemed like Tae Ho and Cuchulainn were wrong this time. Ah, did her heart get moved as she finally got permission? It feels like she lost at her avarice. Whether Cuchulainn's interpretation was right or wrong, Astalon had really tried to eat Nidhogg. Tae Ho opened his eyes sharply and glared at the blade of Astalon, and Astalon continued to grumble. You could imagine a girl pouting and grumbling just with that. Meanwhile, Nidhogg that was closing her eyes loosened up her tight shoulder and opened her eyes narrowly. Ugh, you already ate? You really ate without hurting. It didn't hurt, so you can eat a bit more. Nidhogg is fine. She spoke with a relieved face. It was so like Nidhogg for her to say that. But Tae Ho wasn't planning on allowing that. He held Astalon and spoke of a different thing. Astalon, more than that. Why don't you speak with the dragon of the temple? It doesn't look like she has much time, as she is really weakened. It also looks like she has an important thing to tell you. Astalon interrupted Tae Ho's words. It seemed like she already knew everything Tae Ho was about to say. The power of the world that got added in the end. Astalon that had a firmer ego than he imagined and a more proper communication ability. Was she really an existence that got created by a saga? Or he had merely called an existence that already existed before? And if it was the latter, how could she exist? Tae Ho shook his head. This wasn't the time for that, just like Astalon had said. Nuwa was getting weaker, maybe because she got taken out of the body of that monster by force, or its actions influenced negatively on her. He had to hurry, whether he was to heal her or only have a conversation with her. Nidhogg, let's move for now. Actually, Komodo had been devastated due to that being. Even if there were survivors remaining, it wouldn't be able to act as a base for the destructive beings anymore. In addition, the commander of Komodo, Tongtian Jiaozhu, had disappeared. If they only took care of the strong beings left in Kunlun Mountain, then they could relax a bit for the temple. Yes, I understand. Nidhogg returned to being a black holy dragon from the world dragon and fluttered her wings to leave Komodo. Tae Ho caught his breath and then retrieved the silent Astalon and closed his eyes to concentrate. He called out the name of Nuwa. Episode 70, Sword of the World Dragon, 6, End. TL note, thanks for reading. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 251, Episode 70/Chapter 7. Episode 70/Chapter 7, Sword of the World Dragon, 7. TL, Subak. ED, Stellar Rain. Nidhogg was in a place not too far from Komodo. It was a flat leveled land, but the region was quite high that allowed for a complete view of the destroyed Komodo. We didn't mean to, but it was solved in one go. Right. Not even Tae Ho could have imagined that Komodo would be destroyed that way. It was a misfortune that Komodo never expected. Tae Ho glanced at Komodo, that had become a land of death covered by remains created by the earthquakes, and then left the heart room. The body of Nuwa that the black holy dragon placed down on the ground was a huge snake about 50 meters long. 50 meters wasn't small at all and was a bit bigger than Rollo after he transformed, but she looked comparatively small and cute, as he had seen many huge things already. A bastard that's not even 2 meters tall says that. As Cuchulainn snorted, Tae Ho approached the head of the snake and called out the name of Nuwa once again. The snake shut its mouth, lowered its head, and then a beautiful woman appeared from its head. It was a woman with white skin and long black hair. She had the appearance of a human, but her yellow eyes certainly belonged to a snake. She was in a naked state without even a strand of thread on her. However, she gave off a natural and beautiful feeling rather than a sexual one. Nywa looked at Tae Ho. Tae Ho hit his chest twice and saluted. For Asgard and the 9 realms. Let the light of the temple be eternal. Nywa replied in the way of the temple. Tae Ho opened his mouth again. I'm the master of Asgard and Erin, Lee Tae Ho. You should already know this, but I'm the ancient god of the temple, Nywa. Master of Asgard and the new Erin. She grew a faint smile while softly speaking. She was in a really weakened state, just like Astalon said, but she still had the peculiar dignity of an ancient god that had existed since the world began. I heard the voice of the world when I woke up and sensed it. That I would meet with you. That I needed to do a few things to be able to meet you. Nywa spoke in a low voice and extended her hand to Tae Ho. It seemed like she wanted him to come closer. Tae Ho took a breath. It was because he sensed everyone looking at him through the eyes of the black dragon. Specifically, he could feel Adenmahal watching him. It felt like she was a bit anxious. Let's go. Cuchulainn urged. Tae Ho approached Nywa and she looked at his eyes once again. The eyes of a dragon got reflected in the eyes of the snake. The end is nearing. Nywa prophesied like Nyx, and at that moment Tae Ho realized one thing. The end Nywa and Nyx spoke about didn't refer to the kingdom of fire like Odin had guessed. Asgard and the 9 realms, the end of the 10 realms. The end that exists because there was a beginning. That was the natural flow. Even the gods who could live thousands or hundreds of thousands of years would one day pass away. Nywa continued to speak. The proof is that the place Asgard call Muspelheim, the land where the flames of the north will start, has appeared. Muspelheim was different from Asgard or the temple. It didn't belong to the 10 realms. That place only exists for the end. All the real ancient gods that have existed since the beginning of the world and haven't been contaminated would feel this. Nyx, who had maintained the appearance of a pure ancient god before she descended on Zeus, had felt it. But Gaia hadn't been able to feel it, as she created a body to descend on the mortal world and had cut off her strength. It was also obvious that Nidhogg wasn't able to feel it. She was the successor of the ancient god Audhumla and not a true ancients god. I heard the voice of the world after I woke up, but I don't know everything. I just sensed it. Nywa extended her hand. Tae Ho approached a bit closer and Nywa, who was seated on the head of the snake, stood up and placed her forehead on Tae Ho's. A part of Nywa's aura entered Tae Ho. Tae Ho didn't reject it and didn't stop Nywa from taking some of his own aura. Information was exchanged naturally. Dilmun, Shindu, Memphis and Maya, even Avesta, the only world where the destructive beings won completely, accelerated the end of the world. I think that their defeat is related to the end of the worlds. I think that there is a flow where the destructive beings get stronger and the beings of balance get weaker. But what Nywa spoke about wasn't a direct change in strength that was noticeable by their eyes. She was talking about a flow instead. And those words were kind of correct. Erin was destroyed. The birth of the world wolf and the space snake had weakened Thor and Odin and drove Asgard into danger. The destruction of Olympus that Nyx, the goddess of night Nyx, had spearheaded also proceeded well. If you haven't been there, there's a high possibility Asgard and Olympus would have already been swept away by the flames. Tae Ho had stopped that flow. He saved Odin, rescued Nidhogg from the roots and changed the domain of the Great War. He had defeated the magician king Utgard Loki and the world wolf to save Asgard. It was the same for Asgard. Tae Ho had also saved the temple. He stopped the kingdom of fire that was trampling on the southern regions, and now devastated Komodo that was threatening the temple in the northern territory. If Tae Ho hadn't existed, Asgard, Olympus, and the temple would have fallen to the flow. Tae Ho gulped. He looked at Nywa, who was so close to him that his breath reached her. He asked with a trembling voice. But Nywa-nim, if there really is something like a flow, if the 10 realms were heading to their end, What would he do? What was he to do about that natural flow? Nyua smiled. He stroked Tae Ho's cheek softly. There exists a flow. But Master of Asgard, the one who has already saved 3 worlds from the flow of the world. We are beings of balance. If the destructive beings are calling for destruction and are riding on that flow, then we have to face against them to maintain the world. We have to work harder to maintain the balance, even just for 1 more second. And that wasn't an impossible task. Asgard, Olympus, and the temple still existed in this moment. It was the result of having beaten the flow. Nyua looked into Tae Ho's eyes. She gazed into his eyes with her snake eyes and thought. She had now finished one of the several things she wanted to do for Tae Ho. Now, she had to finish the remaining things. But the moment she stroked Tae Ho's cheek and was about to do the thing Tae Ho liked the most, she stopped. Tae Ho also froze. The ancient god and the new god who had just climbed to the boundary of ancient god looked back at the same time. To the west. In the direction of Asgard and Olympus. Nyua's eyes sharpened. Tae Ho spoke out loud. Olympus. The place Odin and Thor were fighting at. The world opposite from the temple. Tae Ho and Nyua sensed. The flow accelerated. And the north and south of Olympus were burning. What burnt down the north was the flames of giants. They were the fire giants that came down from Muspelheim. Surtur held a burning sword and led the path of flames. The one who was completely covered in flames burnt the world just by walking. What burnt down the south was the flames of evil. The destructive beings arrived in Olympus with the evil dragon Azatahaka and Avesta after jumping over Maya and Memphis. The power of Andra Manu weakened as it left Avesta. It was because the world god could only release all of its power in its home world. But despite being weaker, his strength transcended imagination. That was the strength of a world god. Heracles, who was protecting the northern regions of Olympus, retreated to the Mount of Olympus with his forces. It was because he wasn't able to deal with Surtur just with his own power. If he wanted to stop Surtur, then he needed the assistance of Olympus. Heracles was invincible when guarding the path to the Mount of Olympus. Odin and Thor, who were guarding the south, also retreated. The attacks of Azatahaka and Andra Manu were really overwhelming. As Quetzalcoatl and Set, who had avoided a battle with Thor, joined the battle, the two were unable to withstand the assault of all these monsters. Odin knew. Their attack this time was planned. When Tae Ho moved to rescue the temple, Surtur and Andra Manu invaded Olympus at the same time. Actually, Andra Manu didn't know much about Tae Ho. But Surtur did. He didn't make light of the master of Asgard who had rescued Asgard and defeated Nyx. That's why he had sent the space snake Jormungand to the temple. It was to hold Tae Ho's attention in the temple for just a bit longer. The space snake Jormungand was defeated much faster than Surtur had imagined. It was due to the result of having the power of Nidhogg having transformed into the black holy dragon added. But that was enough with. Tae Ho attacked Komodo, the old enemy of the temple, while Surtur and Andra Manu invaded Olympus. The wall between each world wasn't that low, so when Tae Ho received the news, the invasion should already be complete. Surtur continued to advance to the south. And Andra Manu headed to the north. Zeus decided to have a decisive battle at the peak of Olympus. Heracles also thought the same way. All the forces of the Kingdom of Fire gathered at the Mount of Olympus. They would defend this place and wait for reinforcements from Olympus and the temple. It wasn't bad. It was a solid idea. But Odin felt that something wasn't right. He looked at a map of light formed with runes for a long time and then realized one fact. Surtur and Andra Manu weren't headed to the peak of Olympus. If you looked at their movement route, you could see that the two were prioritizing joining with the other forces rather than invading the peak of Olympus. This wasn't that weird. Although it may be less efficient than surrounding them from the south and north, joining forces into one big army was also another available option. But that wasn't what the enemy was thinking. What they were hoping for wasn't something like joining armies. Odin still didn't have any evidence. It was just a feeling. But he could still be certain of it. The paths of flames of the north and south. Not the beings of balance, but the destructive ones. Odin raised his head. Not just him but all the gods with power at the peak of Olympus could feel it. From the west of Olympus, where the paths of flames of the north and south met, an existence that transcended the imagination of the gods was being born. And Surtur and Andromeda faced each other. The paths of the north and south were composed by destructive beings. Their wish was the destruction of the world, and they would do anything to accomplish that. Surtur was the king of Muspelheim. He was a special existence that was elected to bring an end to the world. Andromeda was the world god of Avesta. He was an exalted being who managed to climb to the boundary of world god completely when even the goddess of night Nyx had only been able to in an incomplete state. But this was the first time they met. And both of them knew that this meeting wouldn't continue for long. Surtur, the giant of fire, extended his hand. Andromeda, who had the appearance of a huge path of flames, was the one to approach Surtur this time. Surtur and Andromeda released their bodies and chose to become one and be reborn. They couldn't know who would be the one to be in control. Perhaps, a completely new ego could be born. But Surtur and Andromeda didn't mind. Because they were destructive beings. They chose the most certain method to bring destruction to the world. The paths of flames of the north and the south became a single path. Their power that could easily burn down a world multiplied several times. The final flames. The flames that would bring the end to the world and would burn down all the 10 worlds. That thing arose. It was born in the west of Olympus. Odin folded the map of light. While everyone trembled in fear, he came to a conclusion. They would give up Olympus. They would seal the connecting path and contain the flame in Olympus. It wasn't a selfish idea, but he didn't care what happened to Olympus as he was a god of Asgard. This wasn't a problem of a single world. It was a problem of Asgard and all other 9 realms. He would give up Olympus and tie the monster down for a moment. He would lead all the forces of Olympus to Asgard and also gather the forces of the temple. Asgard. The place where the final battle would take place. Odin didn't hesitate anymore. Episode 70, Sword of the World Dragon, 7, End. TL note, thanks for reading. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 252, Episode 71/Chapter 1. Episode 71/Chapter 1, Asgard, 1. TL, Subak. Ed. Zeus also saw what Odin saw. He could also feel what Odin felt. That's why the moment they faced each other, when Zeus faced Odin's only eye, he could feel it. What Odin was about to say. What kind of bullshit he was about to spout in front of him, the master of Olympus. But Zeus waited for the moment. But Odin didn't even feel shame of that wait and said out loud the words Zeus was thinking about. We have to give up Olympus. Lightning struck. The lightning that got fired swept the surroundings of the throne of Zeus. The place Odin was standing at was no exception. The barrier Odin had prepared with rune magic beforehand clashed with the lightning. Loud explosions and light flashed a few times, but the rage of Zeus didn't get eased easily. But Odin stood still to wait for Zeus to regain his composure. Even Zeus couldn't know if that shameless attitude helped him recover his mind or made him more enraged. The lightning disappeared. Zeus drooped his body in the half-destroyed throne. He sent back the gods that came running surprised because of the loud sound with a gesture of his hand and looked at Odin. Keep spouting, no, speak. Zeus knew Odin as much as Odin knew him. He wasn't someone that would proceed with things without any plans. Odin turned to look at the only goddess that had remained behind without listening to Zeus while all the other gods left at his word. The queen of gods Hera stood next to Zeus' throne as she also had the right to listen. Odin looked at Hera's movement for a moment and then looked at Zeus again. He was really exhausted right now and Odin understood that. We will give up on Olympus just like I said before. We will evacuate everyone from Olympus to Asgard and then seal the connecting path to trap the newly born path of fire of the Kingdom of Fire in Olympus. It won't last that long, but we will be able to buy some time. The story became a bit long, but in the end it meant that they would be giving up Olympus. No, it was worse than that. It meant that they were going to sacrifice all of Olympus to tie down the enemy. Zeus clenched the handle in his throne. It wasn't intentional, but the handle that got caught in his hands got destroyed. Zeus wanted to curse right now. Zeus wanted to yell him, asking if he was able to say the same words even if the place the enemy charged to wasn't Olympus but Asgard, if he was able to stay calm even if he had to tie the enemy down in Asgard and escape to Olympus in that moment. But Zeus didn't yell like that in the end. He looked at Odin's only eye that didn't change since they started talking. If it wasn't Olympus but Asgard, Odin would have gladly said that they would give up Asgard. The one in front of him was someone that could throw away the seat of master and of course his own life if it was to win. Compared to Zeus, he was a god of war. Zeus took a breath and released the handle. The dust that got created from the debris of the handle fell to the ground. He managed to squeeze out a voice. Before they come to Asgard, what will happen in Olympus before the connecting path gets opened up by force? Olympus will get destroyed. Perhaps it may face the same fate as Aaron. Odin spoke calmly. No, actually that wasn't being calm. It was the cool-headedness and cruelty of the one that proceeded with things even though he knew that countless beings were going to be sacrificed and that he also treated them as beings more than numbers. Odin's voice was different from usual. He was also squeezing out his voice. His throat was closed. But regardless of that, Odin continued to speak. We are in a hurry here. We have to preserve a little bit more of the divine power of the gods of Olympus that rely on their sacred forces, so we can't only evacuate the gods. We also have to evacuate the Olympians to Asgard. But the Kingdom of Fire won't just stay still to watch. Odin hadn't simply said that he would give up on Olympus to evacuate people. It was to have the final battle at Olympus. The gods of Olympus that lost their sacred force and became weak weren't of help. That's why they had to preserve at least a little bit more of their divine power, and to do that, they had to succeed in an evacuation that transcended imagination. What's fortunate is that the newly born path of flames is still being born. No, it's transforming. It won't move immediately, so we still have time. None other than Surtur and Andromeda were the ones becoming one. There was no way that process would finish in an instant. Odin, can't we fight in the Mount of Olympus? The silent Hera asked with a low voice. Her voice wasn't at peace at all. It contained uneasiness and fear that she couldn't hide. But her voice didn't tremble. She didn't lose her calmness even though she was in fear. She waited for Odin's reply that she already knew the answer of. Odin closed his only eye. He didn't get annoyed at Hera that asked that question even though she was expecting what he would answer. He rather understood her. They needed an exchange of question and answer to be able to take in Odin's cruel proposal. Odin opened his eye again and faced Hera, looking at him while standing next to Zeus. She was beautiful and lofty. Her eyes and each of her movements made Odin think of one person. Frigg. Odin's wife. His other half that he lost at the Great War. Odin opened his mouth. He started speaking with difficulty but without pausing as much as he thought. We aren't able to defeat them just with our strength. We have to gather all the forces we have in one place. It would be good if we are able to fight at Olympus, but there's a high possibility we will get defeated one by one before we take complete preparations to fight. This time Hera was the one to close her eyes. A groan she couldn't suppress came out of her mouth. She didn't know about war that much, but she could know why Odin was speaking like that. Zeus. Hera called Zeus. She extended her hand and grabbed Zeus' hand, and then Zeus put a sad smile. I will do as you say, Odin. We will give up on Olympus and prepare for the decisive battle at Asgard. That was the only method they could choose right now. They had to evacuate at least one more Olympian, just like Odin had said, so they had to move immediately. But Odin. Zeus called out Odin and looked at his only eye. He wished Odin's eyes were filled with wisdom, which he obtained as a price for having offered one of his eye in life at the World Tree, and spoke. Do we have a way, Dot? The path of flames that was being born at the west wasn't normal. It wasn't something that could be faced simply by having Olympus and Asgard join hands. Odin closed his eye at Zeus' question. He raised his big hand and pressed the surroundings of his eye. He opened his eye again after a few seconds that felt too long past. He spoke to Zeus. I have thought of one thing. And Freya was seated at the throne of the gods while wearing Brisingamen. Now that Odin and Tae Ho were absent, the only one that was allowed to seat in the throne was Freya. Freya took some breaths and then touched Brisingamen. The most beautiful accessory in Asgard that was like her symbol still released a noble light, but it was only that. It couldn't completely calm down Freya. But she continued to stroke it. It was because she felt like she would bite her own fingers if she didn't do at least that. Ragnar, that was standing next to Freya, didn't say anything for her sake. He just looked at the closed doors and waited. How much time passed like that? Dizzy noises were heard outside. It seemed like they had finally arrived. The Valkyries that were on hold outside opened the door and a few of them entered the room. Most of them were Valkyries of Freya's legion, but two of them belonged to other legions. Raskrid. For Asgard and the Nine Realms. The moment Freya spoke in a hurry, Raskrid and the Valkyries that were next to her, Gander from Uller's legion and Ingrid of Njord's legion, expressed etiquette. The faces of all three of them were red and they were soaked in sweat. It was clear they had run all the way here without taking a rest once. Odin has told us to tell you this. Her news wasn't that long. Andra Mainyu and the giant of Fire Surtur became one. They are going to start the evacuation of Olympus now. The Olympians will move in a huge scale, so prepare a method to accommodate them and also dispatch forces to Olympus to help with the evacuation. We also have to transmit the situation to the temple. Gander and Ingrid know of the details as they will be the ones to go there. And when Freya asked back hurriedly, Raskrid gulped dry saliva unconsciously. She faced Freya's eyes that seemed like she would devour her at any moment and then opened her mouth with difficulty. He says that if something is to happen to him, that he would be leaving Asgard to you. Damned old bastard. Freya gritted her teeth. This was the reason she wanted to stay behind in Olympus until the end. She now refused to take the waiting role. Freya's eyes reddened. Then, the silent Gander poked the side of Ingrid. It seemed like she was urging her for something. And he also told me to tell you this. What is it? Ingrid flinched as Freya asked sharply. She smacked her lips a few times and barely managed to speak. Oh, Odin, says that he loves you. Ingrid spoke with a completely red face. At that moment Freya put a dumbfounded expression and then hit the handle of her throne. Don't make me laugh. Tell him to say that kind of thing directly when he returns. I will never forgive him if he doesn't return. Ingrid also felt the same way. He should have just sent a counter-signature. When Gander was desperately holding back her laughter, Freya barely regained her composure and moved her fingers. She also used magic to cool her heat and spoke to the Valkyries. I understand the general situation. So we will have the decisive battle at Asgard. This is something that old bastard would think of. The reason Odin stayed back in Olympus was to not drag the devastations of war to Asgard. But if that Odin chose to have Asgard as the place that would have the decisive battle meant that the situation was that serious. Raskrid, you have done well. Rest for a moment before returning to Olympus. Gander and Ingrid, I'm sorry but you must hurry. I hope you depart to the temple immediately. We understand. The three Valkyries expressed etiquette at the same time. Freya regained her calm completely and looked at Ragnar. Ragnar. I will take the command of the forces heading to Olympus. Ragnar spoke while smiling. A smile also spread in Freya's face. I will leave it to you. And you can also leave Odin Nim to me. They needed leisure at situations like these. Ragnar winked towards her and Freya smacked her lips. She turned to look at the Valkyries of Freya's legion and ordered them as the Queen of Gods. Call Heimdall. This wasn't the time to be protecting Bifrost. They should gather all the gods of Asgard in one place and prepare for many more things. Tell him to bring Gellerhorn. As the last war, Ragnarok has started. The Valkyries followed her order immediately. Ragnar also left the throne room. When Freya was left alone, she looked at the west for a moment where Olympus was at. And then turned to look at the east where the temple was located. They didn't have that much time. And we have to take care of Daji first. Episode 71, Asgard, 1, End. TL note, thanks for reading. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 253, Episode 71/Chapter 2. Episode 71/Chapter 2, Asgard, 2. TL, Subak. ED, Stellar Rain. We have to take care of Daji first. No one rebuked Sun Wukong's words. There were many beings in Kum-O-Do with special abilities. They had somewhat understood the situation in Kum-O-Do with the ability 1,000 Kilometers Eye. There was a battle between monsters, a holy monster and an evil monster that transcended logic, and the holy monster won the battle. The result of the battle was the destruction of the entirety of Kum-O-Do. For the temple, a tooth that ached for a long time had been instantly pulled out. They couldn't see Tongtian Jiaozhu in the battle between monsters. But countless beings in Kunlun had confirmed his death. It was because a massive star had been extinguished in the night sky. Tongtian Jiaozhu was the commander of Kum-O-Do and master of the destructive beings, so it was hard to hide his death, although it might be different for an injury. Kum-O-Do was devastated and Tongtian Jiaozhu was annihilated. Then, the only ones left among the destructive beings was the army led by Daji, the 100-faced fox. It was the perfect opportunity to drive the destructive beings from the temple. In addition, they didn't know when the battle from the south would resume, so they had to stabilize the north as fast as possible. It was deep in the night, but Sun Wukong thought about dispatching and countless beings agreed to his idea. They were sure the group led by Daji also received the news of the death of Tongtian Jiaozhu and the devastation of Kum-O-Do, so there was a high probability they were in chaos. Sun Wukong grabbed his staff, Rui Bang, and gave the army the order to depart. However, a new order got conveyed from the three pure ones before that order could get transmitted. Don't move and stay on hold. Sun Wukong had absolute authority over the army for the defenses of the temple, but he couldn't disobey their orders. In addition, Sun Wukong also didn't have any thoughts of disobeying them. There's something. There was a bond of more than 1,000 years between Sun Wukong and the three pure ones. Because of that, Sun Wukong knew them really well. The three pure ones weren't scaredy cats that were afraid of battle. They also weren't the type to interfere and intervene when they had already given him absolute authority over the army. But they intervened on purpose. They should certainly have a proper reason for that. Sun Wukong could feel what the reason was. He couldn't describe it in detail, but he was sure a problem that couldn't even be compared to Daji had surged up. Sun Wukong, that had been heading to the palace of the three pure ones alone, turned to look at his arm. All the fur in his hair rose up before the order from the three pure ones got conveyed. What could it be? Just what had made Sun Wukong that way? Sun Wukong looked at the west and then continued to walk. And we don't have time. We have to hurry up to the three pure ones. Kulin Mountain was at the southeast from Komodo. So it was at the opposite side from the west, where the incident had occurred. But Tae Ho agreed with Nywa. The still couldn't know clearly what had happened at the west in Olympus. But they were sure something that needed not only Tae Ho but the strength of the temple had occurred. That's why they had to go to the three pure ones. There was a high probability Asgard would have dispatched a messenger to the temple by now, so they would be able to hear the details later. Nidhogg is sleepy. I'm sorry, but let's work a bit harder. Yes. Nidhogg will work hard. Nidhogg kept blinking and rose up her collapsing body by force. Adenmaha wanted to embrace her, but she was sure Nidhogg wouldn't be able to endure her drowsiness, so she could only watch with regretful eyes. Nidhogg had used a lot of strength in breaking through the gates of Komodo. In addition, she used all her remaining strength in fighting against that being, so she didn't have any strength left. But Nidhogg had to be awake to move the black holy dragon. While Nidhogg pinched her own thigh to stay awake, Hraesvelgr controlled the black dragon and Adenmaha looked at a distant place. Tae Ho was now with Nywa that was lying down at the back of the black dragon. Master! Why was he in such a hurry? Did something that surpasses the god of destruction of Komodo appear? Adenmaha bit her lower lip. She got an anxious feeling. And Nywa closed her eyes and fell asleep. It seemed like she was saving time that she was awake, as she was really weakened. Tae Ho looked at Nywa's body that was asleep and then picked a suitable spot in the body of the black dragon to sleep. Tae Ho was also exhausted and felt sleepy. He didn't have any problem in stamina, but he was at a limit in his mental power. But he couldn't fall asleep yet. It wasn't only because of the new calamity that appeared at the west. Astalone. Tae Ho lied back on a rock and called out the name of the dragon sword with a low voice. A beautiful white blade appeared at his hands. Dragon sword Astalone. The real companion of the dragon knight Kalstead. The only sword that was at the top among all the weapons of dragon knights that existed in Dark Age. Tae Ho stroked the blade of Astalone slowly. The appearance of Astalone was exactly the same as what he saw in Dark Age. The white and long blade that had the sentence of the world dragon engraved in it was really beautiful. Astalone. Tae Ho called the name of the dragon sword again. He activated the sentence of the Milesian and called the real appearance of Astalone. What? The beautiful girl that appeared lying down in the ground asked casually. She still had drowsy eyes. Tae Ho looked at Astalone for a moment before replying instantly. Due to the settings of Dark Age, she was the incarnation of the world dragon Yggdrasil, and her appearance was really similar to the goddess of Yggdrasil drawn in the sacred torch, maybe because of that. That's why he hadn't thought it was weird. Because it was no different from the weapons made with his saga. But he changed his thoughts now. Tae Ho picked his words carefully several times and then opened his mouth. Astalone. What? You aren't a being created through a saga? Through a saga, a fake made with the power of stories. Dark Age was a game. Countless beings in the world were enjoying it, but in the end it was merely a game. A real Astalone didn't exist. Even if it did, it was only in existence under a program composed by 0 and 1s. But when he made the world dragon descend, Tae Ho could know it as the master. Astalone's divinity was real. She had a real divinity of her own, independently from Tae Ho's saga. The power that ranked up Nidhogg as the world dragon was also like that. It wasn't a power created by a saga. Tae Ho could feel the divinity of the world. Astalon feigned a laugh at Tae Ho's question. She stood up really slowly with still sleepy eyes and then turned to Tae Ho's direction as if it was a bother to walk, and collapsed. Tae Ho got surprised and stood up hurriedly to embrace her and then started to have a mental communication. I am an existence created through a saga. At least that is the case for this body and part of my memory. Originally, I didn't even have an ego. It was something hard to understand immediately. Tae Ho embraced Astalon and looked at her face, and Astalon put a bitter smile. You don't understand? Are you saying that Dark Age is real? Not simply a game, but something else. Wasn't it a game made by gods, just like it appears frequently at novels, or something that happened for real at another world? Astalon giggled as Tae Ho spoke about his imagination. You have a good imagination. But that's not the case. Dark Age is indeed a game. It's a game made by humans and not by a god, and it's not something real that is happening in another world. If what happens in Dark Age is real, then strong existences like the Demon King or evil dragons have to repeat dying and reviving thousands of times, right? The same thing has to be repeated a lot of times when there's a limited event per account. And how many users do you think there are in Dark Age? Are there hundreds or thousands of them? It was like she had said. The world of Dark Age couldn't exist in another world. Then what happened? Your divinity was certainly the real deal. That's right, it's real. It's because I was one of the existences among the gods from Earth. Gods from Earth? Gods of Earth. But I didn't particularly have an ego. I was a god that helped the world be maintained just by existing. Didn't you see similar beings in Olympus? If you are speaking about the ancient gods, are you perhaps an ancient god of Earth? No, I wasn't that great of an existence. And actually, currently, Earth doesn't have any god that has a personality. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have been able to think and speak like now. I'm getting more confused. It's simple. You called the dragon sword Astalon through your saga. But Astalon is an existence that has a divinity, as it's the incarnation of the world dragon, right? That's why I, one of the gods of Earth, became Astalon by receiving the memories and appearances from your memory. The current me is a god of Earth that received the memories and appearances of Astalon to obtain a personality of my own. Then what about the power of the world that got added when you transformed Nidhogg into the world dragon? The power of the world worked instead of the divinity of the world dragon. You are an existence from Earth Terra, and your saga has its origins from Terra. Isn't the saga a power from Asgard? It's a power that only belongs to Asgard. But stories and belief isn't only the power of Asgard. Terra and the 9 worlds, you could say it is the power of all 10 realms. You also experienced this in Olympus. Tae Ho thought of the sacred forces. The gods of Olympus were certainly strengthening themselves through the power of belief. A story isn't a fake thing. The story becomes true because there is someone that believes in it. Your story isn't a fake thing at all. Astalon pointed at herself as if she was proof of it. Tae Ho could feel the presence of Astalon from his embrace. Her body was warm and soft. Goddess of Terra, I'm curious of one thing. What is it? Mr. Letcher of Aaron. When the silent Cuchulainn butted in, Astalon answered back with an expectant voice. It seemed like she quite liked Cuchulainn. Cuchulainn smirked as he was susceptible about that, and then asked with a calm voice again. What is Tae Ho? Is he a special existence? Such as a being that was selected to be born with the fate of a knight. Tae Ho is a normal human. He isn't a being that was born with the fate of a knight or was born by the will of gods. But he is a really special human. In what aspect? He is the strongest gamer that's played by more than 1 billion people. He's the strongest of Dark Age that gets recognized by billions of people. He is someone that has the power of a story that can't be compared to others, and the result of that was that he became a piece of Terra. If this isn't being special, then what is? A piece of Terra? There are no personality gods at Terra, so to say Earth. But they clearly have a divinity, and their divinity is protecting the son of Earth. Because of that, the ones that became special on rare occasions share the divinity of Earth and become an even more special existence. That's the piece of Terra. And Tae Ho, you are also a piece of Terra. The big and clear grains of sand stand out more among other grains of sand, right? That's what you are. The reason the programmers brought by Odin weren't able to activate a saga like Tae Ho was because of this. Tae Ho was the strongest in Dark Age, and the result was that he obtained a vast power of stories that couldn't even be compared to the other programmers and became a piece of Terra. The saga Tae Ho used until now wasn't only the power of Asgard. It was the result of having the assistance of Terra and having the powers of two words combined into one. I can generally know what you are talking about. You were a really famous bastard in your world. Cuchulainn didn't exactly know the population of Erin at its prime. But he was sure it was a bit more than 1 billion. Hey, you are really special. He is. He is an existence that is being loved by the goddess of Yur of Asgard and the representative Valkyrie of the Legion at the same time, but also has the goddess of love and beauty of Erin begged to have her waist dislocated. He doesn't only handle one ancient dragon but two, and in addition, the two of them call him as master. Not only that, but he can do whatever he pleases to the ancient god of Asgard and the ancient dragon that can now transform into the world dragon. He didn't have enough of making her work hard, but is even working her hard now when she didn't have proper sleep. In addition, a beautiful and frail woman that is hard to find is posing hunger, and he is so merciless he doesn't let her eat anything, so he really is special. Hey, you are a real trash. Astalone spoke too much. In addition, she formed a good pair with Cuchulainn to the point it was weird. But it's all true. Astalone smirked with a sleepy face, and Tae Ho couldn't deny that. Episode 71, Asgard, 2, End. TL note, thanks for reading. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 254, Episode 71/Chapter 3. Episode 71/Chapter 3, Asgard, 3. TL, Subak. Ed. Tae Ho got turned to tatters at the merciless fact attack and drooped his body. Cuchulainn clicked his tongue at that and then spoke energetically as if telling him to cheer up. Cheer up. You will end up victories with instigations and fabricating stories as expected of a scammer. Tae Ho didn't even have the energy to reply, so he closed his eyes and then looked at Astalone. She was laughing in joy as if it was really fun to tease Tae Ho, so she looked really detestable. Why? Do you want to ask something else? A few more things. Then I am the only piece of Terra? No, there are many of them. No, it's kind of vague to say that there are a lot, but anyway, they are not few in numbers. The people that gave a strong impression to countless people and that have a worldwide recognition are able to become a piece of Terra. But only, you are kind of strong among the pieces of Terras. Because there are many people that play Dark Age? Yes. I said there were 1 billion casually, but actually there are more than 3 billion people that have actually played Dark Age. And there are a few more times people that know of Dark Age and you, Tae Ho. There are really few figures that have recognition as much as you do among the ones that are alive. In addition, you don't only have a high recognition, but you are known to be the strongest. Also dash. Also, dot. What do you think the synchro rate was? Tae Ho opened his eyes widely and then realized one fact. The piece of Terra was getting stronger? His words weren't arranged properly, but Astalone understood it right away as she already knew the answer. Right, that's it. The synchro rate also means the growth rate of the piece of Terra. That was the reason you were able to use stronger sagas the higher the synchro rate got, and it meant that you have grown that much as a piece of Terra. It feels like everything fits now. So you were saying that Tae Ho bastard was a growth-type piece of Terra, right? Astalone nodded at Cuchulain's question. That's also right. It's not an exaggeration to say that the current Tae Ho is the strongest piece of Terra in the history of Terra. He is the master of two worlds, and the power of the stories he piled up since he went to another world is overwhelming. And think about it. I said that I was originally a god of Earth, right? Although I didn't have a personality or whatever. Indeed, did he become an incredible piece of Terra to the point he was able to separate a god of Earth as one of his property? That's right in general, but isn't property a bit too much? Although I do like that I obtained a personality. While Cuchulain and Astalone were speaking with each other, Tae Ho nodded slowly. It was because he just realized now that the increase in the synchro rate wasn't related directly to the other strengths he had. So that's what you meant when you said that their guys like me appeared at times, Basically, Valhalla was a place where the humans of Asgard went to. But Tae Ho himself was an exception, and Bjorn had said that there were humans that came from other worlds in really rare cases. And he had also said that most of them had a special power. He was sure that all of them were pieces of Terra. Haida is always right. Because she had said this while looking at himself. You are special, Tae Ho. I feel like you are. Even if I bring people that did the same thing as you, I don't think they will be able to activate a saga like you. It was like she had said. A programmer that wasn't a piece of Terra wouldn't be able to activate a saga even if he died and revived. Ugh, did you see how he spoke? It seems like he won't be able to move an inch from her. He's just like that when he speaks. Just in word. Indeed, I feel like that's the case looking at what he does. Hey, I can hear the both of you. We spoke out loud for you to hear. Yeah, it was so you could hear us. Cuchulain and Astalone laughed and replied. The two of them really fitted each other well in a bad direction. Tae Ho engraved his mind to be able to tolerate it and lifted up Astalone's real appearance. What, you were throwing me away because you sucked out all the sweet water? Sob sob, oh you are too much. You should have at least given me some food before sending me away. So you gulp it if it's sweet and spit it if it's sour. Kaya. You really are the best in that way, Adat. Tae Ho missed the times when Astalone only slept because she was sleepy and Cuchulain that was silent all the time. Whatever the case, he put back the dragon sword and Gi-Balg and then returned to the heart room to have some rest. And after the black holy dragon landed near Kulin Mountain, it stayed still like a boulder and didn't move. It was due to Nidhogg having ended up falling asleep. Tae Ho stroked Nidhogg's head that fell asleep in Adenmaha's embrace and thought of resting a quarter of the day. It was because he had no way to know what happened at the west before the messenger from Asgard arrived. And there's no way they wouldn't have sent one considering the temperament of Odin. Tae Ho thought of Asgard's communication net and then sent Siri and Bracke on the back of the energetical Draconismenios to Kulin Mountain. They were going to be the messengers that would transmit what happened in Komodo. Rest for now. Let's meet later. Sob sob, I wanted to carry master. You could differentiate who were the ones speaking just by the way they spoke. Tae Ho sent off the ones leaving and then returned to the heart room to sleep. And after half the morning passed, the messenger of Asgard arrived at the temple. And for Asgard and the 9 realms, let the light of the temple be eternal. When Gander and Ingrid expressed etiquette, the man of integrity that was out to meet them also expressed etiquette. Gander and Ingrid didn't look that well, perhaps for having used the black flash consecutively, but they didn't have time to waste. The man of integrity hurriedly led the 2 people to the 3 pure ones, and Tae Ho, Niwa, Adenmaha, Nidhogg, etc. also went to meet them. The ones that arrived the latest at the conference room, excluding the most important figures, were Tae Ho and his group. Gander, that had arrived first, greeted Tae Ho with her eyes, and Ingrid bowed towards him. Tae Ho also felt joy at meeting them, so he talked to them with mystical magic. Have the two of you been well? Gander utilized her eyebrows and sent a signal at Tae Ho's question, and Ingrid let a small smile and nodded. Gander's signal was something like, "Hey. Why are you asking something like that when we use mystical magic?" But Tae Ho understood that perfectly, so he sent a long sentence with his mystical magic. He was never easing his anger of what he suffered from Astalone on innocent people at all. Master? Right at that instant, Adenmaha poked his waist and sent another message. It meant that he should concentrate, and when Tae Ho got a hold of himself, he cleared his throat and fixed his posture. This is the message from Asgard. Ingrid opened her mouth with a hard-working expression like usual and started to explain what happened at Olympus. The intrusion of Surtur and Andromeda. The fusion they underwent after driving the forces of Olympus to the Mount of Olympus. The expressions of everyone at the conference room became dark. Nidhogg blinked as she didn't know what they were speaking about, but she shrunk her shoulders and put a depressed expression because the surrounding atmosphere became dark. It's like I expected. 3 pure ones, I imagine you were also able to feel it, right? Yuanchur Tianzuan nodded as Nuwa asked in a low voice. The same went for the Jade Emperor and Dao Tianzuan. The master of the temple was currently Yuanchur Tianzuan, but you could actually say that all 3 pure ones were the masters of the temple. It was certain they also felt what Tae Ho and Nuwa felt. The great occurrence in the West. The birth of an existence that transcended common sense. The playfulness from Gander's face that she had when she first met Tae Ho disappeared completely. Ingrid's face was also stiffer than usual. It was because they thought of the power of the last flames they felt at Olympus, the power of Andromeda and the giant of fire Surtur having become one. It wasn't simple power. It was a strength that had materialized negative things such as uneasiness, despair, and death. Echidna asked. How is it compared to Nyx? When she gathered the power of the ancient gods and put her hand on the power of a world god. When Nyx made the night descend, Gander and Ingrid were also at Olympus. That power was so huge it couldn't be completely measured by a Valkyrie, but the only ones at this place that had experienced the two things were Gander and Ingrid. Gander bit her lips and then spoke. It's hard to compare it exactly as the two of them were vast. But only, Odin has said that the last path of flames was much more dangerous. That if Nyx's power only worked in Olympus, the last path of flames could be used in Asgard and the 9 realms. Odin told us to transmit you this. Ingrid added and then took out a crystal she was treasuring in her chest. When she inserted a bit of magic power into it, a hologram of Odin appeared above the crystal. I will transmit you directly what I saw and felt. Don't reject it and accept it. The hologram of Odin's upper body said, and the hologram dispersed before anyone could answer. The hologram that transformed into white light split into several pieces and headed to the heads of everyone at the conference room. Sun Wukong hit the light by reflex, but everyone else accepted it. And then, they could clearly feel the difference between Nyx and the last path of flames. Nyx was an incomplete world god. Her power didn't fall behind to a real world god, but there was an instability at maintaining her power. In the first place, she had connected the power of all ancient gods to create the power of a world god, and it didn't belong solely to her. That was the reason Tae Ho was able to defeat Nyx. Tae Ho attacked the night itself, that was the thing maintaining the world god Nyx and not the ancient god Nyx, and also connected the power of the ancient gods into one, and the result of that was that he could return the world god Nyx into the ancient god Nyx. But the last path of flames wasn't in existence like that. The giant of fire Surtur, that could already influence all 10 worlds, got added to Andromeda that was already a world god, and so a god of destruction that destroyed worlds no matter where they were. It got born. It wasn't an opponent that could be defeated with the same method. They could only fight against the last path of flames directly. But was that possible? I have an idea. Nuwa opened her mouth and everyone turned to look at her. And the 12 Olympians left the Mount of Olympus. Not only then, but the countless heroes, lesser gods, fairies, and humans also placed the mount behind their backs. The last ones to remain were Odin and Zeus. Zeus stood still and looked at the Mount of Olympus and then faced the last path of flames that was burning down with the intent to even burn the skies. Odin placed his hand on the shoulder of Zeus. Zeus opened his mouth and asked instead of turning to look at him, "What are you planning to do with that? Did they have a method against it even if they escaped to Asgard? Did they have a way to put off those flames even if they gathered the power of several gods? We should gather the power of the worlds just like it has done." Odin answered and said something more to Zeus. He told Zeus to do something that was harder than giving up Olympus. "Zeus, give up the seat of the master. And give up the seat of the master of the temple." Manhwa said. Sun Wukong opened his eyes widely asking what she was talking about, and the three pure ones just closed their eyes silently. It seemed like they were aware of what Manhwa was going to tell them. The destructive beings have transcended the worlds and joined their strength into one. Then, we have no other option than transcend the worlds too. If they joined the power of 5 worlds, then we also have to join the power of the remaining 4 worlds. And Zeus let out an enraged roar. He grabbed Odin by his throat. "This case is different from that boy of yours. Odin was a god of war that would do anything just to win. He was someone that could end his life to win, and he could also take away the life of the one he loved the most. But Zeus wasn't someone that could do that. The one he would hand over the seat to. It was to the warrior of Valhalla. He clearly was a god of Asgard even though he was from another world. He wasn't a god of Olympus or the temple. Just like Zeus had said, the case with Zeus and Odin was different. But Odin didn't bend his will. He rather glared back at Zeus and said, "That's the only way." And he already has the power of 2 worlds in one body. He will get the power of another 2 worlds and make the power of 4 worlds into one. Manhwa turned to look at Tae Ho, and everyone in the room did the same. Asgard, Aaron, the temple, and Olympus. The last 4 worlds that had the power of the ones that wanted to maintain the world. The last hope that would face against the last path of flames. Zeus gritted his teeth. Yuanshur Tianzuan closed his eyes and nodded. Odin opened his mouth and said, "Combine the power of the 4 worlds into one." Manhwa also spoke. The voices of 2 gods rang at the same time from 2 different worlds. The one leading the ones that want to maintain the world. Adenmaha grabbed Tae Ho's hand. Sun Wukong looked at Tae Ho. The guardian god of the 5 worlds. Asgard, Aaron, the temple, Olympus, and in addition the power of Terra. Zeus let go of the throat of Odin. Yuang Tianzuan and the 3 pure ones spoke at the same time. They finished the words Odin and Manhwa had started. "We are giving birth to it. The master of 4 worlds. The one leading them all." Manhwa turned to look at Tae Ho, and Tae Ho faced her. And Episode 71, Asgard, 3, End. TL Note, thanks for reading. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 255, Episode 71/Chapter 4, Asgard, 4. Episode 71/Chapter 4, Asgard, 4. TL, Subak. Ed. Sun Wukong wasn't able to catch up to the flow of the story. It was because he hit the light of Odin by reflex, and a difference in the amount of information got created. No, even if that is the case. It was handing over something none other than the seat of master. No matter how urgent the situation was, it wasn't something that could be accepted easily. In addition, they were going to hand over the seat of master to someone of Asgard and not even from the temple, so it was something that couldn't even happen in Sun Wukong's logic. Sun Wukong didn't know much about Tae Ho. He had only heard about his performances. He was certainly a strong being. There was a high probability he would be the strongest in all of the temple, Asgard, and Olympus. It wasn't that he didn't like him, as the temple had been able to breathe thanks to his actions. Also, Tae Ho hadn't acted arrogantly or requested something excessive at his own achievements. It would be weirder if he disliked him. Sun Wukong was planning to listen to everything he said. He would have wondered a bit if Tae Ho asked him to give his staff to him, but he would have gladly handed it over. But the seat of master was different to his staff. What happens after we defeat the last path of flames? They were at a situation where they had knives at their throats, but he couldn't help but think about the next. What would happen after they barely managed to overcome the enemy? Would the master of Asgard return the seat of master to the temple? Even if he promised that, how would they be able to believe in those words? Sun Wukong had many things he wanted to say. But he endured the words that came up to his throat. There was no way the three pure ones in Nuwa would have missed what Sun Wukong was thinking about. Even if it didn't reach them, there was still Zhuangmu. But is it so serious we still have to hand over the seat? The current situation. The last path of flames that appeared in Olympus. Sun Wukong gulped dry saliva. Yuanshi Tianzuan opened his eyes and said, "Master of Asgard." Yuanshi Tianzuan looked at Tae Ho. He, that had guarded the seat of the master of the temple for a long time, was thinking of something Sun Wukong hadn't been able to. There was something that had to be preceded before proceeding with everything. Will you able to do that? Gathering the power of the four masters and face against the last path of flames. Can you become the protector of the five worlds? It had been a proposal from Odin and Nuwa until now. Tae Ho had never said that he would do it with his own mouth. Sun Wukong realized that fact only now. And he also understood that climbing to the seat of master of four worlds wasn't only a glorious thing. Tae Ho would have to fight in the most dangerous place while shouldering the fate of not one world but five of them. Sun Wukong felt like his throat got clogged just by imagining about it. That's why they needed Tae Ho's permission. They couldn't casually pass over it. Nidhogg, that got dampened at the atmosphere, twirled her fingers and put a depressed expression. Adenmaha extended her hand unconsciously and grabbed the hands of Tae Ho. Adenmaha wished for Tae Ho to decline. It was a selfish wish, but she still hoped he did that. Because Tae Ho had already saved the world a few times. He had to jump to the brinks of death several times to save Asgard and Olympus. But she also knew that her wish couldn't be fulfilled. Because the man Adenmaha liked the most in this world was someone like that. Tae Ho grabbed Adenmaha's hands tightly. His hands were big and hard. Adenmaha bit her lips unconsciously. It was because she knew really well what Tae Ho's actions meant. They didn't have that much time. Tae Ho let go of Adenmaha's hands. Adenmaha twitched her fingers and didn't hand her hand to Tae Ho anymore. Tae Ho thought of what he should say for a moment. He dropped his shoulders a bit while everyone was looking at him and then clenched a fist. It was because he thought of the most Valhalla-like answer that was a bit weird but suited this kind of situation the most. For Asgard and the 9 realms. For all the worlds. He hit his chest. Gander and Ingrid placed their fists on their chests without saying anything and expressed respect towards Tae Ho. Sun Wukong also formed a fist and expressed etiquette. Everyone in the conference room thought of the same thing. Thank you. The temple will do its best to help you. Yuanshi Tianzuan expressed etiquette and then looked at his side. The Jade Emperor asked Nuwa. Nuwa, he already has the seats of 2 worlds that are Asgard and Eren. I think that it will be too much to hand over the seat of the temple in this place immediately. I also think like that. He also has to receive the seat of Master of Olympus, so we will need a proper ceremony at Asgard. Power came with its respective price. No one could assure what would happen if they contained the power of 4 masters in one world. They had to lessen the load given on Tae Ho's body the most they could through a proper procedure. This time, Dao Tianzuan was the one to speak. Sun Wukong. Please, speak. Sun Wukong turned to look towards him and took a breath. It was because he had sensed what Dao Tianzuan would say. Get in charge of the forces that will head to Asgard. I will exclude the minimum amount of forces for the defenses of the temple and I will send all the rest to Asgard. I will heed to your order. There were Daji and King Zhao still left. They didn't know when the forces of Dilmun and Shindu would attack from the south again. But the most important battlefield was Asgard. The battle in Asgard would decide the fate of all the remaining worlds. That's why they had to go. They couldn't stop at gathering the power of 4 masters, but they also had to gather the power of the 4 worlds. Yuanshi Tianzuan spoke to Nuwa. Nuwanim. Us, the 3 pure ones, aren't able to move from the temple. Will you go to Asgard instead of us? The 3 pure ones were the pillars that maintained the temple just by existing. They couldn't leave the temple just like Yuanshi Tianzuan had said. Nuwa understood what Yuanshi Tianzuan had said. He was conceding the seat of master to Nuwa. She was going to be the one that would hand over the seat of master to Tae Ho. I'm planning to do that. That would be the last thing I can do for the temple. That was the only thing Nuwa could do in her weakened state. Thank you, Mother of Humans. Nuwa put a faint smile as Yuanshi Tianzuan and the other 3 pure ones expressed etiquette. The time they hadn't been able to be together was long because she had been asleep, but she still felt happy and commendable towards the 3 of them at the point that they were the same from before. Yuanshi Tianzuan spoke again. If everything has been decided, then there's no reason to delay. Sun Wukong, hurry up to leave the temple. You will have to head to Asgard before the sun sets. I will heed your order. Sun Wukong got out of the conference room. Adenmaha extended her hand and grabbed Tae Ho's sleeve. Tae Ho turned to look at Adenmaha. The temple started to move. And Olympus was burning. The flames that arose from the south and north didn't stop, and it dyed up the sky and earth of Olympus in red. Countless beings died and several others were dying. Hurry up! Help each other! We don't have time! The great hero of Artemis, Atalanta, yelled. She, that was carrying a child at her back, was already crossing the connecting path between Olympus and Asgard more than 100 times. She wanted to evacuate the most people possible. The god and heroes that stayed back at Olympus joined hands and also assisted the reinforcements that came from Asgard. But they couldn't rescue everyone. There were some they had to give up on. Zeus, that was releasing divine power so that the path of flame didn't cover the connecting path, looked at the Mount of Olympus with a depressed face. He, the master of Olympus, could feel it. Olympus was screaming. The ones that weren't able to escape beyond the flames were crying. The gods of Olympus treated humans as their tools, and Zeus wasn't that different from the other gods. However, it didn't mean that they didn't have emotions. The situation where he had to see countless people die powerlessly tore his chest apart several times. Zeus! Hera called out Zeus. Zeus didn't turn to look at her, and Hera walked slowly to stand next to Zeus. Odin stood at a different place and suppressed the path of flames. They could hear Thor and Heracles returning from far away. It seemed like they had defeated the army of the enemy that had gathered to attack the connecting path. The evacuation of the humans ended. The nymphs they could bring to the connecting path had also left to Olympus. The only remaining gods left at Olympus were the gods of Olympus and the gods of Asgard that were Odin and Thor. Athena supported Demeter, that had cried so much to the point she fainted, and entered the connecting path. Apollo led Artemis as she hadn't completed completely from the past. Hephaestus bound Aphrodite to a cart and advanced. He looked at Olympus for that last time, but only for a moment. Prometheus had also left. Hades and Persephone, that had stayed at the underworld during the internal warfare of Olympus, also walked with them. Zeus. The call of Hades was low. Persephone pulled on Hades' hand and Hades nodded. He took care of the queen of the underworld whom he loved and left Olympus. Father. Leave first. Thor nodded at Odin's words. He hit the shoulder of Heracles, that was looking at Olympus without saying anything, and told him to leave. The only ones left now were Zeus, Hera, and Odin. Odin approached Zeus and Hera. Zeus was still standing still and looking at the Mount of Olympus. The last path of flames was arising. The flames that finally became one turned into a giant of fire and started to climb the Mount of Olympus. They could see it clearly. That's why they had sent away the ones left in a hurry. Hera leaned at Zeus and he embraced her head with his big hand. The giant of fire raised his hand. At that moment, an overwhelming power that shook the entire Olympus got activated. The same power from when Nyx made the night descend got concentrated at the sky. No, it was way stronger than that. That was a sword of fire. A sword that was huge got created above the Mount of Olympus. The giant of fire moved his hand and at that moment the sword of fire trespassed the Mount of Olympus. It destroyed the core of Olympus, the land where all the energy was concentrated at. It got destroyed and burnt down. The sky and the ground shook and the world Olympus cried. The destructive beings sang destruction at various parts from the world. Hera's legs lost strength. Zeus embraced her waist more tightly and supported her. What surged up because it had reached the end? The last path of flames that would bring the end to a world. Will they be able to defeat that thing if they join the power of the masters? Will they be able to stop it? Zeus didn't ask and Odin didn't say anything. Zeus turned around while holding Hera. He headed to the connecting path with Odin and they didn't turn back anymore. Odin and Zeus sealed the connecting path. Olympus burnt down. Episode 71, Asgard, 4, End. TL note, thanks for reading. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 256, Episode 72/Chapter 1. Episode 72/Chapter 1, Ragnarok, 1. TL, Subak. Ed. The Mount of Olympus disappeared. Surtur, that had the burning sword sheathed at his back, looked at the connecting path of Asgard without any words. Andromania had become a strength for him. Surtur became the will of destruction. Perhaps it was an obvious thing as Surtur was the incarnation of Muspelheim that existed to bring an end to the worlds. The sky and the ground burned down and Olympus got dyed with the colors of destruction. The end was nearing. There wasn't much time left. Surtur started to walk. The destructive group, the Kingdom of Fire, followed his back. The land of the last decisive battle. Towards Asgard. And Odin hurried off after sealing the connecting path. They couldn't know how much time they had bought. It would be more than 2 days at least. If they thought about it unfairly, they had about 4 days but not 5. They would depend on the next 2 days to see if they had 2 more days available. There was someone getting past the group that was on hold at the connecting path of Asgard's side and advancing. It was the goddess of magic Freya, whom you could recognize at a glance. She didn't say anything and Odin just spread his arms. He hugged Freya, whose eyes reddened so tightly he seemed to crush her. It hurts. I'm saying that it hurts. Freya spoke annoyedly. But she just dug in deeper into Odin's embrace, contrary to her words. Odin stroked Freya's vast hair. He kissed her in her forehead and then looked down at her. Freya said, I prepared everything you told me. Tae Ho is also coming right now. You are so firm and decisive like usual. Freya snorted and Odin laughed in a good mood. He placed his lips on Freya's forehead once again and then looked at the gods of Olympus. A huge sense of loss was covering them. It was due to having sensed the destruction of the Mount of Olympus directly. Apollo and the other gods of Olympus collapsed in place. There were also many of them that lied down and cried. Even the goddess of warfare Athena burst in tears while hugging Demeter. There were only two that were holding back their tears. Heracles stood like a boulder and didn't move, and Zeus stayed silent. Hera, that was holding it back while biting her lips, cried sorrowfully. It was a regretful scene, and this wasn't only a thing of a third party. It was something that could also happen to the gods of Asgard. Zeus reacted at Odin's call. He hugged Hera once that wasn't able to control her body yet, and then entrusted her to the wife of Heracles and the daughter of Zeus and Hera, the goddess of youth Hebe. Zeus knew what Odin was requesting. He took a deep breath and answered as the master of Olympus. Let's go. As there was no time to waste, Freya called the cat carriage. She led Odin and Zeus to the center of Asgard to Valhalla. And the black holy dragon passed through the connecting path of the temple and Asgard. There were countless martial artists at her back. The leader of the 12 protectors of the temple, Sun Wukong, was leading them, and the ancient god of the temple and the new master, Nuwa, was at his side. There was a dragon that approached her the moment the black holy dragon entered the skies of Asgard. The woman that landed at the back of the really huge black dragon was Valkyrie Raskrid. She had obtained new dragon wing coats, and so she entered the heart room of Nidhogg. For Asgard and the 9 realms. Raskrid expressed etiquette as soon as she saw Tae Ho. Tae Ho also expressed back etiquette and then looked at her face. It hadn't been a month since they separated from Olympus, but they felt like they were seeing each other in a really long while. Odin has arrived. He is waiting at Valhalla. Raskrid spoke up to that point and then gave him a feather that had runes engraved in it. When Tae Ho grabbed that, all the information Odin transmitted him entered his head. 4 days from now on. The time given to Asgard. Forces were gathering from everywhere. Warriors weren't only gathering from the world of gods Asgard but also from the mortal world Midgard, the world of fairies Alfheim and Svartalfheim, and warriors from Nidavellir too. It was the same for Vanaheim and Niflheim. The oldest steel warrior woke up from its slumber. All of the warriors of Valhalla prepared to go out to the battlefield without excluding anyone. Tae Ho nodded. He looked at the direction Valhalla was at. And when Tae Ho got down the black holy dragon, the first one he saw was Idun. The woman that had golden hair ran to him and hugged him tightly. My warrior Tae Ho. Her voice was mixed with fear. Tae Ho embraced her tightly. I heard everything. What Odin was preparing and what will happen in the next 4 days. Idun placed her hand on Tae Ho's chest. She then pushed him to get away from his embrace and then stroke his cheek. She then stood up on her toes and placed her lip on Tae Ho's. Let my blessing accompany you. Tae Ho also blessed her back. Idun wanted to get hugged by Tae Ho again, but Heda stopped her. They still had time. This wasn't the time to get drunk at the happiness of the encounter. I will wait. Heda spoke with Idun's face and Tae Ho nodded. They followed Regenleaf that was waiting for them and headed to a deep place of Valhalla. The only one accompanying Tae Ho was Nuwa. Nidhogg and Adenmaha wanted to follow him, but Heda also stopped the two of them. Tae Ho thought that he would head to the room that had the throne of kings. But the place he arrived at was a room he had never entered until now. A circular room that was filled with runes in the floor, walls, and ceiling. We will make the transference here. Move to the center of the room, please. Regenleaf spoke with a low voice that wasn't like her, and Tae Ho supported Nuwa as she started to show signs of exhaustion for the first time since she arrived at Asgard, and they headed to the center of the room together. The transference only lasted a moment. When Tae Ho opened his eyes again, he could see the lake of Mimir covered by a dense fog. It was the lake of Mimir. So you came. Odin, that was sitting near the lake, stood up. Zeus and Freya were standing next to him, and the first and second sisters among the three sisters, Ward and Verdandi, were next to the head of Mimir. They couldn't see the third of the sisters, Skuld. For Asgard and the 9 realms. The god of war Odin greets you. The goddess of magic Freya greets you. Njua also answered back without strength as Odin and Freya expressed etiquette to Njua. Let the light of the temple be eternal. I'm Njua. Njua looked at Zeus and he greeted with a low voice. Let the glory of Olympus be with you. I'm Zeus. His greeting was a bit stiff, to the point it seemed a bit rude, but Njua understood him. Olympus was still groaning even at this moment under the flames of destruction. Odin looked at Tae Ho. Tae Ho, we don't have much time. The ceremony itself will take time, and after that, you need time to get accustomed to your new power. Tae Ho took a breath when they asked him if it was possible to start with the ceremony right away. He nodded and answered to Odin's question. He had already prepared his mind. There was no reason to delay anymore. Odin told Tae Ho which was his seat. It was on an altar that was prepared in front of the head of Mimir. The head of Mimir, Word and Verdandi took place around Tae Ho in a triangle, and Odin, Freya, Zeus and Njua, that were at the border of the lake, formed a square. Zeus looked at the direction Olympus was at for the last time. Njua clenched her chest and closed her eyes. Odin looked at Tae Ho. Tae Ho answered once again. The sentences of Aaron and Asgard appeared at the back of his hands. We will start with the ceremony. The moment Odin finished speaking. Asgard, Aaron, Olympus and the temple. The power of 4 worlds got concentrated on Tae Ho. And time passed. One of the days of the 4 days passed and night came. The warriors of various worlds looked at the starry night. The number of forces gathered at camping ground that was made with Valhalla as the center easily surpassed 100,000, and they were still increasing even at this moment. Ragnar looked at the connecting path that got closed. It was hard to imagine that those gates will get swept away by flames and get destroyed. But that was a future that would come soon, and it was a fate that couldn't be evaded. Bjorn approached Ragnar. He gave him a leather pocket instead of saying anything, and Ragnar grinned. Ragnar stroked the head of Bjorn that was taller than him and then brought the pocket to his mouth. Naturally, he looked at the direction the world tree Yggdrasil was at. One streak of light was surging up. Ragnar knew what that light that was surging up from a deeper place than Asgard meant. At least like Sigurd. The words he first said and the words he was half joking about. At most like Thor. His expectations had gone wrong. It got really destroyed. Because of that, Ragnar wished one more time. For Tae Ho to break his expectations once again. For him to advance to a region beyond what he imagined. Ragnar looked at that light. And Rolf adjusted his cloak that was made with wolf leather. The residence of Uller's Legion was located above the lake of fog like any other residence, so the air at night got colder unavoidably near the lake. Rolf. Captain Siri. Rolf answered reflexively at the voice that was heard following the wind and turned his head in a hurry. He wasn't an inferior ranked warrior about to rank up to intermediate for nothing, so he could find the direction the voice was heard at in an instant. Siri was standing with a smiling face. She always put a serious expression at work, but she always showed a soft smile after her job was done, and which Rolf missed to see. So you were at guard work, . I'm still at a place where they still use me everywhere. Rolf grinned and then checked the back of Siri. Siri asked at his sudden question. What's wrong? Well, I was wondering if Braki didn't come. Braki had also been promoted a lot and had become a god now just like Siri, but they were still comrades when they were at the inferior rank. For Rolf, Siri was Captain Siri and Braki was just Braki. Siri smiled softly at Rolf's answer and then gestured at her back with her chin and answered. He went to Thor's Legion for a moment. Because he and I miss a lot of people. Day 2 of 4. Ciri and Bragi couldn't stand shoulder to shoulder with the other warriors of Valhalla at the final war, Ragnarok. The two of them had become too strong for that. Rolf put a troubled smile at Ciri's answer. He checked Ciri from head to toe and grinned like a fool. You became a real goddess now. Did something change from me? When Ciri turned to look at herself and ask, Rolf nodded in a hurry. You became really different. Ciri laughed once again as Rolf didn't speak in details. She patted Rolf's shoulder and said, You have also become more reliable. Stop it, you aren't teasing a kid. The one that sighed and butted in was Gander. Ciri frowned as if objecting and spoke. I said that because he really is reliable. Right, of course. You are acting like that without thinking because he has gotten more reliable. Rolf, you should understand her. She's really tactless. I understand. She has been like this since long ago. Gander patted Rolf's back as he smiled bitterly. I don't know what you are talking about at all. Ciri mumbled alone as she got excluded from the conversation. Rolf just shrugged his shoulders and proceeded to clear this awkward atmosphere and end this situation in the best way. For Asgard and the Nine Realms. For Asgard and the Nine Realms. Ciri answered reflexively at Rolf's greeting. And Ingrid climbed the walls of the fortress alone instead of accompanying the warriors of Njord's legion. It was a place she could see the light that surged up from the World Tree well. The usually earnest Ingrid always maintained a fixed posture while standing. But it was different this time. She leaned on the wall a bit and looked at the light with loosened eyes. The end was nearing. A war of a different scale from what Asgard had experienced until now, and the war that would decide the fate not only of Asgard but all the worlds was in front of them. That's why she decided to get honest. Because it was a place that she was alone. She called in a really low voice. Warrior Lee Tae Ho. It's a meeting. What would have happened if it wasn't Haida but her? Ingrid smirked. She leaned her head with her arms instead of fixing her expression. She hid her feelings that she hadn't shown until now and wouldn't show it, and looked at the light. And Raskrid gathered her hands and prayed. Reginleaf looked at the starry night next to that Raskrid. It was a really starry night. It was a night that was the same as yesterday and would be the same tomorrow, which you couldn't believe that the end was nearing. Merlin didn't read the stars. He, the last survivor of Camelot, sat in the residence of Iden and looked at Erin that was seen from far away. It was really small compared to before, and no one knew of this land, but this land would someday recreate the glory of Camelot. Merlin resented the fact that he was the lone survivor when Erin got destroyed. But it was different now. He prayed towards King Arthur and the Knights of the Round Table that he wasn't able to meet anymore. Let a next time exist. Don't let it end like this. No answer came back, but he didn't stop praying. And Helga looked at the sky and thought. Would her father and siblings be looking at the same sky from Midgard? Would they also be praying like her? The residence of Iden was silent. Scathach sat inside her residence and waited for Cuchulainn. There was no guarantee that he would return tonight, but she didn't bother about those small things. Nidhogg, that was yelling that she would wait for Tae Ho, got embraced by Adenmaha and breathed calmly. She fell asleep to the point she wouldn't notice if someone carried her. It was because she had overdone herself greatly these few days. Adenmaha looked at Nidhogg. She placed her lips on Nidhogg's forehead, who she worried about like a kid playing on water. Yeah. I will protect you. Nidhogg talked in her sleep and then rubbed her head in Adenmaha's chest. She also didn't forget to grab Adenmaha's waist with her arms. Adenmaha suppressed her depressed feelings while facing Nidhogg. It was because the ones that would be getting on the front lines in the approaching battle would be Tae Ho and Nidhogg. The two of them were the strongest forces the beings that wanted to maintain the world had. That truth made her sad. She felt pain at the fact that she couldn't do anything but let the two people she loved the most go to the most dangerous battlefield. I won't send them alone. She would at least stay next to them. She would follow them to the ends of hell. Adenmaha. Nidhogg mumbled in a low voice. Adenmaha kissed Nidhogg in her forehead once again and then looked outside the window. A streak of light was crossing the sky. And dot. The night was deep. It was a time when dawn opened the morning. The light of pillar that was surging up next to the world tree disappeared. Haida knew what that meant. She waited a bit more and then turned her head. She was always the one that went to find him, but this time, the man came for her. Hello once again? Tae Ho greeted her and laughed. He couldn't know what had changed right now. There were no external changes. He was the same warrior of Iden, Tae Ho. It's good to be Haida's warrior for today at least. Iden said in a low voice and Haida chuckled. She looked at the transcendental being that was the master of Asgard and Erin and had now obtained the seat of master of the temple and Olympus. And then ended up saying unconsciously, "This time I will also fight." Just like when they fought against the Magician King. When they defeated the world wolf Fenrir. Although I wasn't able to obtain some dragon wing coats. Tae Ho opened his eyes roundly while looking at Haida pouting and then laughed like a fool. That's regretful. I have a winged horse wing coat, but it won't be enough, right? Yes, a little bit. In addition, Tae Ho already had real dragons. Tae Ho sat next to Haida and she grabbed his hand and laughed again. Why? Well, I remembered the time we first met. When you coughed after offering me a cigarette that you don't even smoke? Forget that, please. I will see. Haida glanced at him and Tae Ho laughed. He stroked Haida's cheek and gave her the best blessing. There was not much time until dawn. The night was ending, but they still had time. Haida smiled and then asked with her red cheeks, "Will you also dislocate my waist?" Tae Ho's face reddened at her joking words and Haida giggled at that. This time, she gave Tae Ho the best blessing. She became one with Tae Ho. And morning came. A day passed again and the estimated day came. Heimdall blew Gjallarhorn. All the warriors of Valhalla headed to the connecting path. The warriors of Olympus and the temple accompanied them. The black holy dragon and other colorful dragons flew up high to the sky. Ragnarok. The last war that would decide the fate of Asgard and the 9 realms. The sound of the horn trumpet rang. It proclaimed the start of war. Episode 72, Ragnarok, 1, End. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 257, Episode 72, Ragnarok, 2. Episode 72/Chapter 2, Ragnarok, 2. TL, Subak. Ed. There was no way to know what exactly was happening beyond the connecting path. But Odin estimated that it would take 4 days for the Giant of Fire to destroy the connecting path and appear. Because they have no reason to waste time. They had no reason to completely burn down Olympus. It was because there was no one left at Olympus that would resist against the Kingdom of Fire. The wish of the Kingdom of Fire Andromenu and Surtur after having become one, was the destruction of all worlds. If you thought about it in their position, it was more important to strike a world that still had power left to resist than a world that they could destroy whenever they wanted. They have no reason to give us time. Odin glared at the closed entrance of the connecting path while sitting inside a battle carriage. There was a huge golden door in that place that 100 people could pass through. It didn't look like that originally, but it changed like that while repairing what got destroyed because of what happened with Olympus last time. Shiny and flashy things were Freya's tastes. It's breaking. Freya, that was leaning her head on Odin's shoulder, spoke in a low voice. She acted calm, but her fingers were trembling in fear. Odin stroked Freya's sky-blue hair with his big hand. He kissed her in her forehead that was acting stubbornly, saying that she wanted to be with him at least until the battle started, and then raised her chin and coveted her small and pretty lips. Freya pulled on Odin's neck as if hanging on it. It was because she didn't know if this kiss would be the last one. Odin hugged Freya roughly. He didn't only receive her tongue but also desired it, as if he was about to devour her. But that only lasted for a moment. Their lips separated and their breaths also got further. Odin stroked Freya's cheek. His hands were so big they could cover Freya's small face. Freya placed her cheek on Odin's hand. She looked up at him with teary eyes and as if she was glaring him. "Please return. I'm fine if you come back like a wanker but never die out. I will try my best to return fine. Only then will we be able to continue." Freya hit Odin's chest and then got hugged by him again. She embraced Odin for the last time. Let there be a next time. Let it be able to continue. Freya continued to kiss Odin's cheek as if it wasn't enough, no matter how many times she did it, and then flew away after having transformed into a swan. Her role at this battle wasn't to fight at the front lines. An important role that only the goddess of magic could do was given to her. Odin didn't look at the swan that left. He also didn't look at his body that still had her warmth. He just raised his head to look at the connecting path. Freya was right. The connecting path was being destroyed. The tightly closed gates would also open soon. For Asgard and the 9 realms. Odin said in a low voice. "And? Is your condition fine? What about your waist?" Cuchulainn, that had been staying silent after standing on the battlefield, asked suddenly. And then Astalon spoke hurriedly before Tae Ho, that was looking at the connecting path, could even open his mouth. It would be glad if it was only his waist. His entire body is filled with nail marks. In addition, Haida and Adenmaha didn't only have their waists dislocated but their entire bodies are filled with bruises. They went wild, saying that they could recover if they ate a golden apple. Oh wow. On top of that, last night? You really are making a novel, but... When Tae Ho hit the blade of Dragon's sword, Astalon grumbled like a spoiled kid that had just gotten hit. What? Did I make a lie? Ha? Did I lie? A fact was always a strong weapon. Cuchulainn clicked his tongue as Tae Ho flinched and wasn't able to answer. Beast-like bastard. In addition, weren't those golden apples a precious thing? Can you eat them like that? Isn't that an overuse in authority? Cuchulainn seemed to work well with Astalon but now had even learned how to attack with facts from her. Tae Ho flinched once again and spoke of a different thing. How do you feel, Cuchulainn? I feel the same as usual. But I made thorough preparations to fight compared to a certain someone. It is only limited for this day, but Gi Balg will be stronger than usual, But instead, it wouldn't be able to show its proper power for 3 or 4 days after that. But it didn't matter. It was because the current battle would decide if the days to come would exist or not. Tae Ho looked at the tip of Gi Balg. He could realize that it was stronger than usual without using the eyes of the dragon. Cuchulainn. What? Did you say your farewell to Skathack Master? I'm going to meet her tonight, so why should I do that? But of course, I always treat Master well. I'm a real gentleman compared to someone. When Cuchulainn started to act all big, the silent Astalon butted in again. Right. Adenmaha was begging you to save her yesterday. To let her rest a bit. Oh wow. He had barely managed to change the subject, but it changed to that side once again. Can't I fight only with the sword of the Round Table? Astalon chuckled as Tae Ho lamented. Well, shall I stop with the truthful fact attack at this point? Right. It seems like his nervousness got eased. Tae Ho blinked at Cuchulain's words and then realized that what the two of them said was true. He was still. He was certainly nervous. Cuchulain laughed and said, "Why shrink down? That's not like you. Hey, just fight." Donkower saying things like, "The fate of the world rests in my shoulders." Or "I must win." When didn't you fight while shouldering the fate of the world in your shoulder? It's not even the first time. Right, it's not the first time. Just do what you did in Dark Age. You rescued Earth several times there. It's not that different. They were speaking playfully, but it was all true. Tae Ho had already saved the world several times and will keep doing that. He felt more comfortable in body and mind just by having spoken a bit. Astalone let out a sigh as if she was satisfied and stayed silent. It was because speaking itself bothered her. What she had just done was merely for the sake of Tae Ho. Cuchulain also got satisfied. He saw the face of Tae Ho that got much better and asked, "How much is there left?" "About 3 minutes. It's enough to calm yourself. Inhale some air and go. Don't make me embarrassed." Cuchulain was the same as always, that's why Tae Ho also had to be himself. The armies of Asgard, Olympus, and the temple that were gathered near the connecting path and the black holy dragon that was behind them. Tae Ho didn't belong in any of that group. He was located in a place that he was able to see all of them by himself. When the door opened, and when the battle started, Tae Ho activated the eyes of the dragon. A crack started to form in the tightly closed golden door. And the crack became bigger. It then spread to all of the door and crimson flames started to come out from that opening. Heimdall placed Gyllenhorn in his mouth. Odin stood up and Zeus grabbed a strape. Njua, that was lying down in a deep place of Valhalla, raised her head. Sigurd didn't say anything. He just pulled out Gram silently. Heracles raised his club. His eyes, covered by the fur of the Nemean lion, released a clear light. Sun Wukong stood still and glared at the entrance of the connecting path. He was clenching his staff more strongly than needed. "For Asgard and the 9 realms," Thor said. Thunder flashed at the same time and everyone at the battlefield cheered. The Steel Warriors and the Warriors of Valhalla raised their hands and hit their chests. They roared with a voice that didn't fall behind to that lightning. "For Asgard in the 9 realms." Heimdall blew Gyllenhorn loudly. The Valkyries of Heimdall that were everywhere in the battlefield also blew their horns. Raskrid took a deep breath. Regenleif raised the flag high. Gander put strength in her hands holding the spear and Ingrid turned to look at the direction Tae Ho was at for the last time. "My warrior Tae Ho." Heda, that was leading the army of Idun, spoke with Idun's voice. Her golden eyes could see the entrance of the connecting path breaking into pieces. Crimson flames surged up like an explosion. It didn't only tear down the entrance but also destroyed its surroundings. A crack got formed in the sky and the sky got destroyed like glass breaking. Odin yelled at that moment. "Fire!" Countless things flew towards the entrance of the connecting path. Rains of steel and black flashes poured down like rain. The dragons of the temple opened their mouths and fired a breath with the dragons of Olympus. Nidhogg roared. The black holy dragon spread its wings and then released a white light. She raised pillars in a place where all of the armies could fit in. After that, she transformed into a world dragon that wielded the power of Asgard and Terra in one body. The world dragon also emitted light. All of the combatants that could be mobilized struck the broken entrance. And Odin waited. Zeus held his breath. It was like he had expected. Surtur didn't do something as foolish as pouting his head as soon as he broke the gates. It was the same even after the saturation ended. "The enemy is coming!" Regenleif yelled. The forces of Memphis and Maya were the ones that had passed the burning connecting path and charging towards Asgard. The group that was in front of the army of Memphis that was composed of dead beings was a chariot troop that was formed by tens of thousands of soldiers. The ones following them from behind was an army of prisoners composed by humans and beasts. They had to stop them first. Heimdall blew the horn trumpet once again and the forces started to move following that order. Let the light of the temple be eternal. Sun Wukong hit his shoulder with his staff and said. The strongest warrior of the martial artists of the temple put a nasty smile. The Sword King inserted energy in his treasured sword without saying anything. Shall the glory of Olympus be with us? Heracles said. The great hero of Artemis, Atalanta, tied up her shoelaces. The heroes, gods and nymphs grabbed their respective weapons. Shield wall. Ragnar yelled with all his strength. He encouraged all the warriors of Valhalla as the Viking king. The forces that were at the front lines raised their shields. They faced against the cavalry troop that was charging like crazy. Quagagagagung. The sound of thunder was heard. It was the sound created when tens of thousands of forces clashed head-on. Siri. Brake said. Siri, that was carrying Brake at her back after having transformed into a golden wolf, nodded. She started to ride. It was because giants and monsters had also started to appear beyond the door. They were mixed randomly. There were the Gigantes, the enemy of Olympus, the Sphinx of Memphis and evil elementals of Maya. But that wasn't all. There were also the monsters of Shindu and Dilmun. The devils and evil dragons of Avesta surged up to the sky. The sky is ours. Hraesvelgr yelled with Vedrfolnir that commanded the birds of the highest branch. Hundreds of thousands of birds covered the sky. They charged valiantly towards the evil dragons and devils. The dragons of the temple didn't stay still either. They held their respective dragon vein to create harmony in the heavens and faced against the evil dragons. Echidna, that was with Idun's legion, held back her scream. Some of her children including Hydra opened their eyes roundly. It was because there was a huge existence that filled the entire connecting path. It was because a dragon that had magma flowing in its body had roared. Typhon. Echidna said. That thing was Typhon. It was the strongest warrior of Olympus that had defeated Zeus once in the past. Echidna trembled in grief. She could only do so. That thing wasn't Typhon. It was like controlling a corpse with black magic. The thing over there was merely Typhon's body and strength. It didn't contain a trace of his soul. And Echidna knew what that meant. They had completely exterminated him. They had annihilated his soul so that it was easier to control his body. Echidna screamed. She transformed into a winged snake in an instant. She let out a grievous yell and charged. And then, right at that moment, Tae Ho realized that the time had come. He made the sentences of Aaron and Asgard appear in their respective hands. Wings of light that had the sentences of Olympus and the temple engraved spread at his back. Tae Ho grabbed the sword of the Round Table and dragon sword Astalone. He then flew up slowly. Zeus saw that. Odin opened his mouth and called out his name. Surtur. The giant of fire that brought the end to the world. The king of Muspelheim that lead the kingdom of fire. He had shown up. He swung his sword of fire in the opening that couldn't even be called a door now. The sky broke once again. The crimson flames surged up with the intent to cover the entire battlefield. Episode 72, Ragnarok, 2, End. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 258, Episode 72/Chapter 3. Episode 72/Chapter 3, Ragnarok, 3. TL, Subak. Ed. That thing was huge. It was overwhelming. The flame that surged up took the appearance of a human. It was a burning giant, but it wasn't simply formed by flames. Heated black rocks were stuck in parts of its body. The red parts formed the appearance of a giant, and then flames surged up from inside to fill it up. The giant had 5 horns. The horns that flashed in yellow made it look like a crown and proved that he was the king of Muspelheim, the last path of flames that brought the end. His hair that was fire itself swelled up like the mane of a lion. The red and yellow light in his eyes reached the apex to change into white and looked at the battlefield. Everyone looked at him. The beings that wanted to maintain the world and even the destructive beings stopped fighting to face the wonder that arrived in front of them. They got overwhelmed at his presence. Surtur let out a breath of fire. That belonged to the world god of Avesta and the manifestation of evil itself, Andromaniu. It bred fear. It didn't differentiate from evil and good, so it didn't differentiate between the two sides. The entire battlefield felt silent. It felt like time had stopped. Surtur moved alone inside that nasty silence. He clenched his sword of fire and swung it towards the sky. He would burn down the sky. Without differentiating the evil dragons and devils from the birds of the highest branch and the holy dragons of Olympus. He would erase and exterminate everything with a wave of flames. A scene where a giant swung a huge sword effortlessly seemed to be fake, even though it was occurring right in front of their eyes. It could be said that it seemed like an act. The sword of fire split the ground. Sun Wukong opened his eyes widely and grabbed his staff late to try to block it, and Nidhogg made the world dragon open its mouth. But it was too late. Later than the sword of fire and the one that had already started to move. The wave generated from the sword of fire couldn't spread too far. It burnt down the devils and evil dragons a bit, and it stopped. It clashed against a counter-current in the sky and exploded. There was a breakwater. An overwhelming power created by utilizing tens of thousands of runes calmed down the wave of fire. Surtur opened his eyes sharply. The ones that had taken a hold of themselves understood what had happened, and some of them looked at the precise place they had to look. Freya panted from deep inside Valhalla. Her arms and legs were trembling as if she would collapse at any moment, and blood dripped from her nose and mouth. But she still showed a confident smile. Odin gritted his teeth in the middle of the battlefield. There was also a line of fresh blood flowing down his mouth. Odin said, "He that had protected the sky of Asgard put a manly face. This land belongs to Asgard. He wouldn't give it away easily. He would protect Asgard and the 9 realms from those flames." Odin took off his eye patch. He had completely recovered his strength after the world wolf Fenrir, his fated natural enemy, disappeared. Even though he had passed the seat of master, this land was still Asgard like he had said. He was a crafty god of magic, and he was one of the ancient gods, although he couldn't remember the beginning of the world. The eye that was always hidden under the eye patch released light. The power that took place instead of his eye that he offered to obtain wisdom released a blue light. Freya was already prepared. And Odin had already been making this in preparations for the war against Olympus. Let's do it. The tens of thousands of runes, Freya and I will become the shield that protects Asgard. Surtur released a path of flames again. Odin recited a chant and Freya concentrated under the terrible pain. She transmitted an overwhelming amount of magic power to Odin once again. And at that moment, time started to flow again when the wave of flames exploded. Blood started to spurt out in the stopped battlefield. Sun Wukong roared. He knew that he wasn't able to help Odin with his abilities. He couldn't do it even with the 72 transformations technique. Because of that, he decided to focus on what he could do. He advanced like a tornado. He increased his size and increased the length of the staff that had a normal size. He increased his size from when he served as a pillar for the temple of the past and clenched his fists. Quagagagagang. A hole got created in a part of the battlefield just by getting bigger. Sun Wukong laughed pleasantly and swung his staff. His movements were so fierce it looked like he was being shaken by the movements of the staff. The staff that lengthened dozens of meters became an eraser in the battlefield. All the enemy inside the range of his attack lost their heads or bodies in one swing. A fan-shaped hole got formed in the battlefield. Oh! Sun Wukong leaped. He returned to his original size after getting on his cloud nimbus and then plucked out some of his hair. He blew it away and activated an incantation. 108 Sun Wukongs appeared. All of them looked identical, so you couldn't differentiate which one was the real one. Pierce and stab them. Sun Wukong ordered, and the 108 Sun Wukongs yelled at the same time. The 108 Sun Wukongs were no different to a huge sword. They didn't stand in place to stop the enemy, but they penetrated deeply in the army of the enemy. Zeus fired lightning and Thor swung Mjolnir as he wasn't going to lose against him, so an overwhelming thunderstorm swept down with the battlefield. The destructive beings didn't stay still either. Quetzalcoatl let out a roar and released his divine power. The devil gods of Memphis and Maya that hadn't shown up in the battle against Olympus started to pour down attacks at the army of Valhalla, Olympus, and the temple. And there was someone particularly eye-catching among them. There was someone making his presence clear even though they were in a wide battlefield that it was hard to look at all of it at a glance. Typhon. The strongest dragon of Olympus. The one controlling the dragon whose soul has been erased was the evil dragon of Avesta, Azadajaka. Azadajaka turned into black smoke and entered the body of Typhon and then devoured his soul and became Typhon itself. Typhon had the upper body of a giant, the lower body of a snake, wings of a bat and horns of a cow, and his size was really huge and powerful. The length of his body reached hundreds of meters, so when he raised his upper body like when a snake raised their head, he could look down at everyone on the battlefield. Typhon released poison and Azadajaka spread malice. Even the brave warriors of Valhalla weren't able to endure that. The steel warriors melted down due to the poison, and the martial artists of the temple fell in despair. I can't forgive you. She crossed the battlefield and yelled like that. I won't forgive you. Echidna screamed. She transformed into a winged snake and charged towards Typhon. The difference in their sizes wasn't the only thing, and their strength was really different, but she didn't mind about things like that. Typhon looked at Echidna. Azadajaka recognized Echidna as he had devoured Typhon's soul and also his memories, and he laughed at her. It wasn't even funny that a destructive being and a being that wanted to maintain the world loved each other. That's why Azadajaka whispered with Typhon's voice. He transmitted his voice to the head of Echidna directly. Do you want more children? I will then offer myself as much as you want. I will violate you with Typhon's body and let you breed evil dragons. We will destroy Asgard and the temple and make them the vanguard of the army that will also burn down Terra. It didn't only stop at his voice. Terrible images appeared in Echidna's head. Echidna's last rationality disappeared and Azadajaka smiled in satisfaction. He released a black and evil light towards her that was charging towards him. Mother! Hydra, that wasn't able to catch up to her even though she had chased after her with all her strength, screamed. Echidna released her strength and somehow endured Azadajaka's attack. But she was already at her limit with that. Echidna stopped her charge. She ended up collapsing in the middle. Azadajaka laughed. Images of tainting her and humiliating her were already being replayed in his evil head. He felt like he would tremble at the satisfaction he would feel once he broke her body and mind. Azadajaka didn't attack Echidna. The army of Memphis and Maya poured out attacks at her mercilessly as she had collapsed in the middle of the battlefield. Echidna resisted, but it was impossible to fend against all the groups swarming from the sides. In addition, the forces of Memphis were already dead beings, so they didn't know what fear was. Mother, mother! Hydra panted and advanced. The warriors of Valhalla also moved to help her. A bit more, a little bit more. She was actually getting closer. Echidna was still holding on. Hydra fired poison and the warriors of Valhalla tore apart the forces of Memphis and Maya. She was now right in front of her. There was not much left. But then Azadajaka opened his mouth again. He didn't aim for Echidna but for Hydra. He released a stronger light than before. Quagagagung dash. Hydra froze in front of that thing that came to her while destroying the ground. She couldn't think how she should handle that. The one that moved was Echidna. Something that overwhelmed her rationality made her move. It made her stand in between Hydra and the light of Azadajaka. It is the end. It was a really foolish end. She ended up being isolated in the enemy camp because she charged forward recklessly. To make her daughter and warriors that had come to save her get in an even greater danger. Echidna gritted her teeth. She squeezed out the last of her strength to at least try to block this last light. Echidna wasn't able to stop that power alone as it contained the power of Typhon and Azadajaka, but she still tried her best to stop it. The light that got released from the mouth of Echidna clashed with the light of Azadajaka. It seemed like she was able to block it at the beginning, but it didn't last for long. She started to get pushed back helplessly. "Mother!" Hydra yelled. Echidna cursed out inwardly, asking why she wasn't escaping and why she was getting close to her. "Get away! Escape! Escape!" She didn't know if it reached her. The light Echidna had released disappeared. The light of Azadajaka that stopped for a moment started to advance towards Echidna. "I don't dislike you." A low voice was heard. A huge streak of sword aura clashed with the light of Azadajaka. An overwhelming dragon-killing intent split the light. Echidna blinked and then realized that someone had gotten on her head. "Sigurd. The one that kills dragons. You're a dragon, but I don't dislike you." Those were the words he had first whispered. Sigurd didn't repeat the same thing, but Echidna could know. "I'm slaying that thing." He also spoke briefly this time. His eyes were glaring at Typhon right now. "You can do it." That thing was huge but at the same time small. It was really small compared to the space snake Jormungand. Sigurd clenched Graham more tightly on top of Echidna and Echidna cheered towards him. She calmed her breathing and then spread her wings. She glared at Azadajaka that got flustered at the overwhelming dragon-killing intent. "I'm going," Sigurd said, and Echidna spread her wings and flew up. And the wave of flames and the breakwater clashed once again. It exploded in the sky and the aftershock shook the sky and ground. The battle in the sky became fiercer. The evil dragons, birds, devils or holy dragons that lost their lives in the sky fell down to the ground like rain. Freya grabbed her staff and barely held on. Her beautiful face was covered in blood. Blood flowed down from all the holes of her body. But she didn't stop. She squeezed out magic power once again and sent it to Odin. Odin was also in a bloody state. It was the result of having blocked Surtur's flames 5 times. Surtur didn't aim for Odin directly. He merely swung his sword of fire at the sky as if making a race. "How long will you be able to hold on? Is there a meaning on only enduring?" He felt like he could hear Surtur's voice, but Odin just released magic silently. The world dragon was fighting in the sky. It was burning down countless evil dragons and devils and made the situation in the sky a bit more advantageous. Surtur raised his sword of fire once again. Odin whispered Freya's name and released magic power. The 6th clash. When the aftershock of that attack shook the sky, Freya ended up collapsing and Odin vomited blood once again. But Freya cried and laughed at the same time, and it was no different from Odin. Because it was done now. It had been completed while Odin had caught Surtur's attention. Odin didn't hide it anymore. No, precisely speaking, he wasn't able to hide, but it was fine now. High in the sky. What Odin was hiding revealed itself. The thing that was hidden with a strong magic also entered Surtur's eyes. Tae Ho was standing in that place. He was raising the sword of creation that was the combination of the sword of the Round Table and the dragon sword, and glared at Surtur. Two suns shone above the head of Tae Ho. One was Asgard's real sun, and the other one was an overwhelming lump of divine power. The god of sun of Olympus, Apollo, was extending his hand to the sky. The goddess of sun of Asgard, Sol, was offering all the power she had to the sky. The goddess of warfare Athena, that climbed to the new seat of goddess of son of Aaron, roared towards the sky. She had changed affiliation from Olympus to Aaron for this battle. Nywa closed her eyes and whispered. The son of the temple, the three-legged crow that had the power of the sun, spread its wings. It transmitted its voice and power to the sky. Asgard, Aaron, Olympus, and the temple. The sons of four worlds. The supreme light created by joining the power of four gods of the sun. He was shining under that. The master of four worlds, that is. The protector of the five worlds including Terra. Myth-ranked saga. He is invincible under the highest sky. Surtur looked at Tae Ho and Tae Ho looked him back. He released the power of the sun towards him that was trying to swing his sword of flames in a hurry. That was a sword that divided the world. The sword of beginning that opened up the skies and ground and notified the creation. Creation-ranked saga. Sword of creation. The light split the sky and the four suns charged towards Surtur. Episode 72, Ragnarok, 3, End. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 259, Episode 72/Chapter 4. Episode 72/Chapter 4, Ragnarok, 4. TL, Subak. Ed. The sword of creation opened up a path. It swept away the devils and evil dragons that were dyeing up the sky in black and drew a trajectory in the sky. The sun followed from behind. It followed the path of the sword and filled the trajectory of the sky with bright light. The light of the sky burned away the darkness. It passed the sky and headed to the ground and then headed towards Surtur. Surtur saw that the sun of the morning that represented the beginning was certainly strong. It was erupting after joining the power of four worlds into one, so it was really threatening. Surtur felt his body stiffen. He had already expected it, but he ended up getting nervous. Surtur laughed. He forced a laugh to press down his nervousness and then swung his sword of fire towards the sun. It stopped Tae Ho's march for a moment and then yelled with all his strength. Let there be night. Surtur wasn't able to see Tae Ho fight directly, but he knew the method he used to defeat Nyx. The sun that drove away the night. The master of Aaron and Asgard that released an invincible power under the sun. That's why he had been expecting things. That the power of the sun will also be unleashed in this battle. Because of that, Surtur was prepared for that. The god of Memphis, Set, stepped forward. The ancient god of Memphis and the god of the night that had acquired the power of his mother, Nut, spread the night. Quetzalcoatl assisted him with his strength. He released his complete power for the first time since he acquired the power of the master of Maya Tezcatlipoca that was his old enemy and brother. That was the great power of the night that ruled half of a day. Nana, that was one of the 7 ruling gods of Dilmun, and the ruler of the night and moon didn't exist anymore. However, the evil dragons of Dilmun that had broken her authority into pieces and stolen it released the power of the night in her stead. It was no different for the Asuras that came from Shindu. They assisted in creating the night. The curtain of night got spread from the sword of fire of Surtur after it clashed head-on with the sun. Andra Mainyu joined the power of 4 worlds and created a single night as the world god of Avesta. The night covered the sun. Tae Ho roared more loudly and the sun released light a few times stronger than now and tore apart the curtain of light. He then parried back the sword of flames and charged towards Surtur. Surtur was a giant that reached 200 meters in height. But the son of divine power wasn't small either. The huge sun struck the chest of Surtur and the overwhelming light blinded all the battlefield of Asgard. A loud explosion erupted under the complete darkness, and Tae Ho, that was the first to open his eyes, gritted his eyes at the scene in front of his eyes. Surtur was standing there. Half of the metal and black rocks that were covering the flames got destroyed, and 3 of the 5 horns located at his head that were acting like a crown got destroyed, but he was still fine. It was thanks to the night having dispersed the power of the sun. Surtur also looked at Tae Ho. He swung his sword quickly instead of saying anything. A wave of flames covered the sky. Odin raised his hand hurriedly after he opened his eyes late, but he wasn't able to reach in time. That's why Tae Ho had to be the one to step up. Tae Ho swung the sword of creation against the wave of flames. He swung it vertically instead of horizontally and made it clash against the wave, and the light of creation that clashed against the wave of flames erupted and devoured the sky. U-O-O-O-O-O. Tae Ho spread his wings. The sentence of Olympus shone in his right wing, and the sentence of the temple shone in his right one. He held the sword of creation with his right hand that had the sentence of Aaron, and extended his left hand forward that had the sentence of Asgard. Odin assisted with his strength. An invisible barrier that appeared in Tae Ho's palms blocked the wave of flames perfectly. A line got formed in the sky. Nothing happened inside that line, but a lot of devils and evil dragons burned down and perished thanks to the wave of flames having flowed backward. But the holy dragons and the birds of the highest branch couldn't cheer. Tae Ho started to breathe noticeably heavier, and Odin ended up sitting down without strength. Freya collapsed and laid her head in the ground in a deep place of Valhalla. "I'm still able to go on," Surtur said. No, he couldn't say if he actually spoke like that. He just swung his sword of flames again. Tae Ho stopped that again, and this time without Odin's help. The line in the sky got formed a bit backward, and Surtur swung his sword once again. A wave of flames charged. The flames were also weaker than before, as Surtur had also gotten exhausted. However, Tae Ho was also as weakened and exhausted. He possessed a body as long as he had life, but that was thanks to the overwhelming expenditure of divine power assisting with the power of the saga. Tae Ho blocked the wave with difficulty, and he wasn't able to endure it anymore when it exploded. Surtur opened his mouth at that moment. He activated the authority of Andromania that had the characteristics of the dragon race. A breath of flames headed towards Tae Ho. Tae Ho fluttered his wings and scattered the flames as much as possible. And then Nidhogg roared. Tae Ho master dash. The world dragon charged towards Surtur. Tae Ho ordered Nidhogg to never face Surtur head-on and to only assist him in his battle, but she couldn't do that. The body of the world dragon dispersed the flames of Surtur with its body and then charged towards Surtur. Tae Ho vomited blood. He tried to take out a golden apple with his trembling hands, but he ended up losing consciousness. It was due to having spent so much strength he wasn't able to endure it even with Idun's blessing. Tae Ho crashed. Surtur swung his sword of flames towards the charging world dragon, and Nidhogg screamed and took the wave of flames head-on. Freya! Odin called out to Freya and tried to stand up. He couldn't put strength in his trembling arms. Freya panted and cried. She tried to stand up however she could, but she just twitched in the floor that was covered with blood. You shouldn't be looking away, Azadajaka got enraged and fired dozens of black orbs of light towards Echidna. Echidna looked at Tae Ho that had crashed in that instant and then gritted her teeth and formed a barrier of poison, and meanwhile, Sigurd that had been looking at Azadajaka while all of this happened swung Gram. Sun Wukong and Thor weren't able to move either. It was because Quetzalcoatl had grabbed Sun Wukong's feet, stopped the charge of Tae Ho, and the Asuras of Shindu attacked Heracles. The gods of Asgard were also in a bad situation. Ciri transformed back into her goddess appearance and fired arrows without stop, but she couldn't open up a path. Brachii swung Calidbald that he received from Tae Ho and a hammer he got from the dwarves of Nidavellir at the same time to fight desperately, but there were just too many enemies. The sword of flame stabbed the chest of the world dragon and Nidhogg cried in pain. Hraesvelg removed his hands instead of her. The world dragon bit the neck and shoulder of Surtr and Adenmaha embraced Nidhogg that was convulsing in pain. Tae Ho crashed down. A dust cloud arose and countless beings ran towards Tae Ho. There were enemies and allies among them. But there were more enemies, unfortunately. It was because he ended up entering the ranks of the enemy as he approached Surtr the closest possible to decrease the aftereffect that the four worldly suns created on the allies. For Asgard in the Nine Realms. For Asgard in the Nine Realms. The warriors of Valhalla and the Steel Warriors threw themselves. They charged towards death like moths flying to fire. Deaths continued to pile up. The corpses of the warriors of Valhalla and Steel Warriors started to pile up and the countless souls surged up to the sky to return to Valhalla. Tae Ho opened his eyes with difficulty. The blessing of Idun was grabbing the last thread of lifeline he had. He felt like he could hear Idun's voice beyond his consciousness. My warrior Tae Ho. My warrior Tae Ho. Idun was crying. Tae Ho let out a sigh and then he vaguely saw something from the darkness that approached. He could see the face of a Valkyrie. The face he could see from between the golden hair out with blood and sweat was familiar, but the expression she was making wasn't familiar. Fierce feelings were swelling. Ingrid was crying and yelling and Tae Ho panted. Ingrid fed Tae Ho a golden apple. When the golden apple that became half liquid passed through Tae Ho's throat, he felt that his senses were recovering. The world dragon was dying. It was the result of allowing several critical attacks by Surtr. Tae Ho! Warrior Tae Ho! Ingrid yelled up close. It was the first time she had seen crying. Tae Ho thought that he had to stand up and fight against the fire giant. He heard Idun's voice and Heda crying. Heda was fighting. She was running towards him while raising her sword. Nidhogg cried. Hraesvelg yelled and one of the wings of the world dragon got torn apart. Concentrate, concentrate. Astalone yelled and Cuchulainn said something similar. Tae Ho inhaled some air and concentrated on himself like Astalone had said. Tae Ho's own divinity. Battle, conquest, meetings. His divine power was depleted. It was also impossible to wield 4 seats of a master in one body. They had tried to lessen the burden through the ceremony and control his power, but they had failed. They couldn't join the power of 4 worlds into one perfectly, and he wasted his divine power in an inefficient way. Time flowed. It was slow yet fast. While Tae Ho took some breath, the dozens of warriors of Valhalla and Steel Warriors fought for Tae Ho and they faced death. Surtr climbed on top of the world dragon and grabbed the only wing it had with his hands. Ingrid tried to carry Tae Ho. Odin finally stood up and Freya raised her head under the pool of blood. Zeus charged towards the flame giant and threw a strape. And Heda ran. She finally arrived at Tae Ho, but she took a few more steps instead of taking care of Tae Ho. She swung her sword to protect him. What did he have to do? No answer returned from the sentence of Aaron, as all the gods and kings of Aaron had left, with the god of Lightlove having left at the end. Even the great warrior Cuchulainn couldn't give out an answer in this situation. Surtr finally tore down the other wing the world dragon had left. Nidhogg struggled under the pain that transcended her imagination. Odin thought. Ended up thinking. It really is the end. The end has arrived. Blood rained from the sky. The birds of the highest branch and the holy dragons of the temple crashed consecutively. The sky and ground were crying. The world was being sad. And at that moment time stopped. It wasn't that a transcendental strength had been activated. Tae Ho felt it like that. A voice. It didn't belong to Heda or Idun. It didn't belong to anyone connected to Tae Ho. He was able to feel it thanks to being the master of Asgard. He could listen to it. The sound of the world crying. the voice the world let out. Tae Ho concentrated even more and then finally understood under the time that seemed like it had frozen. So that was it. That was the case. You were watching from the beginning. You had been observing from the start. The beginning of the world. The birth of the ancient gods. The activities of the countless lives born from Asgard and the other smaller worlds. And you have called me. A voice was heard. An answer returned. Tae Ho could now know the owner of the voice, and that's why he dropped his mouth. He called the name of the woman. World God of Asgard. That was the name of the woman. The consciousness of the world that materialized due to Tae Ho. Asgard replied back. It answered at Tae Ho's call. Star. Ord, the eldest sister and the goddess of the past, shed tears. The goddess of the present Verdandi extended her hand and stroked the cheek of the youngest, Skuld. It had been a month since Skuld had lost consciousness while looking at the fate of the world. And the reason she lost consciousness was that there was a reason she had to faint. Skuld had been with the consciousness of the world the past month. She had prepared beforehand so that Tae Ho would be able to materialize the will of the world when the time came. And that time had finally arrived. Skuld didn't look at the future but at the present. She contained the name of the one that wielded the fate of the world, the 10 worlds in his hands. She looked at a distant place once again. And Nidhogg embraced Adenmaha under the nasty pain. Adenmaha was the one that felt pain because she got embraced too tightly, but she couldn't stop. She felt like dying. No, it hurt so much she just wanted to die. But there was a voice that entered her ears. It didn't belong to Adenmaha or Tae Ho, and she had certainly heard this voice before. The voice reduced Nidhogg's pain for a moment. Thanks to that, Nidhogg was able to concentrate and could remember the moment she had heard that voice. When she reconciled with Audhamla. When she decided to protect the world with her. There was someone that observed her decision. Someone smiling at her decision. Nidhogg knew it now. Who was the owner of the voice and who was the one that had been observing her? That's why Nidhogg called out her name. She gave Tae Ho strength as the dragon that protects the world, as the will of Audhamla. And a white goddess embraced Tae Ho. It was the will of the world that had materialized due to a saga. She was an existence that could only be described as the world god of Asgard. She looked at Tae Ho. Tae Ho didn't say anything, but she could know. The one that doesn't only want to protect the 5 worlds but all 10 worlds. The one that wants to protect the world for real. A white goddess kissed Tae Ho in his lips. She gave him the best blessing. Shall my strength be with you? My everything. The white goddess disappeared, and at that moment white light surged up from Tae Ho's body. And Surtur flinched the moment he was about to strike the head of the world dragon with his sword of flames. He could only turn back. There was a streak of light surging up in the middle of the battlefield. That light wasn't strong at all and wasn't powerful like the sword of creation that could tear apart the world. But he could only stop. He ended up clenching the sword of flames with more strength unconsciously. There was white light and someone rising up from that light. The man that spread his dragon wings formed by light wasn't an incomplete being anymore. He didn't waste strength as he got oppressed by the 4 seats of masters. The power of the 4 worlds formed a perfect harmony. And there was only one reason that became possible. The one standing at that place wasn't merely a master anymore. He was an existence that has transcended a master. World God. Asgard. Surtur said, and Tae Ho didn't deny that. The world god released his power. Episode 72, Ragnarok, 4, End. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 260, Episode 72/Chapter 5. Episode 72/Chapter 5, Ragnarok, 5. TL, Subak. Ed. Things like physical size didn't matter anymore. Tae Ho's divine power clashed with Surtur's, and it clashed in the middle of the battlefield. The two powers belonged to a world god. What was added to Tae Ho was the assistance of Asgard in the seat of Master of Four Worlds, and what was added to Surtur was the power of Andra Manu that had ascended to the throne in Avesta, and the power of Muspelheim that brought the end of the worlds. The first clash generated an overwhelming explosion. A big hole got formed in the middle of the battlefield when the two of them clashed. It exterminated everything that was inside its range and destroyed the skies and ground. The world dragon struggled when it felt the power of Tae Ho. Wings of flames pouted out from the back of Surtur. Surtur jumped over the world dragon and flew, but he didn't head towards Tae Ho. It was to a completely different place. It wasn't simply to move the battlefield. The moment Odin saw the fire giant fly up, Zeus yelled like lightning. To the world tree. It felt like lightning fell inside their heads. At that moment Odin also understood it. He remembered the scene that the Mount of Olympus got destroyed. The Mount of Olympus wasn't simply a place. It was the core that supported the world called Olympus. The world tree Yggdrasil was also like that. It was the pillar that supported Asgard. The giant that had tried to crush down everyone resisting him and then burn down the world tree just like what he did in Olympus changed his plans the moment Tae Ho released the power of a world god. He would burn down the world tree first. He would put Asgard at a risky state. Olympus was different from Asgard. The world tree Yggdrasil didn't only support the world of gods Asgard and Vanaheim but also the smaller worlds like the mortal world Midgard, the world of fairies Alfheim, etc. If the world tree disappeared, then the smaller worlds could collapse in one moment. And that would soon lead to the destruction of all of Asgard, so the power of the world god of Asgard could only get weaker. Odin was a cruel and cunning god of war, but he had never imagined the concept of burning down the world tree. The same went for his old enemy, the magician King Utgard Loki. The world tree was much bigger than the Mount of Olympus, and burning down and extinguishing something like that was outside of their logic. In addition, the destruction of the world tree would lead to the destruction of all of Asgard. Now that they were in Asgard, the kingdom of fire couldn't be safe either. Most of their army would extinguish with the army of Asgard. But Surtur didn't care about things like that. He already had a record of having destroyed the Mount of Olympus, and the world tree was another target for destruction. It was enough if the kingdom of fire perished along it, as Surtur was able to burn down the temple if only he was left. Asgard and Tae Ho were the actual final resistance. Surtur charged towards the world tree. Tae Ho realized Surtur's intentions just like Odin and Zeus and spread his wings of the dragon hurriedly. He started to cross the sky to get in front of him. The battlefield got split in two. Surtur and Tae Ho clashed in front of the world tree separately from the kingdom of fire and the association of the four worlds clashing. The world tree was really huge. The real Yggdrasil was a huge tree that reached several small worlds, even though it was said that only a part of the system of Yggdrasil was manifested. Surtur didn't attack Tae Ho. He threw his sword of flames as soon as he reached a certain distance near the world tree. The sword started to increase in size just like when he destroyed the Mount of Olympus. It became a sword that passed through the sky and ground and headed to the world tree. It was actually an attack that contained all of Surtur's power and authority. Tae Ho stopped that. He raised his sword of creation and concentrated the sentences of the four worlds into one. The two swords clashed, and the clash between the two divinities exploded in the middle of the battlefield. They stood on even ground. No, Tae Ho got pushed back a bit. He couldn't completely block the sword of flames that was trying to destroy the world tree. The reason for that was simple. It wasn't because the power of the world of Asgard didn't amount to the power of the world of Avesta. It was like Nyx had said. It was because the end was nearing, just like Manhwa had said. Destruction was pure reason. There was an end if there was a beginning, and that time was now, that was all. They wouldn't be able to overturn the tides no matter how much they struggled. It was an excellent struggle, but it ends here. And just receive that reason. Surtur said. He didn't say that as a destructive being. It was a claim from the one that was executing the end of the world. The sword of flames broke in pieces. Tae Ho destroyed more than half of the sword, but what remained of the sword passed Tae Ho and reached the world tree. The flames that burnt down the world spread in an instant and covered the world tree. The world tree started to burn. If those were normal flames, it wouldn't even be able to burn a small branch, but these flames were the last flames that were the end itself. The flames spread to the highest branches. It passed Asgard, past Midgard, and passed through Niflheim, and it headed to the roots that was covered by a dense fog. The roots that were supporting Alfheim and Nidavellir caught fire. You could see the world tree burning everywhere in the world. The world started to shake. The flames that started in the world tree started to spread to the smaller worlds such as Midgard and the other realms. Odin kneeled down. He sat as if curling down and couldn't say anything. He hadn't stopped resisting even though he knew the destined destruction in the future, but he could not admit it by this point. The world tree was still burning. It would need a considerable amount of time to burn down everything left of the tree, and so the smaller worlds would collapse as they lost their pillar. But they couldn't do anything anymore. The world would face the destined destruction in the end. The higher your rank of your divinity and the stronger it was, you were able to understand the current situation more quickly and precisely. It was the end. The end had arrived. The humans of Midgard fell in fear. The dead beings of Niflheim looked at the world tree with sorrowful eyes. The dwarves of Nidavellir crouched down, and the fairies of Alfheim and Svartalfheim looked at the forest burning down and despaired. The gods stopped resisting. Zeus dropped his lightning astrape, and Apollo and Athena sat down. They just looked at the burning world tree with burning eyes. Thor, that was charging forward with his lightning, stopped advancing. Sun Wukong dropped his staff and breathed roughly. Heracles, that was crushing down the kingdom of fire, didn't move as if he had become a boulder. The despair of the gods got infected in an instant. The warriors of Valhalla, the martial artists of the temple, and the heroes of Olympus lost their strength to fight. There were some that collapsed and shed tears. Ciri, that was charging while carrying Brachii, stopped her feet. Brachii opened his mouth by force, but he couldn't yell anything. He dropped his hammer that he had raised high. Nidhogg burst in tears. Those were the tears of the ancient god Audhumla that couldn't hate the world in the end. Nuwa shook her head, and Adenmaha bit her lips and embraced Nidhogg. Heda drooped her shoulders and soared and looked at the world tree with the eyes of Idun. Everyone gave up. Everyone despaired. It was a situation you could only act like that. But only one person. There was only one person that didn't give up while all the others had fallen in despair. And there was power transmitted to that person. Synchro rate, 105%. Tae Ho looked at the world tree. And the world tree was burning. The end was nearing. Tae Ho admitted it and accepted that as Surtur had said. But he didn't stop there. He thought of the new beginning that would follow the end. And synchro rate, 110%. Astalone said that the synchro rate meant his strength as the piece of Terra. That Tae Ho was the strongest existence of all the pieces of Terra in all of history. Then, if that was the case, he could still advance. Synchro rate, 120%. Tae Ho thought. He searched for a way to find even in the moment that everyone had despaired. If it wasn't enough with the power of the world god Asgard. If it wasn't enough with the seat of masters of four worlds. Synchro rate, 130%. Surtur noticed the change. He, who was looking at the burning tree, looked at Tae Ho once again. Ciri raised her head and Brachii let out a low exclamation. Nidhogg stopped crying and blinked, and Adenmaha contained Tae Ho's name in her mouth. Synchro rate, 140%. The power of Terra was being added to Tae Ho. The trick was the same from when they brought up the power of the world god of Asgard, and at the same time the result of being able to release the power of the master of Olympus, which he got able to use freely because of that. Astalone said, "Even if the world of Dark Age was made up, the stories in that world were real, and the power of the ones believing in that wasn't a lie. It was a meaningless thing. The world tree was already burning. No matter how much stronger you get, you won't be able to stop the destruction of Asgard." Surtur said, and he got bewildered at his own voice. There was hastiness in his voice. It was the same way as the sacred forces. The power of Terra, so to say the power of everyone that believed in Dark Age and Kalstead, had jumped the boundary of a world and was being concentrated on Tae Ho. Synchro rate, 160%. Synchro rate, 190%. The synchro rate continued to increase, and at some point, it didn't get marked. Tae Ho's strength couldn't be measured by the synchro rate anymore. World God Asgard. The master of 4 worlds. The proxy of Terra. He had arrived like that. The stories he had accumulated in Asgard, Eren, Olympus, and the temple joined into one and gave birth to it. The protector of Asgard and the 9 realm, that's it. The one holding the strongest name not only in Dark Age but in all the 10 worlds. Saga, immortal warrior. The power that had transcended a world god has descended. Surtur grabbed a new sword of flames in a hurry and roared. It was already late. The world tree was already burning. The end had arrived. That was the case. No matter how strong of a power was born, the world tree was already burning down. Not long after that, the last flames will collapse the entirety of Asgard. Surtur's words weren't wrong. That's why Tae Ho didn't deny that. He didn't think of an end but of a new beginning. Not a saga but a cheat. Cuchulainn laughed and Astalone told him to show them. Tae Ho didn't put off the fire of the world tree. He rather intensified it and thought of one story. The voices of Heda and Idun rang in his head. The goddess of youth smiles under the golden apple tree. If the end had arrived, he would create a new beginning. He would then make the story continue. The world tree disappeared along with the last flames. And the power of Tae Ho filled up the empty spot. A beautiful and bright golden apple tree surged up. It supported Asgard with its new branches and roots. Creation ranked saga. Creation. The beginning of a story. Surtur hung his mouth open under the shock, and Tae Ho glared at him and smiled. For the real end and the new beginning. The immortal warrior raised his sword. Episode 72, Ragnarok, 5, End. TL note, thanks for reading. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 261, Final Episode. Final Episode. TL, Subak. Ed. The beautiful golden apple replaced the world tree. It supported the world that was collapsing and put off the fire that was spreading in the worlds with the power of life. The humans of Midgard that were trembling in fear felt the warmth of the power of life. They saw the golden apple tree and thought of the graceful smile of Idun. The dead beings of Niflheim shed tears. It was because the light of the tree made them remember the earth and the ground. The dwarves raised their hammers and cheered. The fairies and dark fairies made tributes towards the golden apple tree healing the forests. They called out the name of Idun. The gods of Vanaheim smiled. The birds that were at the highest branch felt joy. Mimir, that was swept in flames and waiting for death, looked at a high place. He opened his mouth to try to say a number, but he stopped that. Talking about probabilities was a meaningless thing. A miracle had already occurred and it was still continuing now. The one starting a new beginning. the head of Mimir said. The three sisters looked at the golden apple tree and smiled. Surtur breathed roughly. Bewilderment got transmitted to the kingdom of fire just like how despair of the gods got transmitted to the warriors. That's impossible. That can't be true, Surtur said in a low voice. He looked at the golden apple tree that had replaced the world tree. It wasn't only the power of Tae Ho. The golden apple tree had the power of the world dragon, the ancient god Audhumla. They couldn't see the four pillars stuck nearby anymore, and the body of the world dragon had also disappeared. Hraesvelgr, that was looking at the tree, turned his gaze. Nidhogg was smiling brightly while being covered in blood in Adenmaha's embrace. The world dragon had become the core of the golden apple tree. Tae Ho's saga, the power of Terra and the power of the world god Asgard got added and created a new world tree. Adenmaha, Nidhogg said. She buried her face in Adenmaha's chest and then raised her head and said, "Help Tae Ho, master. Because I'm fine. I will just watch from here." Adenmaha blinked and then looked at the place Tae Ho was at. Nidhogg hugged Adenmaha tightly but then let her go. She laughed and glanced. "I will go then. I will be waiting for you," Adenmaha said, and Nidhogg smiled once again. Adenmaha hugged Nidhogg back tightly and then stood up. "Master." Adenmaha ran. She transformed into a white dragon and crossed the sky. And Ingrid blew the horn trumpet with all her strength and awoke the silent battlefield. It awakened the sound of all the horn trumpets being heard from far away. Regenleaf raised her flag. Raskrid roared and Gander yelled. "For Asgard and the 9 realms! For Asgard and the 9 realms!" The Valkyries yelled. The horn trumpets rang everywhere and the warriors of Valhalla let out a battle cry and charged. The heroes of Olympus stood up again and the martial artists of the temple raised their swords. Azadajaka got flustered at the sudden change in the situation. And Sigurd, that was pushing Azadajaka back, said. Echidna barked at it. "You shouldn't be looking away?" Sigurd swung Gram widely. Echidna moved exquisitely as if she had become one with Sigurd, and the red sword aura passed the neck of Azadajaka, cut down the head of Typhon, and black blood spouted out. Apollo made the sun arise once again. The goddess of son of Asgard, Sol, helped him. Athena, that had become the goddess of son of Aaron, roared and released her divine power. The three-legged crow perched and flew up. It gathered the 4 suns into one once again and threw it down into the battlefield. That attacked the gods of night Surtur had gathered and attacked their divinity itself. "Go! Warriors of Valhalla!" Ragnar yelled. He gave strength to everyone in the battle as the king of Vikings. He pulled out his Viking sword and advanced forward. Merlin stood next to him and activated magic of Aaron. Hela marched with Galleon along the army of the dead. Odin laughed. He got impressed. He looked at the golden apple tree and hit his chest twice. They hadn't won completely, but he could only mention someone. Loki. Loki. Freya panted and raised her body. She couldn't stand up and was on the ground, but she didn't pass out. She leaned her body on a staff and looked at the direction the tree was at. "That girl, she has a good warrior." She said that to Heda and Idun. Freya laughed and took in the light that didn't only lit up the surroundings but all of Asgard. Surtur looked at Tae Ho. And Tae Ho looked at him back. Surtur clenched his sword of flames. It was impossible to burn down the world tree again, and that was because the last path of flames he used to burn down the world tree was the last of his strength. He had spent too much strength. He needed time to arise the last path of flames. But Tae Ho was in the same situation as him. He had awakened as an existence that transcended a world god, but he had spent most of that strength in creating a new world tree. "I will destroy you and bring an end to Asgard this time," Surtur said, and then raised his sword of flames. Tae Ho raised his sword of creation. And at that moment Cuchulainn said, "Hey, are you really going to do that?" He should. That's why he gathered it until now. Surtur gathered power in his sword when Astalon snickered and spoke. He swung it and then Tae Ho swung his sword of creation to face against Surtur's wave. The wave of destruction clashed with the light of creation. Surtur's power was slightly superior this time too. But Tae Ho didn't lose his leisure. He heard Cuchulainn laughing and thought of another story. Not Kalstad's story but his own story. The countless relationships he piled up while traveling several worlds. Myth-ranked saga. The warrior that had a goddess meet him. My warrior Tae Ho. I am number one. Idun and Heda spoke at the same time. She appeared next to Tae Ho and released her divine power. It wasn't only her. More than 100 goddesses and valkyries showed up at his side. So this day ended up coming. Gander giggled and said. Ingrid put a satisfied smile, extended her hand forward. Raskrid and Regenleaf did the same and Scathach lead the bewildered goddesses with her mystical message. You are too much. Freya, that was being held by Valkyrie Hildegard, pouted and extended her hand. The goddess of Olympus and Asgard and the maidens of the temple assisted the light of creation that was blocking the wave of destruction with their strength. The light of creation stopped the wave of destruction, but at that moment Surtur opened his mouth widely. The world god of Avesta Andra Mainyu released his power. A huge lump of magic power that looked like a sun got fired towards Tae Ho. He had aimed that attack with a time difference, but Tae Ho didn't get afraid. The same went for the goddesses that had interacted with him. Because there were beings blocking the black sun of Andra Mainyu. There were beings that had risen up again and come running. Go! Ru-E Bang! The leader of the 12 protectors of the temple, Sun Wukong, swung his Ru-E Bang staff and struck the black sun. His strength wasn't enough, but he wasn't enough. Cry! Mjolnir! Thor came riding the lightning and fired Mjolnir. The huge lightning that was like a white sword hit the black sun. Heracles didn't stay still either. The strongest hero of Olympus assisted with his last strength. He slammed the black sun with his club and dispersed it. The black sun exploded. It was only for a moment, but it covered the sight of everyone. And at that moment Tae Ho looked at Heda. Heda and Idun blessed him and then sent Tae Ho. Aden Maha. Tae Ho rode on top of her. A white dragon flew to a high place in the sky. Nidhogg yelled. Tae Ho Master. Aden Maha. Saga, the charge of the warrior is like a storm. Saga, the one that controls lightning and gale. Saga, the one that conquers dragons. Saga, the warrior that rode on a goddess. Several sagas got applied in an instant. The speed of Adenmaha surging up to the sky became even faster. Tae Ho pulled out Gi Balg with his left hand. He combined it with the sword of creation he was holding in his right hand and gave birth to a new shiny spear of light. Master! Adenmaha said, and Tae Ho stroked her scales. They interacted with the one that conquers dragons and shared everything to become one. Adenmaha reached the highest place. Surtur raised his head and looked at the sky. My warrior Tae Ho. Idun's voice was heard. Tae Ho laughed and whispered in a low voice. Idun, Heda, Adenmaha. For the peace in the residence. Won't Nidhogg swell her cheeks if she hears that? Tae Ho heard Astalon's voice and ordered. Adenmaha started to charge towards the ground. Sun Wukong, Heracles, and Thor attacked Surtur. Surtur pushed them back with a wave of destruction and looked at Tae Ho. He sent some fireballs that he made in a hurry towards the sky. Tae Ho didn't dodge that and wasn't even planning to pass through them. He rode on the wind and yelled. Rolo! Draken is Menios. Saga, Master of Flames. Saga, King of Violence. Rollo and Draconis Niños appeared in front of Tae Ho. The two dragons that transformed into a golden dragon and fire dragon fired dragon breaths and destroyed the fireballs advancing towards Tae Ho. There were still a few more fireballs, but it wasn't a problem now. Siri transformed into a golden wolf and rode on the wind. Brachii rode on top of her and fired lightning to scatter the fireballs. The two of them yelled towards Tae Ho and roared together. Tae Ho raised his spear of light. He charged and activated a saga. Saga, Draconic Cannon. Draconic Ballista. Lightning struck. Dozens of streaks of lightning that fell from the sky opened up a path. An Edenmaha that was passing through that transformed into a white light. Surtur released the last of his power and Tae Ho released his power to charge at him. Everyone saw that. And everyone witnessed it. The light tearing apart the darkness, the power of beginning destroying the power of destruction. The story of the hero that would be remembered forever. Quagagagang. A loud explosion was heard and lightning struck once again. The white light trespassed Surtur and then flew to the sky once again. The light covering Edenmaha disappeared. Tae Ho turned to look at the ground while listening to Aiden's and Haida's voice. Surtur was collapsing. The fire giant, the agent of destruction, was facing its end before the new beginning. Surtur didn't scream or curse out. He just smiled bitterly. He followed the specific principles he told Tae Ho. He accepted the beginning that had come as the proxy of destruction. The flames of Surtur disappeared. The warriors of Valhalla roared. The kingdom of fire started to crumble at a fast rate. Master! Edenmaha cried and said. It was thanks to her nervousness having been eased suddenly. Tae Ho smiled and touched her scales. Astalone smiled silently and Cuchulainn spoke. Tae Ho. You should make the ending like you do. He wasn't talking about fighting. Tae Ho understood his words and ended up laughing unconsciously. Let's go Edenmaha. Edenmaha made a turn in the sky. She passed the heads of the goddesses and headed to the entrance of the connecting path. The ones that saw the illusion of light that spread behind Tae Ho laughed. They yelled first and the others also followed them. Aiden's warrior. Goddess of youth. What spread behind Tae Ho's back was an illusion of Aiden. Haida opened her eyes roundly and Aiden glanced at him but then smiled brightly. The association of the four worlds started to push back the kingdom of fire. Sun Wukong, Thor, and Heracles participated in the battle once again. Siri and Brachii didn't get late for it either. Tae Ho saw them and raised his hand before participating in the battle again. He showed a small smile and hit his chest. For Asgard and the Nine Realms. For Asgard and the Nine Realms. Edenmaha followed him and Aiden and Haida also yelled. Cuchulainn smiled and accompanied them. Saga. The story of the hero that would be remembered forever. Tae Ho smiled and headed to the ground with everyone. He continued with the new story. Final episode, Valhalla Saga End. TL note, thanks for reading. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Epilogue number 1. Epilogue number 1. TL, Subak. Ed. Asgard and the Nine Realms. Bringing the decisive battle that put the fate of the 10 realms to an end took more time than expected. They had already defeated the agent of the end, the giant of fire Surtur, but there were countless devils and evil beings left. The army of the kingdom of fire numbered hundreds of thousands. But victory and defeat had already been decided. Actually, the evil beings couldn't even dare to pull back their forces. The only thing they were able to do was to withdraw while their comrades were dying. The blessing of the goddess of victory from Olympus, Nike, brightened the battlefield. The forces of the kingdom of fire fought instead of escaping, and the battle that started in the morning came to an end late in the afternoon. A third of their forces died fighting and 2/3 of them fled to Olympus through the connecting path. But of course, that was just a number, so if you actually counted the ones that were fine, they wouldn't even amount to a half of that half. Ragnar, that had commanded the warriors of Valhalla instead of Odin, calmed down the group that tried to chase after the enemy that had fled to Olympus. Even though they had the advantage in the situation, it wasn't a good plan to chase after the enemy too deeply. In addition, the enemy had lost the pivot of the Kingdom of Fire and its strongest warrior, Surtr. The Kingdom of Fire couldn't become a flame of calamity that threatened the 10 realms. The heroes of Olympus had complaints at Ragnar's decision, but no one protested out loud. It was because the Heracles, the one that represents the heroes of Olympus, had agreed to Ragnar's idea. Zeus also looked what was beyond in Olympus and clenched his fist, but he didn't advance. He wanted to take back Olympus right over, but everything had its own order. We will first seal the connecting path. Tae Ho looked at Odin and Zeus that had gathered near the entrance, and the two gods nodded at his words. Odin and Zeus had experienced countless wars. They didn't make the mistake of dropping their guards after a big battle. Tae Ho extended his hand towards the connecting path. The seal of being the master of 4 worlds that he got able to utilize freely as he awakened into the world god Asgard became one in the back of Tae Ho's hand. When he clenched his fist in that state, the connecting path that was broken and split started to close slowly. It looked just like he was reverting time and restoring a broken object. The connecting path closed. Everyone of the Kingdom of Fire outside the connecting path got taken care of, and that's why Tae Ho let out a sigh of relief. He turned to look at Odin and Zeus and looked at Heda and Adenmaha that were standing by their side. Nidhogg smiled brightly and nodded while being carried by Hraesvelgr. We won, Tae Ho said, and everyone at the surroundings yelled. The warriors of Valhalla shouted with the intent to shake the sky and the ground. We won! Victory! Yuwa! Odin! Idun! Thor! God of meetings! Idun's warrior! Various yells got mixed and became only one battle cry. And at the last, it became the same thing as usual. For Asgard in the 9 realms! For Asgard in the 9 realms! What is we won? That's too unshapely. Cuchulainn mumbled. But he was smiling as if that was just a saying. I'm exhausted. I used too much strength and talked a lot. I won't say a word for a while and will just rest. Astalone left behind some weird words and really shut her mouth. It seemed like she wasn't even going to say that she was hungry for a while. Tae Ho made a smile and put back the dragon sword. He took a deep breath and closed his eyes. He had Idun's blessing and the saga that didn't make him exhausted, but he felt sleepy. He wanted to sleep right away. But he couldn't do so yet. It was because there were a lot of things they had to do now that they had won. And night came in Asgard. The faint golden light released from the New World tree spread between the darkness and made a beautiful scene. It was a haze of light that you didn't get exhausted of looking at it no matter how many times you saw it. The starry night didn't lose to that. The stars in the night sky that seemed to be shining more brightly than usual filled up the curtain of the night with a silver light. And flames arose. They had won, but there were also dead people among them. The funeral of the valiant ones that had thrown their lives to protect the 10 realms wasn't something to leave for later. Valkyrie Regenleaf set on fire an altar made by piling up wood. She led the souls of the deceased to the place they had to go to. The god of death of Olympus, Hades, grabbed the hand of the queen of the underworld Persephone and recited a chant. It was to lead the souls of Olympus that had nowhere to go as the connecting path was closed. The souls got gathered in a purple crystal the size of a fist that Hades had made. Those souls would one day get freed when they took back Olympus and the underworld got stabilized so that they were able to follow the principles of Olympus. The martial artists of the temple sent their deceased comrades in their own ways. Nuwa and the maidens that came with her lead the souls instead of the god of death. The connecting path of the temple was open, so the souls of the temple followed Nywa and headed to the temple. The time for the deceased came to an end. They had spent a considerable amount of time in settling down the battlefield, so it was already long past midnight. But there was no one that sat down on the ground or lied down to sleep. It was because it was time to commemorate the happy time. Odin opened the provision vault of Valhalla. All of the cooks of Valhalla got mobilized and cooked something for the alliance that numbered hundreds of thousands. But actually the only thing they did was to cook pork, chicken, and cow meat as it was, but they already had a side dish called victory, so it was enough with that. The keeper of Valhalla, Freyja, decided to empty the alcohol trove today. Dionysius, the god of wine of Olympus, that had returned to being someone that wanted to maintain the world, blessed the thousands of barrels of alcohol. Sun Wukong also dissolved the Leodin peaches he received from the Queen Mother of the West to amplify its flavor. And finally, an enjoyable feast started. The warriors of Valhalla boasted of their accomplishments and new sagas got created from their stories. Tae Ho sat in the middle of the seat of honor that had Nodin, Zeus, Nywa, etc., and checked his surroundings for a while. The muses of Olympus were singing and the Valkyries also played their instruments. The maidens and court musicians from the temple danced and sang, so there were countless things to see around them. Ciri and Brachii were passing between warriors. It was to serve alcohol to the ones close to them as usual. When will my turn come? Tae Ho grinned and looked at a place that was near. Idun was the one sitting next to him. It was because it was a formal place, and now that it turned out like this, Haida had pushed Idun to make the publicity more certain. Idun smiled brightly while raising a big cup of alcohol, perhaps because she noticed Tae Ho's gaze or she sensed his thoughts. The one sitting at his left side was Adenmaha. She was still taking care of Nidhogg even at this moment. Only one cup? Yes. Only one cup. Ehe. Only one. Nidhogg drank that honey alcohol and Adenmaha looked at her with worried eyes. She wasn't worried at what will happen to her with one cup. She was anxious that she would take a liking to drinking. She really is a mother. Cuchulain's laughter wasn't heard inside his head but at a distant place. He had materialized thanks to Odin, Freyja and Skathak having used their magic, and was sitting at the opposite side from Nidhogg and tilting his cup. It was really nice to see him sitting next to Skathak and sharing a drink. Tae Ho rolled his eyes and searched for more known faces. He could see Ragnar and Bjorn standing far away. The ones at their side were a bit unfamiliar, but he saw their identity right away with the eyes of the dragon. They were Ragnar's other children besides Bjorn. Could Rolf be at a deeper place? He was certain that he was alive, as he had taken special attention to him. But even so, Rolf was an inferior ranked warrior, so it seemed like he wasn't near the seats of honor but at a deeper place. Tae Ho looked where the warriors of Uller's legion were at for a moment and then looked at his side. It was due to Idun having pulled his sleeve. Idun Nim? My warrior Tae Ho. My warrior Tae Ho. He repeated the same words while smiling. It seemed like she was already drunk. Indeed, this alcohol got blessed by the god of alcohol and is also mixed with the peaches of the temple. It wasn't a normal alcohol anymore. Humans and even gods could only get drunk by it. Idun was acting cute, not like her usual self, and rubbed her cheeks at Tae Ho's shoulder, but at that moment a loud voice was heard not far away. Warrior Lee Tae Ho. The pronunciation was clear and the voice was loud. All the warriors that were laughing and having a conversation fell silent in an instant and looked at one place. Ingrid was standing in front of Tae Ho about a dozen feet away from him. Her eyes were a bit relaxed compared to usual and she spoke with a completely red face. It's a meeting. It was a really familiar thing by now. But a meeting? Just by whom? Tae Ho hurriedly looked at his sides. Idun was there, so naturally Haida was also there. Adenmaha and Nidhogg were opening their eyes roundly with confused faces. And at that moment Ingrid stuttered. So. I am the one. The one that came to meet you. Ingrid had come to meet him. Tae Ho blinked and Ingrid's face turned even redder. It seemed like she made a slight mistake due to being drunk, looking at the spark that returned in her eyes. And then Gander's laughter was heard. She grabbed Ingrid by her neck and yelled magnanimously. Me! Me too! She glanced at her side and Reginleaf also stood up. She smiled bitterly like she couldn't do anything about it and added. I also came for a meeting. It's a meeting, warrior Lee Tae Ho. Iden stood up as already 4 Valkyries said that they have come for a meeting. She slammed the table and declared. I'm also in. He's my warrior. He's mine. Everyone fell silent once again at Iden's declaration. Iden blinked as a countless number of eyes focused on her and then realized what she had just said. It wasn't only her face that turned red but also her shoulder, so she raised her cup to hide her face. At that moment a burst of laughter occurred. They couldn't know who was the first, but the warriors of Valhalla yelled like usual. It's a meeting. It's a meeting. It's a meeting. Ugh. I'm dying of jealousy. The last one was close to a despair. Gander pulled Ingrid by her arm while everyone was laughing and headed to the seat of honor with the other Valkyries, and then several other people stood up from their seats. Me too then. For the great hero that protected the 10 Irams. A few blessings won't be enough. They weren't only the goddesses of Asgard. There were also the goddess of Olympus and also from the temple. The goddess of youth of Olympus and the wife of Heracles, Hebe, looked at her wife for a moment and then smiled ill-temperedly and headed to the seat of honor. Heracles laughed and accompanied her. He needs the blessing of a male god at times. It wasn't clear if that was really the case, but the eyes of Draken Ismenios started to shine. And at the same time, Hera poked Zeus' chest with her finger and said, It's fine, right? Poof. It seemed like he had forgotten about his usual self that the jealous Zeus turned his head and Hera giggled and stood up. Freya grabbed Odin by his arm and said, I'm not going. You can go. Really? When Freya asked with an expectant voice, Odin gave her the best blessing instead of replying, and Freya grabbed Odin by his neck. She then whispered at his ear, I also want my waist dislocated. Odin cleared his throat and Freya giggled. And Cuchulainn, that was looking at all of that, exclaimed with a bitter face. So it's starting once again, the meeting festival of the Mad Demon. In addition, the members this time were more numerous than last time as Asgard and the temple was added. Tae Ho just laughed while looking at the female and male gods gathering, and someone pulled on his arm. That person gave the best blessing to Tae Ho when he turned by reflex. Today I'm the number 1. It was a Denmaha. She dodged Iden's shocked eyes and laughed like a fool, and Tae Ho also laughed. He gave back the best blessing to a Denmaha. Let my blessing accompany you. Let my blessing accompany you. The night deepened but the meeting continued. Passing dawn and until morning came. And after a few days, the first steps towards the new beginning started from Asgard. And how busy. Epilogue number 1 end. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Epilogue number 2. How busy. Bjorn sat on a castle wall and said in a good mood. These few days, Valhalla had been really busy like he had said. The party they enjoyed lasted only 1 day, and after that they had to focus on treating the injured and settling the battlefield. And the battle is still going on. There was the kingdom of fire that had fled to Olympus, and also the destructive beings of Memphis, Maya, Dilmun, and Shindu. There was also Avesta, the world completely occupied by destructive beings. The most urgent thing was to drive away the kingdom of fire from Olympus, and they couldn't leave that only to Olympus. For Asgard and the 9 realms. Not only for Asgard but for all the 10 worlds. Bjorn muttered and checked inside the castle walls. Preparations for dispatching were taking place inside the big hall. And the Hall of Valhalla was really bustling with warriors prepared to go to battle like Bjorn had expected. The warriors were grouped up in legions like they always did, and the Legion of Ullr was also among them. The Legion of Ullr that received the blessing of the god of hunting Ullr were specialists in searching and reconnaissance, and also didn't let the other party follow them. They got in charge of the front lines of Asgard in this expedition to Olympus. In one of the surveillance squads composed by members of Ullr's legion, Ciri was looking up the face of a handsome warrior with a really worried expression. "Are you okay? You seem to be quite nervous." "No. I'm fine." Rolf, the comrade of Tae Ho when they were at the inferior rank, and the man that received Ciri's goodwill because he resembled her brother but still couldn't become her man. He, that had survived in all the big battles that took place in Asgard, also survived in this one. In addition, all the achievements he had accumulated got recognized, so he even got promoted to the intermediate rank. As Rolf got promoted to an intermediate rank warrior, he got to be able to lead one of the surveillance squads of Ullr's legion. He was someone with quite a lot of experience, but this was the first time he would be leading a squad all by himself. Ciri looked at Rolf and he turned his eyes away as if he was embarrassed. And then, the man that was next to Ciri let out a refreshing laughter. "Fine my ass. You are nervous. Kook." Bracky hit Rolf's back with his hands that were as big as the lid of a pot. Bracky had hit him quite lightly, but it was different for Rolf that was the one to get hit. Ciri's eyes got bigger in an instant as Rolf's back bent while groaning. "Hey, are you okay?" Of course. I'm also an intermediate ranked warrior now." You could see that he wasn't fine just by looking at how he spoke. Ciri glared at Bracky fiercely and hit his shin, and Bracky, that was fine like usual, just scratched the back of his head. Ciri let out a sigh and spoke to Rolf again. "Sorry. Anne, you have been through many big battles, so it would be fine if you just rested." This expedition was composed by the ones that volunteered for it. Rolf had become an intermediate rank warrior, so he was able to get out of it if he wished. But Rolf shook his head. "I fought together with the other guys, so I can't be the only one to not participate. In addition, if you speak about surveillance, our legion is the best indeed. I will raise the name of Ullr." Rolf hit his chest as if telling her to believe in him. Rolf was really handsome, so he was able to produce a really reliable look. But Ciri still saw Rolf as her younger brother. "Leave it at that, please. I will take care of him, so don't worry too much." Gander intruded, maybe because she couldn't observe anymore, or she judged that this was the appropriate moment to butt in. When she spoke that way while pulling on Rolf's arm, Ciri put on an even more nervous face, and Rolf laughed in a low voice and said, "I will also take care of Gander well." "Oh, so you are coming out like that?" When Gander laughed like a wolf, Rolf evaded her eyes almost immediately. Ciri ended up laughing in the end. She fixed her posture and extended her hand towards Rolf. "Come here. I will bless you. You too, Gander." Because she was now a goddess of Erin. She wasn't only imitating but could give down real blessings. Rolf took one step closer towards Ciri and asked, "Captain Ciri, you aren't planning on making your own legion?" "Not yet. Because it was still pending how they would be structuring Erin. Let my blessing accompany you." Ciri placed her lips on Rolf's forehead. A green light that represented Ciri's divine power covered Rolf. "Oh." Rolf turned to look at himself with a moved expression and then touched his forehead where Ciri's lips had touched. It felt like the lingering attachments he had thrown away were arising again. And maybe she noticed that, or she just butted in without thinking about it much. "I will also bless you." "Well, that's a bit. Kahat. Don't deny." Brachii laughed magnanimously and pulled over Rolf by force. Gander then granted a merciless blessing precisely where Ciri's lips had touched. And we will be completely busy for a while. Odin and Zeus were standing on a hill that looked down at the connecting path. The two of them weren't looking at each other but at the connecting path. Because the Mount of Olympus got destroyed. The sacred forces also got devastated, so our divine power got weakened. We will have to work hard. Zeus smiled bitterly. The power of the gods of Olympus was greatly weakened. Even if they returned to Olympus, the core of Olympus, that was the Mount of Olympus, was destroyed, so there was no way the divine power would be supplied properly. Hades will be the strongest in Olympus for a while and not Zeus. Because there was a high possibility the underworld was unscathed compared to the surface. Zeus snorted at Odin's joke. But it's still impossible to revolt, as I am the master of Olympus. Even if Hades' sacred force was fine, it couldn't be compared to the power and authority of the master. But it was at that moment. Zeus put a weird expression when he finished speaking. What's wrong? Does your stomach hurt? No, what should I say? It's weird to say it myself, but I didn't think that he would really return the position of master. Yesterday, Tae Ho had returned the seat of master of Olympus to Zeus. That was what they had promised originally, but Zeus couldn't help but get surprised. This time Odin was the one to snort. Are you saying that you wouldn't have done that? I wonder. The master of 4 worlds. That's a power I want to get a hold of one day. Your insides are so black that it even shows outside, so no one will even give it to you. Well, the best thing would be that that doesn't happen. Zeus shrugged his shoulders and turned to look at Odin. Odin also formed a smile and faced Zeus. For Asgard and the 9 realms. Let the glory of Olympus accompany you. The two gods expressed etiquette and looked at the connecting path once again. And I'm always owing you debts, Idun's warrior. No, master of Asgard. I will go visit Olympus later, so repay me then. Right below the connecting path between Olympus and Asgard. Tae Ho was sending off the gods of Olympus with Adenmaha, Nidhogg, and Draken as Menios. Apollo was sincerely thanking Tae Ho. No, he also felt respect and honor. That was an obvious thing, as he witnessed how Tae Ho rescued the 10 realms and created a new world tree instead of the one that had vanished. In addition, Tae Ho had returned the seat of Master of Olympus to Zeus and was also being respectful towards the gods of Olympus like he had always done, including Apollo. I will be waiting eagerly for the day the Master of Asgard visits Olympus. And Artemis. When Apollo called her in a low voice Artemis, that was behind Apollo like she was hiding, showed up in front of Tae Ho. Her cheeks were red, maybe because of embarrassment. First, she cleared her throat. Tae Ho tried hard not to laugh and waited for Artemis to continue speaking. Thank you for helping Olympus, Master of Asgard. And I'm sorry for what happened at Olympus. And I'm also grateful. It seemed like she wasn't accustomed to thanking and apologizing others, that she was twining all over and was squeezing out her voice to speak. Athena got bewildered while looking at her, so she spoke to Tae Ho with magic. Artemis expressed her thanks that honestly. This is really an incredible thing. Because Athena had never seen Artemis apologize even once in her lifetime. Tae Ho laughed tinily and pleasantly accepted Artemis' apology. It's fine. The Artemis from back then wasn't your real self. And it wasn't me, the one that worked the hardest to rescue you, but Apollonym. I'm being serious. Indeed, if Apollo hadn't chosen to turn into stone along with Artemis, there's no way the cruel and merciless you would have left her alone. He couldn't agree to Cuchulain's description that stated that he was cruel and merciless, but the general context of his words were right. It was because he really couldn't spare any attention and had no leisure at all back then. If Apollo hadn't stepped up, then Artemis would have perished just like Ares and Poseidon. Apollo put a proud expression at Tae Ho's words, and Artemis turned to look at Apollo. She let out a sweet voice with eyes that were filled with love. I always feel grateful towards my brother. Artemis. Brother. The scene which they hugged each other was too natural. Cuchulainn, that was observing dumbfoundedly, cleared his throat. Hey, isn't that a bit dangerous? Well, they are the ones that like it. Apollo and Artemis weren't able to see their surroundings as they were already in their own world. Tae Ho turned the attention he was pouring to the two gods to other gods. And the one that reacted at Tae Ho's gaze was Athena. Master of Asgard, I express my gratitude once again. I will certainly call you when Olympus gets stabilized, so I wish you visit Olympus once. I will be joyfully waiting for that moment. I thought that you were going to keep her as a goddess of Erin, but you simply released her. Because it was all a temporary thing. And why did you use the word release? Others will misunderstand if they hear you. Gods of the Son of Four Worlds were needed to turn the sons of four worlds into one. Of course, Tae Ho himself was also a god of Son of Erin, but it was better to have a separate god of Sun to increase the attack proficiency. Because of that, Tae Ho accepted Athena as a goddess of Erin and then handed her over his seat of god of Sun. But now that the battle ended, Athena returned her seat to Tae Ho, and she also stepped out of the ranks of gods of Erin, so she returned to being a complete god of Olympus once again. When the general farewell ended, Athena approached Tae Ho carefully, and Tae Ho understood her intentions. Athena blessed Tae Ho first, and followed by that Tae Ho also blessed her. Let my blessing accompany you. Let my blessing accompany you. It was when the two of them were exchanging blessings. Adenmoha pulled on Tae Ho's sleeve. Master. Yes? Adenmoha just sent a glance instead of replying, and when Tae Ho turned to look at the direction she pointed with her eyes, he could see a goddess that was putting an expression that was as weird as Artemis. The goddess of Olympus, Aphrodite, greets the master of Asgard. Nice to meet you. Because they had already met in Olympus. Aphrodite was the first to react as they were facing each other with awkward faces. Ugh, this really isn't to my liking. Master, I'm also feeling awkward right now, you know? Don't you think that the man has to step out boldly in these situations? She resembled Freya quite a lot when she got annoyed. Tae Ho laughed and complimented her first. You are as beautiful as always. The moment he said that, he felt a sharp gaze behind him, but he just ignored it. Aphrodite inhaled a few times and bowed towards Tae Ho. I have been quite rude back then. It's a bit late, but I apologize for what happened. It's fine. It was an unavoidable situation. Back then, Aphrodite had received Nyx's influence and her character had changed completely. No one excluding Zeus, the master of Olympus, was able to resist to Nyx's voice, so you could say that it was an inevitable thing that the Aphrodite from back then attacked Tae Ho. Master of Asgard, may I bless you? To receive a blessing from the goddess of love and beauty of Olympus, I'm just grateful for that. The goddess of love and beauty of Erin is glaring at you. Cuchulainn glared, and Tae Ho tried hard not to turn back. Let my blessing accompany you. Let my blessing accompany you. The exchange of blessings ended. But compared to Athena, that simply stepped back, Aphrodite lightly embraced Tae Ho's neck. She then stood on her toes and whispered. But, Master. Yes, speak. Is Freya still prettier than me? Tae Ho dripped cold sweat at the quite serious question. And after Olympus came the temple. After Tae Ho sent off the gods, heroes, and reinforcements of Asgard heading off to Olympus, he went to meet the people of the temple taking preparations to leave. Miss Nuwa. I want to express my thanks once again for the assistance of the temple. We only did the obvious thing. Asgard and the temple will never go back on each other. It wasn't only for this expedition. The temple had also helped Asgard at the Second Great War without calculating about material things or quibbling over their relationship. Because that was what was right. That was chivalry. Tae Ho really liked that side of the temple. But you still like Asgard more than the temple, right? Well, that's obvious. Because Heda and Idun were at Asgard. That reason is so like you. It was when Cuchulainn was chuckling. Sun Wukong stepped to the front while representing all the martial artists of the temple and said, Asgard and the temple have an eternal blood alliance. Thanks to that, we got able to observe the martial artists of other worlds. I got really impressed at your prowess. I don't know how to act as someone as impressive as you compliments me. Sun Wukong spoke comically but scratched his cheek as if he was really embarrassed. Being serious when needed and light at times was Sun Wukong's charm. Tae Ho exchanged a few more words with Sun Wukong and then walked towards the Valkyries of Asgard that were situated among the people of the temple. Chaldea, I will be going to the temple soon to see you, At. She was the one that decided to be means of contact by staying in the temple for a stricter cooperating relationship. Chaldea smiled softly and answered Tae Ho. I will be waiting at the temple. And thank you for rescuing the southern parts of the temple. Thanks to that you have also saved the life of Jupalji. Damn, so it wasn't a one-sided thing? Sun Wukong got bewildered and raised his voice unconsciously and Chaldea blushed. But she put a calm expression as a confident Valkyrie and approached Tae Ho. It was to give him a blessing. Let my blessing accompany you. Let my blessing accompany you. The exchange of blessings ended and the people of the temple left Valhalla and headed to the temple. And what's wrong, Adenmaha? Blessings, 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 blessings. You just keep doing blessings, 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 and more blessings. Nidhogg also knows how to give blessings. I can do it better than anyone. So that was the case. You were giving blessings all day. Epilogue number 2 end. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Epilogue number 3. After Tae Ho sent off all the beings from the temple and Olympus, he returned to the residence of Idun. However, Adenmaha's expression wasn't good at all. What's wrong, Adenmaha? Adenmaha's cheeks swelled up at Tae Ho's call and then she spoke while glancing at him. Blessing, 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 blessings. You just kept with the blessings, 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 that. When he saw off Olympus and also the temple. It wasn't like the Madness Festival of blessings, but Tae Ho had still exchanged dozens of blessings. Adenmaha? When he smiled awkwardly, implying if she didn't know that was only a greeting, Adenmaha pouted her lips. She did know it, but she couldn't help but pout today. As Adenmaha got out in that way, Nidhogg that was smacking her lips also stuttered. Nidhogg also knows how to bless. She can do it well. Tae Ho coughed unconsciously. But it wasn't the time yet. He didn't know the reason for that, but Adenmaha and Nidhogg weren't the only ones that had to be soothed. So that was the case, that happened. You have been wandering to give blessings all day. And I didn't even know that. Idun's voice was heard from behind. He felt that that was the case attack has been added to a new repertory recently. Adenmaha snorted, Nidhogg grumbled and Idun giggled. But well, it's all fine as Olympus and the temple returned today. Yes. There was a warrior that wandered happily to bless other goddesses while leaving behind the poor goddess that couldn't even leave a step out from the residence as she had to be committed on healing the injured and producing golden apples. But that warrior should also know what shame is. That warrior will only concentrate on this poor goddess. Isn't that right? Her voice was cheerful, but it felt like she had a lot of things accumulated inside of her. Tae Ho flinched and Adenmaha pouted even more. While Nidhogg was checking her surroundings, Idun walked confidently and grabbed Tae Ho's arm. She then pulled it and spoke like she was grumbling. "That's why today I dash." She stopped there. Idun flinched for a moment and then her golden hair got dyed in red. Heda. Idun's representative Valkyrie. She smiled brightly. She ignored Idun's complaining voice and took off her veil. Heda then winked towards Tae Ho and said, "I'm the number one. Understood?" Tae Ho nodded. He could only do so. He imagined the back of a shrimp getting destroyed in a battle between whales, but that was merely an imagination. And 3 months passed since the decisive battle against the Kingdom of Fire. Asgard was comparatively peaceful, but battles were still occurring in the other worlds like Olympus and the Temple. The Battle of Olympus was one which they had to defend. A battle that they had to drive away the remaining Kingdom of Fire outside of Olympus and protect the land which Olympus would live on. The battle in the temple proceeded silently. Daji, that got to the seat of commander followed by Tongtian Jiaozhu, decided to go with an exhaustive guerrilla tactic instead of going for a frontal attack which they had no chances to win at. Sun Wukong decided to push forward instead of getting embroiled by Daji and conquered the already devastated Komodo. His strategy was to remove all the land in which the group of Daji could hide at. It will be a long battle but will be as certain. Sun Wukong was a really patient man compared to how he looked. The reinforcements of Asgard being led by Thor were battling in Dilmun. Gathering together the survivors of Dilmun and forming a single force was their objective. The strongest warrior of Valhalla, Sigurd, was with Thor and Echidna protected Sigurd's side. The two of them had become quite close after defeating Azadajaka. Echidna must be hitting on him one-sidedly. I think that Sigurd's reaction is quite good to say that. Hydra wrote a letter to Nidhogg saying that she thinks that she will have a younger sibling soon. He is a man indeed. The battle continued even when Cuchulainn and Tae Ho were speaking nonsense with each other. It was because Dilmun wasn't the only world that had beings that wanted to maintain the world. Shindu, Memphis, and Maya. He would have to gather the survivors of those worlds one day and also settle things with Avesta, the world where the destructive beings won completely. Someday, that is. Gathering survivors was a different matter, but settling things with Avesta was something that would happen in the long future. Time flowed by once again. About half a year since the decisive battle. There was someone that visited the three sisters under the Golden World Tree. It was none other than the Queen of the Dead and the last children of Loki, Hela. You are still connected. The fate of you three brothers are connected with the fate of Asgard. Hela nodded slowly at Skull's words. They have already had this conversation before, but it really was like Skuld had said. The three children born between Loki and Angerboda were each connected with the fates of different gods. And the gods whose fate was connected with them were existences that could decide the fate of the world called as Asgard. The one Fenrir was connected to was Odin, that represented the past of Asgard. The space snake Jormungand was connected with the generation that follows after Odin, Thor that represents the future. And the one representing the future while taking reference the time Hela was born at. The one that would decide the fate of Asgard that was created by Odin and protected by Thor. That man was Tae Ho. And he didn't only protect Asgard but also the future of the 10 realms. We may have been a kind of mark. That may be the case. And I'm really glad that you are a being that wants to maintain the world. If you were a destructive being, then your existence would have grabbed the toes of the master of Asgard and the protector of all 10 realms. Just like the space snake and the world wolf did to Odin and Thor. That was the truth, but it wasn't nice to hear. When Skuld confirmed that Hela's fate was still connected to Tae Ho, she didn't speak about fate anymore. Hela understood Skuld's consideration and formed a small smile. She talked about a different thing first. Now that I see, is the master faring well, Even though they were connected by fate, It was only like a mark, just like Hela herself had said, so it wasn't that they could know of the situation of the other when they were far from each other. Skuld nodded slowly and said, "Of course he is doing well. Only that nowadays." Nowadays? It seems like he's not at the residence. Skuld looked at a distant place for a moment and started to speak of what she saw at the residence of Idun. And half a year. Exactly in half a year, the scale of Idun's legion grew by about 20 times. It was because a great number of warriors had entered Idun's legion as recruits. And that was a really obvious thing. Because all of Asgard must have seen that. Everyone, not only from the world of gods Asgard but also the mortal world Midgard and the smaller worlds such as the world of fairies Alfheim. And they must also be looking at it at this moment. Sigrun added to Gudrun's words. Her eyes were fixed at the new world tree that was standing like an illusion. The beautiful golden apple tree. Thanks to that only we are the ones with our hands full. They had many things to do as the number of warriors increased abruptly, but at the same time new Valkyries have also entered the legion. The identification tags got completely solved, right? Sigrun and Gudrun looked at each other and laughed soundlessly. The warriors at the residence of Idun were currently in training. It was a training being led by the first 10 people that entered the legion after Tae Ho. Rollo and his children flew above those warriors. They grew enough to be able to carry some warriors in their backs. Rollo looked at the residents with a satisfied smile along the wives he brought back from the forest. The residence would have been really fun and peaceful if it wasn't for his damned master. McLaren rolled in the ground like he agreed. But compared to those two, there were some that waited for Tae Ho's return. Helga, that was one of them, turned to look to the north of Asgard, where the new Erin was located at. And Erin was changing little by little. A village got established in the land that was previously a wasteland and forests, and a river got formed outside the village. The survivors of Erin that were scattered everywhere in Asgard gathered up. The ones that belonged to other worlds but wanted to join in Erin also joined up. The one in charge of gathering the survivors was Merlin. He already knew almost all the places where the survivors could be at, as he had wandered in Asgard for dozens of years. The goddess of hunt of Erin, Ciri, and the god of thunder Braki accompanied Merlin and established the key points of the new Erin. The one protecting Erin instead of the 3 people that left was Skathak. She looked up at the disciple standing next to her and asked, "Did you get accustomed to your body?" "Well, kind of." Cucullin grinned and said. After the decisive battle against the Kingdom of Fire ended, Skathak searched for methods to move the soul of Cuchulainn that was in Giebald to another body. It was because she couldn't leave the soul of her beloved student in that state forever. But even though she had Odin's and Freya's assistance, she wasn't able to find a sharp solution. It was because there was a high probability for Cuchulainn's soul to extinguish. In the process, they moved his soul to a new body as it was already established in Giebald. That was an unavoidable thing. In the first place, Cuchulainn's soul entering Giebald happened after he struggled desperately at the end. In addition, the current Giebald was separated in pieces and gathered together once again. So naturally, Cuchulainn's soul also got split in pieces and gathered up, so it was more unstable than normal souls. When they were about to give up in the end, Tae Ho suggested a completely different idea. And the result of that was the current Cuchulainn. They didn't take off Cuchulainn's soul from Giebald and just transformed Giebald into the appearance of a human. When they heard that the first time, they wondered what Tae Ho was talking about, but when they thought about it deeply, they realized that it was quite an excellent idea. The goddess Adenmaha and the griffin Rollo were able to become dragons. It wasn't weird for a weapon to become a person. Skathak, Odin, Freya, and even Merlin joined their strength this time and created one magic. It was a magic solely for Cuchulainn and Giebald. I am a spear. I feel like I got an insight. Well, that's the truth. In addition, in emergency situations I have to return to being Giebald to fight with the master. That's right. That's unavoidable. Scathach laughed and Cuchulainn kissed Scathach in her forehead and smiled. But it's still good to have a body. It's not bad. Scathach also smiled back and then looked at a distant place. One of the fragments of Aaron that was far away was regaining the light of life. And the scent became good. Because it became a habitable land once again. It would be good if we can plant an apple tree here too. They were Nidhogg, Adenmaha, and Idun respectively. Tae Ho cleared his throat when he heard Idun say that she wanted to plant an apple tree but soon regained his composure. It was because there was nothing bad with doing that. The current Aaron had an abundant land as the number of survivors was too few. But master, are you really going to depart now? Adenmahan embraced Tae Ho's arm and asked. Tae Ho blinked asking what she was talking about but soon understood her meaning. What he had prepared since the decisive battle against the Kingdom of Fire. The thing he wanted to do since he got allocated to Idun's legion and the thing he was able to do for real now. Well, the situation got kind of organized. It will be fine to visit for a moment. I have already spoken about this with Odin-Im and Freyja-Im. He would be going to Terra to Earth. It was impossible to stay there as Tae Ho had turned back to being the master of Asgard, but it was fine to go for a moment just like he had said. Idun took off her veil. Heda blinked with her golden eyes and said, "We did speak about this back then, but I never thought that a day like this would really come." What, so you were just spouting things? That he may be able to return to Earth when the war ended. Heda smacked her lips at Tae Ho's inquiry and answered. No, well. I thought that it would be nice if you could return, but I never thought that you would be able to return for real. That was something of the future back then. 100 years since the Great War. For the war that continued for more than 1,000 years against the destructive beings to come to an end. She had thought that if that chance would arrive someday it would be in a long future. Heda turned to look at Tae Ho in a new light. The corner of her lips kept curling up just by looking at him. My warrior Tae Ho. Idun's warrior. But it was at that moment. Adenmaha grabbed Tae Ho's arm again. She then spoke to Tae Ho, that turned to her side by reflex, and said while smiling. This time I will also go with you. I said that I would follow you to the ends of hell, right? Nidhogg will also go. I want to drink that thing called Coke. I also want to eat pizza and watch movies. Nidhogg butted in and grabbed Tae Ho's other arm. The food and attractions she hadn't been able to see yet have already taken her heart. Heda smiled. She shrugged her shoulders and said, This time I will also go with you. What about the golden apple tree? Will something big happen in a few days? And Adenmaha, what is that regretful face? No. I don't feel regret at all. I'm rather happy that you are coming. Nidhogg also likes it. Adenmaha spoke a bit awkwardly and Nidhogg in a bright way. Heda laughed brightly at the answer of those two people and then grabbed the arms of the two of them. Fine, then let's return quickly to pack our things. Yes. I will boast about this to Hraesvelgr Grandpa and Ratatoskr. Nidhogg and Adenmaha got dragged by Heda. The three people advanced first. Tae Ho, that had been looking at the three of them from behind, laughed in a good mood. Tae Ho couldn't avoid forming a smile when he saw the three of them just like it was the case for Heda. The wind grazed Tae Ho's ear. He turned to look up the sky naturally and then felt someone watching him. He could face it without using the eyes of the dragon. The world god Asgard. The one protecting Asgard and Asgard itself. She smiled towards Tae Ho. Tae Ho hit his chest with a fist and replied. For Asgard and the 9 realms. A low voice. The world god Asgard smiled and gestured with her eyes. Tae Ho turned his eyes and saw the three people that had advanced quite a distance. Tae Ho, master. Come quickly. Master. Nidhogg and Adenmaha urged him. Heda tilted her head while looking at him, asking what was wrong. Go quickly. The world god Asgard said. She blessed Tae Ho that had protected her and the 9 realms, and Tae Ho nodded. He started to walk towards Nidhogg, that had started to return to him as she couldn't wait anymore, Nidhogg that was trying to hold her back, and Heda that was waiting still. He whispered one more time inwardly. For Asgard and the 9 realms. For the world that started anew. Tae Ho smiled. End of Valhalla Saga. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. SS number 1 Adenmaha's Diary. TL, Subak. Ed. Number 1. I don't think I will be able to escape anymore. I'm really at my limit now. What will happen? The children are crying a lot. I also want to cry. I curled down at the entrance of the cave and cried a bit. Number 2. The pursuers are stubborn. When I woke up, Crone had disappeared. About half of the little food we had also disappeared. Brid said that we had to find Crone and kill him. But everyone knew that that was nonsense. The pursuers were getting closer. They had to endure the hunger and escape. Number 3. The first ones to die were the elderly and the weak. We couldn't bury them or place them in boats to put them on fire at the sea. We didn't have the leisure to hold a funeral. Kuspa, Kodrin, not. The only thing she could do was to give them the last blessing on their foreheads. Number 4. Brid disappeared. She didn't put her hands on their supplies like Crone, but it was meaningless. The food they had was close to nothing. The group of survivors of Eren had become small and weak. They couldn't see the strong warriors that could fight against gods anymore. I am the only one of the Tuatha De Danann. The remaining members of the group prayed to me. I also wanted to escape like Crone and Brid, but I couldn't do that. Because it depended on me now. I embraced the children and they cried a lot. Number 5. I wrote in the diary after a few days. Perhaps this may be the last time I write in it. I formed a kind of pact with Bress. I got the guarantee of the safety of the members of the group by becoming the slave of Bress. That was what happened 2 days ago. The seal of slaves got engraved behind my neck. Bress didn't even give me time to say my farewell. I suffered terrible things in front of the kids that were crying. But I still didn't cry. I told the children that it will all be fine now. The Fomwars took the kids and the group of survivors and left. The Fomwars said that they would gather them with the other survivors of Eren that they were raising like livestock. I am now a slave of Bress. I even pledged Aegeus that I had to obey whatever my master said. I had to do everything Bress said. That's why I'm trying not to write in the diary now. I previously said that this may be the last time, but that's not true. I don't want to record the days living as a slave of Bress. This is my last time writing. Number 6. I don't know how long it has been since I opened the diary. It's not that my feelings of not wanting to record the days living as a slave have changed. It is because the days living as a slave were really terrible. My master changed. My new master is a warrior of Valhalla. He is a violent man that put me reins abruptly as expected of a warrior of Asgard, but won't he still be better than Bress? I joined that man trying to take me from Bress with those feelings in mind. He had a mystical power even though he was a warrior. Ah, and his name was peculiar. Lee Tae Ho. It really is a peculiar name. No, a weird one. Number 7. I quite liked the residents of Iden. It bothered me a bit that the fog was too thick, but the temperature was adequate and it was wide. I also liked the griffin called Rollo that is being raised by Master. It is a really handsome griffin and it follows me quite well. It seems to be really intelligent looking at its actions. I also like Idanim and Haida. Actually, I haven't been able to meet Idanim properly, but instead of that Haida took care of many things. Haida is really pretty. It felt like she was particularly more beautiful among the already beautiful Valkyries. I can clearly see that Master likes Haida. It's really displeasing to see him smile like a fool while looking at Haida. Hoof. Hoof hoof. Number 8. It seems like Master will go to Midgard. It felt foolish looking at him jump in joy when he thought about performing great and receiving newcomers. The eyes of Haida were shining as she liked Master acting that way. Those eyes belonged to a woman in love. Just as expected, the two of them kissed each other before departing. It felt like they had hidden quite well, but there's nowhere to hide in this small island. Even Rollo saw them. Humph humph humph. Number 9. I couldn't finish eating and got dragged to Midgard. I like everything about my master, no, not everything. But anyways, he's not bad, but I don't like this one thing. He uses people too roughly. For real. We had to fight against a really big sea monster and the situation was a difficult one. I was wondering if I had to reveal that I was a goddess of the sea, but Cuchulainn pressured me to do it. I didn't think that Cuchulainn would remember me. Well, I'm a bit eye-catching. Anyways, Master that is weirdly quick-witted in a strange way kind of noticed my identity. That's why I wanted to put down everything and reveal my identity, because it was obvious that he would order me with the geas. But Master didn't use the geas. Hoof. Who will fall in this simple trick? Hoof, hoof hoof. The fight was quite hard. I also received a big injury and it hurt a lot. My master saw me injured and got really surprised, so he sent me back to the residence, and Haida also got as surprised as him. The two of them are really alike. Haida didn't get surprised about my identity. It seemed like she already knew about it from the first time we met. A lot of things happened in one day. But it wasn't bad. I rode on top of my master and put him reins. I can still remember how wide Master's eyes became when he got surprised while looking at me. Well, I am pretty indeed. Hoof. Number 10. Master is a fool, an idiot, and a bad guy. He called me suddenly to the battlefield without any notices, and wow, it still doesn't make sense now. He told me to roll. To roll sideways and crush the moving forest. That was ridiculous, but I still rolled as it was an order from Master. It was even more absurd as it did have effect. Master is really a fool. He almost died today too. I'm glad he got to live and that he didn't get hurt that much. I wanted to him myself, but I couldn't do so as I had to return. Master has really good health, so he will be fine. He should be fine. Number 11. Master is really a fool. Every time he opens his mouth he says Iden, Haida, humph humph humph. It seemed like he has done weird things every day to promote about Idanim. And what he did today was the weirdest. He called me in the middle of a battle, so I tried to help me, but there was no space for me to interfere, so I just had to watch. I was really scared because Master may get hurt, but I got relieved when I saw him somehow winning. He was also a bit cool. A really little bit. But anyways, I was about to treat him after the battle ended, but he urged me to make an illusion of a golden apple tree. Just what does this person think while living? But it's still an order from Master, no, a request, so I listened to it. Master really liked it, and the warriors of Valhalla also did. I felt kind of proud. Number 12. Master brought a new rock serpent. It was weird watching him grin while naming it McLaren. Does it have any particular meaning? Anyways, McLaren followed me as well as Rollo did. It was cute seeing him treat me as his noonim. He's a good guy. Number 13. The decisive battle against Bress was held. And Master, no, Sir Master defeated him. He avenged all of us. I told him to rest as he got really injured this time too, but he stroked my head saying that it was fine and pinched my cheek. I never allowed him to do such things, But it felt like he really was fine watching him do such things, so I felt more relieved. I wanted to check on him to not let him do worse things, but I had to return. I'm glad I met Master. No, well. I'm just saying. It doesn't have any particular meaning. No, for real. What am I writing in my diary? Number 14. New warriors entered the Legion. Wow, the weird things Master did really had some effect. But the warriors didn't know the truth behind the Legion as he had scammed too much. Well, there will be no need to make them aware of it. It seems like they are satisfied of it. Haida liked that a lot and it felt the same for Idanim. I also felt good maybe because the two of them were feeling that way. My master is a bit skilled. One warrior said that he wanted to ride on me, so I scared him a lot. What does he think I am? I'm not such an easy girl. I'm a really difficult girl. No, for real. Number 15. Master is a bad bastard. I was really scared. Rollo and McLaren got called by Master when Haida and even Ragnar wasn't present and returned with a dying body. But even so, Master didn't call me. He only called me after the battle ended and he evacuated to a safe place to heal him. I have noticed this since before, but Master has always been like this. He uses people like he wishes but doesn't call me when he's at really dangerous situations. I can kind of feel the reason for that. What a fool. Who told him to be that considerate? I embraced Master and cried a bit. A really little bit. I'm glad Master is alive. Number 16. Master is a fool. He made a weird saga named The Warrior that had a Valkyrie meet him and registered Freyjanim in it. It was really pathetic watching him smile after summoning a sloppy fake Freya. He even called my fake, but I could notice some lacking parts. That's why I unavoidably gave him a blessing. Unavoidably, for real. But that foolish master that lowered his head when Haida was about to bless him just looked at me as if asking what I was doing. Ugh, really? He's doing that on purpose. On purpose. But I still blessed him. Because the fake Adenmaha will get stronger and Master will stay alive on future battles. It's too bothersome to change masters at this point. Hoof. Hoof hoof. Hoof hoof hoof. Master is a fool. Number 17. Today is an important day. That was because Master climbed to the seat of commander of Iden's Legion formally. I even went to find him wearing a Valkyrie uniform, but he laughed at me. But Master's reaction was still quite fine. I think that it was the same for Cuchulainn. Actually, that was an obvious thing. I'm a bit short, but my body is really good. No, for real. And actually, I'm not even that short. The people of Asgard are abnormally tall. I met a scary warrior called Sigurd at the conference room. Our eyes met for a split second, but I felt like my heart was about to stop. People said that he was the greatest dragon killer in Asgard, and the dragon killing intent he had around his body was overwhelming. But I was fine as Master protected me. He glared at Sigurd fiercely because I was having a hard time, but I felt like my heart was about to stop even faster because of that. What was he going to do if he got hurt after picking a fight? They say he's the strongest warrior in Asgard. But still, looking him protect me while knowing all that was a really little bit cool. Nah, he was just cool. You were a bit cool today, Master. Keep acting like today. Number 18. Merlin joined Iden's Legion. The great magician of Camelot, Merlin, I felt restless as famous figures of Aaron such as the great witch Skathak joined Iden's Legion. Won't Aaron really get reborn at Master's hands at this rate? That would be good then. Number 19. Master entered a place called the Tower of Shadows. They said it wasn't a real tower but one that was recreated inside the mine, but anyways, he had to stay at Skathak's residence for a few days because of that. Skathak was much worse than Master when treating people. I suffered so much when learning mystical magic from her. I also went to Skathak's residence today to see Master, but I felt pity for him when I saw him screaming while dripping sweat. But why does he always yell Hades or Aiden's name when he screams? It would be good if he also called my name at times. Oof. Skathak said that he was conquesting the tower with a really peculiar method, but I don't know. I hope he just returns safely. Without getting hurt. Number 20. Master came out of the Tower of Shadows. It has only been 20 days, but he said that he spent 2 years in his consciousness. Maybe it's because of that, but I feel like he got more gallant. Should I say that he became more manly? It feels like he got taller too. He hugged me with his hard arms as soon as he saw me. Pervert. Molester. What are you doing as soon as you see me? But still his chest was really wide and hard. The same went for his arms. I leaned my head on his chest really slightly. I'm glad he looks healthy. It would have been perfect if he didn't grin like a fool after he received a blessing from Skathak. Skathak blessed that place on purpose. No, she did it coincidentally. Master grinned and also received a blessing from Haida. It was the best blessing. Fool. Number 21. I got to go to Vanaheim with Master. I have never gone to that place and just heard stories about it, so I felt my heart thump. It isn't because I got to go on a trip with Master, just the two of us. There was also Cuchulain, only that I couldn't see him. Yep. Humph. Number 22. I am going to protect you. Ugga. My face still feels hot. Fool. Just what are you saying? You are too cool. No, I don't know. Monsters that like to feast on dragons attacked us, but he slew them with one stroke of the stroke and said that while grabbing me from my waist. Ugh. I like Master. A lot. Number 23. Humph. Master got jealous as the unicorn showed interest towards me. Jealous. Eehee. My Master is quite cute. Number 24. Master saw my naked body. No, I didn't take off my clothes. He said that he couldn't control his eyes of the dragon after it got strengthened by obtaining Broggy's rune. Master didn't know how to act. It was cute seeing him not being able to look at my eyes properly. I was obviously calm. Yes, whatever. Honestly speaking, my body is better than Haida's. For real. Oof. After that he tested the efficiency of Broggy's rune. But he ended up speaking the truth instead of doing the tests. For me to be as beautiful as a flower. Humph. I snorted elegantly and looked at Master calmly. I'm not such an easy girl to fall for that. I never smiled like a fool. And my cheeks didn't get red. For REA. He. Number 25. Master consoled Sigrun that was scared. He's too gentle. But Sigrun's eyes looking at Master with a blushing face wasn't normal. Master already has 2 owners. What is she going to do if she gets hurt? I decided to give her some advice as a senior to her junior. That she can't fall for Master. It seemed like Sigrun understood properly, perhaps because my strict face had effect. But why is she snickering while looking at me? As if she was looking at a cute person. I will have to practice putting a stricter face to show the dignity of a senior. Number 26. Master disappeared. I can't feel him. It's fine. He should be fine. He won't be dead. No. Number 27. I want to see Master. I cried a little bit too much. Number 28. Master returned. I knew it. I knew he would be fine. I embraced him and cried for a long time. Bastard. Do you know how worried I was? It seems like Master was also worried about me. Fool. He should worry for himself. Number 29. Nidhogg brought a kid called Nidhogg. She was taller than Haida, but her actions belonged completely to a kid. On top of that, what should I say, that she seems like someone that grew being abused. It's hard to explain, but she gave a sad impression. In addition, it seems like she's quite starving for affection. She acted to be bright while she was with Master, but she can't trick my eyes. I could clearly feel that she was afraid inwardly. What was she so afraid of? I can't shake her off when she acts close to me and hugs me. It was a bit bothersome, but only that. I should take care of her well from now on. I couldn't do anything as I felt like I was looking at a baby. Number 30. Nidhogg kept saying weird things. That she doesn't think that she will be able to beat Haida. So I'm easy to deal with? Ha! I am. I pinched her cheek, but it seems like she also enjoyed that. In the end, I could only hug her again. Hashtag 31 Nidhogg liked lullabies. No, she liked everything she did with another person. The time I spent with Master decreased after Nidhogg came, but I couldn't do anything about it. Nidhogg was too poor. Maybe it was because she spent a long time alone, but she spoke alone a lot, although it didn't seem like she realized that. She also mumbles something while sleeping. Yesterday she said something weird and cried in the middle of her sleep. That Nidhogg was trash. That being born was wrong. I hurriedly hugged her. I continued to tell her even though I knew that she said that in her sleep and that she wouldn't be able to hear what I say. That's not true. Nidhogg is not trash. Having been born isn't something wrong. You are such a lovely girl. I blessed Nidhogg in her forehead and got determined. Ratatoskr. You are going to die when I see you. Number 32. The first kiss with Master. Ah, no. We exchanged the best blessing for the first time. And I obtained a saga that lets me transform into a real dragon through the power of love. I really like Master. I think that it's unavoidable now. Number 33. I met Ratatoskr. I wanted to half kill him, but I couldn't do that because of Ratatoskr. But Master and Odin Nim still punished him greatly. Nidhogg put a depressed expression when she saw Ratatoskr in pain. Fool. You are too nice. What a pushover. I have to take a hold of myself and protect her. Number 34. I met Hraesvelgr. It seems like he had been imagining Nidhogg to be an evil monster, so he got really dumbfounded when he saw the real side of Nidhogg. Our Nidhogg is a pretty, cute and lovely girl. Everyone joined their strength to punish Hraesvelgr and then he joined the group. It seems like Nidhogg likes Hraesvelgr. Well, she likes everyone she meets. Number 35. I couldn't write in my diary for a while. I was too busy for that. We took back Asgard. If I just say the conclusion, Master defeated the World Wolf and the Magician King. Our Master indeed. The savior of Asgard. I thought of various things while looking at Master sharing the best blessing with Haida. I think that it's time for me to take courage. Number 36. I received permission. Permission from Haida and Eidennim. It seems like Haida already knew that it would turn out like this from long ago. That's why she spoke to Eidennim and came to a conclusion. It seems like everyone had forgotten about this excluding me, but I'm Master's slave. There were various other things besides that. It seems like Haida was thinking that Master had to take responsibility for me. But there were other conditions too. He can't have any other girls, so she told me to monitor him well. That was an obvious thing. He can't have any more. I have to open my eyes widely. Number 37. Matters flowed in a hurry. If I also speak about the results, this time it was Olympus. The connection with Asgard got severed and we were at a situation that we had to fight against the 12 Olympians that got taken over by the destructive beings and rescue Olympus. Really, ugh. It was still fine. It will be fine. Because we have Master. I was with Master. I will protect Master even if I have to offer my life. Of course, with Nidhogg. Number 38. Nidhogg succeeded at her first role. You have been working hard for it, but you finally succeeded. I thought like I would cry while looking at Nidhogg smile brightly as she succeeded on her first role. Number 39. I used to wish and shared a dense hug with Master. Master's smell. It's really nice. Sniff. Sniff sniff. Number 40. I wasn't able to write on the diary once again. I didn't have the leisure to. Master became the master of Asgard. Master is amazing as he climbed to the seat of Master, and Odin is also amazing as he prepared beforehand to hand over the seat. Master sharing blessings with other goddesses increased since he came to Olympus using his saga as his excuse. Hoof. Hoof hoof. But I'm still monitoring you properly, only I will share the best blessing with you. Hoof. Number 41. Echidna, an ancient dragon of Olympus, joined the group. She's a detestable woman. She keeps telling me that I'm lewd. Just why, she is a really weird girl. Ugh, I want to share a best blessing with Master. I want to smell his scent. What am I saying right now? Number 42. The Battle of Olympus ended. But a mad festival of blessings? It was a name Cuchulainn gave, but it really suited it. There were too many goddesses that were like cat thieves aiming to give Master the best blessing. The goddesses of Olympus are all lewd. Heda and I opened our eyes widely and monitored him. I wanted to stay with Master after all of that ended, but I couldn't do so because of Heda that came a long distance. Nidhogg also looks for Hydra more than me. Hoof. Number 43. Master resurrected Aaron. After that, several urgent things occurred consecutively, so I wasn't able to enjoy it properly. But I cried a lot when matters got settled a bit. Nidhogg would cry with me if she saw me, so I cried alone in a corner. Aaron. My hometown that I lost once. I really like Master. Number 44. Nidhogg regained her original strength. She was reborn as the successor of the ancient god Audhumla and the black holy dragon that protects Asgard. She was really commendable. Even though she faced those harsh things and was trapped alone for a long time. I embraced Nidhogg several times as she got determined to protect everyone without resenting anyone. Nidhogg smiled brightly. I also smiled while looking at her but ended up crying. I feel like I'm crying a lot nowadays. But it was still good. I'm glad. Nidhogg. Thank you, Nidhogg. Number 45. Heda got really angry in the morning. She was grumbling that her waist hurt while venting out her anger. Nim. She was a scary person waist. I thought of one thing inwardly. It is still a secret. I won't write it here. Number 46. I want my waist to get dislocated. Please. Kayawak. I still feel embarrassed even now. Really embarrassed. But the effects were great. For real, Master looked at me with really lovely eyes. Pervert Master. Fool. He. I really thought that my waist was breaking. No, it may have really broken. I couldn't even move when I opened my eyes in the morning. Master is amazing. He's great. I couldn't sleep at all, but I didn't feel exhausted. No, actually I feel like dying. It's not only my waist but my entire body feels like breaking. But still. Hey, yeah. I'm happy. I will also use it next time. Perverted master. I really like you. Dislocate my waist next time too. You can even do worse things. Kayak. What am I saying, but I still like it. He. Number 47. The battle to decide the fate of Asgard in the 9 realms was in front of our eyes. All the preparations were taken. We did everything we could do. My waist also got dislocated. Well, I recovered immediately after eating a golden apple. I said some light things on purpose, but I can't get calm at all. Honestly speaking, I'm scared. But I should still get some courage. I can't be afraid. Because I'm with Master. I will be able to do anything with Master. At night I embraced Nidhogg tightly and fell asleep. Nidhogg told me not to worry as she was going to protect me. She was really admirable. Good Nidhogg. My baby. It will be fine. A path will be made forward. I believe. The diary ended there. Because that was the last page of it. It's not that she got in a situation she couldn't write anymore or stopped doing so. Actually, Adenmaha was writing in a new diary even now. Nidhogg blinked her eyes as she started to read the diary she found coincidentally in the she opened, thinking it was a storybook at Adenmaha's room. There were several contents she didn't know in Adenmaha's diary. There were a lot of words and no pretty drawings, so it was hard to read. But she didn't know why she couldn't take her eyes off it. Adenmaha's writing was round and pretty too. Nidhogg read the latter parts again and then closed the book after nodding. Nidhogg didn't know that she couldn't read the diaries of others, so she got determined to ask the things she didn't know of to Nidhogg at a later time. And one more thing. The words she emphasized were effective and that it was of great effect to Tae Ho. Dislocate my waist? Dislocate my waist. Nidhogg mumbled a few times and then smiled brightly. I should also try it with Master. It will be really good, as Adenmaha said that it had the greatest effects. Nidhogg got in a good mood and left Adenmaha's room. And the next night, Iden's residence got scorching hot at Nidhogg's explosive claim at dinner where everyone was gathered at. Number 48. Who is it? Just who taught that to a kid? I will kill you when I catch you, huh? Finn. SS number 1 Adenmaha's diary end. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. SS number 2 if. SS number 2 if. TL, Subak. Ed. A path I didn't choose? Right, a path you didn't choose. It's a magical tool called if. Freya smiled brightly and answered Tae Ho's question. Her cheeks that were red because of the alcohol were really nice to see. But that was one thing and this was another one. It was hard to understand what was the silver feather-shaped magical tool that was in her hands. What is it specifically? Freya smiled wickedly at Tae Ho's question and then spoke to everyone at her surrounding. It's a magical tool that shows you the path you haven't chosen. If you grab that and insert magic power into it, it shows you a world from when you made a different decision based by the memories of the people that inserted magical power. And of course, its precision increases the more people put magic power. It meant that it was a kind of simulation machine. Oh. That's really amazing. Yes, this magical tool has various uses. Only? It spends an excessive amount of magic power. In addition, we need the magical power of various people to increase its precision. That's why I didn't have many opportunities to use it. If only 1 or 2 people inserted magic power, the precision rate lowered, so the worth of the simulation also became lower. In addition, trying it for fun was one thing, but if you used it for military purposes, you also needed the magic power of the enemy, so it was hard to use it properly. This tool seemed like it would have many uses, but it actually had no use. Freya smirked once again. She raised the silver feather high so that everyone related to Tae Ho were able to see it well and yelled, "Let's finally use it for real!" Because there were a lot of people related to the specified subject. And it was at that moment Tae Ho realized how the situation was flowing and then stepped back while clearing his throat. "Wait, if it goes like this, grab him!" Freya yelled, and suddenly, two Valkyries appeared to grab Tae Ho's arms and didn't let him move an inch. Gander? Regin Leaf? I'm curious. Let's try it like a man. Gander spoke evilly like usual? And Regin Leaf yelled valiantly. I'm starting it now. Freya placed the silver feather in Tae Ho's forehead as if she was ignoring his opinion. And oh, he really collapsed. Watch well. It seems like the video is going to appear. Won't it show something lewd? It has an automatic level regulator, so you don't have to worry. They were Gander, Regin Leaf, Cuchulainn, and Freya respectively. Tae Ho collapsed without being able to resist as soon as the silver feather touched his forehead and a cloud arose above his head. A big curtain was made inside the cloud just like a television, and the video started to play. Did the legion he entered change? Right, it seems like he entered my legion, Freya answered Hildegard's question and looked at the video fixedly. They were sure that it was Freya's legion as they could see Freya's palace in the background. Tae Ho was always stuck next to Hildegard inside the film. Oh, does he have that kind of relationship with Hildegard? Hildegard blushed as Cuchulainn whistled. Gander pointed to a corner of the screen and yelled, "Look over there, it's Haida. She seems to be in a bad mood." Gander, she also seems to be in a bad mood even now, Ingrid spoke in a really low voice and checked Haida. She was glaring at the screen with sharp eyes, and honestly speaking, she was really scary. Whatever happened outside the screen, the video continued to play. Oomph, he's completely fallen for me. Everyone can see that, right? But I think that his love for his woman is still the same. Cuchulainn mumbled inwardly and looked at Tae Ho inside the screen. He did look to be close with Freya, but he wasn't head over heels for her like Freya had said. It seems like his love for Hildegard was already solid. But it was then. Shathak, that had been looking at the clip, said in a low voice. It seems like that is a bad ending route. Bad ending? Nidhogg blinked and tilted her head and then turned to look at Adenmaha. Adenmaha stroked her head and answered. It's a conclusion with bad results. There's one in one of your storybooks, right, Nidhogg? I'm getting depressed just by thinking about it. Nidhogg remembered the ending of the storybook and put a teary face. Adenmaha embraced her like she couldn't do anything about it, and Nidhogg, that got better thanks to that, looked at Skathak again. Skathak Master, why is that a bad ending? Because Adenmaha is not in it? Tae Ho from inside the screen wasn't able to meet with Adenmaha, Haida, Aiden, and Ciri. Skathak explained. It's because he wasn't able to obtain the piece of Gi Balg. That's why Adenmaha also didn't appear. Well, it would still be a happy ending for Adenmaha's waist. Hey, there's a kid here. You should be the one to be more careful. Did you put a lock to your diary? That advice came from a master of Skathak's style technique. Adenmaha shut her mouth at those words and Skathak put on a smile of victory. And after some time passed since the video started to play, Nidhogg screamed. Adenmaha died. Tae Ho Master. You are bad. The film was playing the battle with Tyrant Bress, and Adenmaha was facing her death in a corner. It was the result of having fought at the side of Bress and not with Asgard. Well, I would still be a slave of Bress if I didn't meet Master, Adenmaha put on a bitter smile. She was as composed as she could, maybe because she had also been expecting that future to some extent. And a few minutes once again. The video that passed quickly became slow, and then a face of everyone they knew got a close-up. Wow, it's Nidhogg. So meeting Nidhogg is a must. The video played for a bit more while Cuchulainn mumbled alone, but a bad ending came out in the end, just like Scathack expected. Tae Ho had managed to return to Asgard with Nidhogg, but he had no means to defeat the Magician King as he didn't have Gibolg or Excalibur. Well, so this is how it flows. Let's pass to the next one then. Because this was merely the start. Freya rolled her finger and the video returned to the beginning. And where is this? It seems like it's Uller's Legion. Oh, so he falls in love with me? Gander smirked as if she was looking forward to it. But compared to her expectations, there was another woman showing in the screen. It's Ciri. So it's Ciri. What, so what about me? It seems like he fell completely for her. Gander did appear in the video, but her role wasn't that different from now. Tae Ho was always next to Ciri, and at some point the two of them started to have a relationship beyond that of comrades. Ooh, that's nice. Gander grinned and turned to look at Ciri, and Ciri just made a small smile as if it was fun. Adenmaha appeared this time. Because Tae Ho's actions at the early stages matched with Uller's Legion. He could safely find the piece of Gibolg and put his hands on the piece of the broken sword. But there were different parts with reality. Tae Ho Master is being cold to Adenmaha, that was the case. The relationship between Tae Ho and Adenmaha didn't progress that much. It only gave the feeling that they were just close. Well, he would always be next to Ciri in that route. Adenmaha pouted her lips when Cuchulainn said that while shrugging his shoulders, but she couldn't deny that. It was because the same result would have been made if Haida was always next to Tae Ho in reality. That's the case, so that is the case. Braki spoke in a low voice under the scene that Tae Ho and Ciri exchanged a kiss under the moonlight. Ciri flinched and said in a low voice, "That's all a simulation." A simulation. Well, you are always next to me in reality. Braki grinned and embraced Ciri's waist with his big hands, and Ciri, that should have scolded him, simply let herself get embraced by Braki. And at that moment Gander giggled and pointed at the screen. Haida is frowning again. She is doing so actually. Gander, Ingrid spoke in a low voice while checking on Haida, but Gander was busy laughing. Cuchulainn touched his chin and said, "We can see a limit in Tae Ho's growth because Ragnar didn't appear. So the time to awaken me gets late. Because there was no one at Uller's Legion to introduce Ragnar to Tae Ho. The situation was different with Freya's Legion or Idun's Legion. Well, this one also ends in a bad ending. Tae Ho didn't have Idun's blessing, so his health got greatly weakened and wasn't able to endure the battle with the Magician King." Freya rewinded the video to the beginning once again. "And is it Odin's Legion?" "That's Raskrid." "So it's Raskrid this time?" "He likes all the Valkyries." Tae Ho also became someone close for Raskrid. And his eyes looking at Raskrid belonged to a man fallen in love. So that is the case, that was the case. The temperature in Haida's eyes reached the absolute zero. Gander flickered and looked at Raskrid. Raskrid's reaction isn't bad either. What happened? That's just one of countless possibilities. So you are saying that it has a possibility? Gander smirked and Raskrid frowned. Ingrid also spoke in a low voice. Gander. Even Raskrid started to frown. Haida was already frowning from long ago. The video started to fast forward. Nidhogg, that was watching the video while curling like when she did a frontal roll, dropped her shoulders. Adenmaha doesn't appear again. The probabilities to obtain Gibolg was 50% if he went the route of Odin's Legion, but he wasn't able to obtain it in the video. He also wasn't able to obtain the piece of the broken sword as he had no connections with Ciri or anyone else from Uller's Legion. But that wasn't the only problem. Nidhogg seems lonely. Raskrid wasn't able to replace Adenmaha. She was a really considerate person, but she couldn't take care of Nidhogg like Adenmaha did. Nidhogg stood up abruptly and hugged Adenmaha. Nidhogg needs Adenmaha. You can't go anywhere, Adenmaha. Yes? I'm not going anywhere, leaving you behind, my child. He. I really like Adenmaha. Nidhogg buried her face in Adenmaha's chest and Adenmaha touched her hair and cheeks while smiling brightly. How warm. Because another place was warm thanks to Haida. Ugh, that is also a bad ending. Because he wasn't able to obtain the piece of Gibalg or the piece of the broken sword. He wasn't able to defeat the Magician King this time too. The role of this body of mine is certainly important. Cuchulainn looked at his surroundings, waiting for someone to agree, but no one answered him. Freya smiled brightly and said, "This piece is the result of the repetitive miracles Tae Ho made. It shouldn't be easy to reach it. It wasn't only Gibalg or the piece of the broken sword. The present was made when countless fates collide. Shall we see one more for the last time?" Freya flicked her finger. And it's the sea. Is it Njord's legion? That's Ingrid. Oh, that's nice to see. So he just likes all Valkyries. So that was the case. They were Nidhogg, Raskrid, Reginleif, Gander, and Haida respectively. Haida's voice was also cold this time. Tae Ho was looking at Ingrid with deep eyes in the video, and it seemed like Ingrid didn't dislike that. So that is a man that falls in love really quickly. Because he fell for all the women he met for the first time. Cuchulainn clicked his tongue as if he was pathetic and Adenmaha pouted her lips. Master is a fool. Adenmaha also didn't appear this time. But that wasn't the only problem. The difficulty is at the highest this time. He doesn't have Gibalg or the piece of the broken sword, and Ragnar also isn't present. He had no weapon in Master, so there was no way to avoid a bad ending. But this moment the conclusion wasn't the important thing. Gander yelled and clapped her hands. Look at them, look at them. They are kissing. A kiss. That's merely a blessing. Ingrid made an excuse with a red face, so Gander laughed more evilly. She poked Ingrid's side and laughed. "EY, that's only a fake, so why are you getting that embarrassed for?" "Huh?" Ingrid couldn't even answer this time and lowered her head. Haida didn't turn to look at that Ingrid, but her eyes looking at the screen were scary. Adenmaha. Haida's expression is scary. Adenmaha covered Nidhogg's mouth in a hurry and checked on Haida. Fortunately, she hadn't turned to look at them. A few minutes later, Nidhogg appeared again. Ingrid treats her well. Well, she has that character. It was like Gander and Reginleif said. Ingrid took care of Nidhogg as well as Adenmaha did. Nidhogg also follows her as well as Adenmaha. Cuchulainn touched his chin as if it was fun. Nidhogg looked at the screen as if that was amazing and then walked towards Ingrid. "Hey Ingrid, can Nidhogg hug you?" Because the two of them didn't have any interaction until now. When Nidhogg asked with a scared face, Ingrid smiled warmly. She spread her arms and expressed agreement. Nidhogg didn't hesitate and got embraced by Ingrid. She rubbed her cheeks in Ingrid's chest and then mumbled while closing her eyes. Ingrid is also warm. It's nice. And she said that she needed Adenmaha. The expression of Nidhogg inside the video and the expression of the real Nidhogg indicated that only having Ingrid was enough to make her happy. They said that raising children was meaningless. I never said such things. Cuchulainn imitated Adenmaha and then laughed and changed the subject. No matter how things flow, there are things that remain the same. Everyone that was looking at the video turned to look at Cuchulainn. Cuchulainn explained while raising one finger. First, Tae Ho always falls for the first Valkyrie or female warrior he meets. He doesn't even have preferences. So she just has to be pretty. He passed for Gander. Gander is frowning. That's a good thing. Laughters were heard at some places. Cuchulainn raised his second finger. Second, if Tae Ho remains alive until Nidhogg appears, then Nidhogg will appear for certain. He, I always meet Tae Ho master. But I am really depressed as there were many times that I couldn't meet a Denmaha. I also want to meet a Denmaha. She also liked Ingrid, but a Denmaha was certainly the best. When Nidhogg returned to a Denmaha hugged her as she couldn't do anything about it and said, "So we met like this in reality?" "Yes. We did." "How warm." Every looked at Nidhogg as if they felt the same way as Cuchulainn. Excluding one person. "Freya Uni, you recorded all that, right?" It was Haida. She asked Freya with cold eyes, and Freya, that flinched unconsciously, checked on Haida. "Huh? Yes. I did, but..." She tried to say something else, but it was impossible. Freya gave up in the end, and when she saw the eyes of the two people, Idun and Haida, she could only hand over the copy. "For Asgard and the 9 realms. You have to go easy on him, okay? He's still our master. I will see how he fares." Just what was she going to make him do? Haida is scary, for the peace of the residents. A Denmaha embraced Nidhogg and looked away. This was a time to step back. And the night deepened. When everyone fell in a deep sleep excluding Idun's legion. Ingrid, that was in her bed, covered her head with her bedclothe. She then inserted magic power to the small metal feather. It was the video she recorded carefully without anyone knowing. No, actually she felt like Gander did notice. The small recording that appeared under her sheet was showing her sharing the best blessing with Tae Ho. Ingrid saw that for a moment and then embraced the metal feather in her chest. She said with a really low voice, "If." A story that was like a dream. Ingrid watched the video again and then put the metal feather under her pillow. She closed her eyes hoping to dream of something nice. SS number 2 if end. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. SS number 3 Nidhogg's Diary. SS number 3 Nidhogg's Diary. TL, Subak. Ed. Number 1. Writing is difficult. But it's still fine. I feel like I'm drawing a storybook. The diary Tae Ho master got for me is different from a Denmaha's diary. It has a place I can draw on every page. Haida got me a lot of color pencils. There are 1, 2, 10 and 6, so 16 of them. I will draw prettily. I'm glad she likes it. Her writing is quite good. Because my own model writing is pretty. Oof. But what did she draw there? I wonder. Number 2. I was drawing something when Hydra entered. That's why I boasted to Hydra. Hydra noticed who it was immediately. I think I drew it nicely. Uni. What are you doing? Drawing. This is a Denmaha. I also drew Grandpa Hraesvelgr and Hydra. There's Haida and Nidhogg is here. Oh, right. But everyone is laughing? Yes, a Denmaha's smiling face is the prettiest. Number 3. Today I learned the frontal roll from Master Skathack. I performed it once in front of Hydra because she said she wanted to see it. I made a cool roll and Hydra clapped for me. I learned a back roll from Master Skathack today. A back roll? You roll backwards? Yes. Should I show you? Tell me you want to. I want to show it to you. Yes. But are you really able to do it? I can. Okay, here I go. Kayak. Uni. Wag. It hurts. It's fine, it doesn't hurt at all. Pain, fly away, fly away. My uni isn't in pain. Sob. Thanks. I will try once again then. Again? I will do it again. Watch closely. Oh. Uni. You did it properly this time. You are cool. He. Thank you. Thank you, Hydra. Number 4. I got scolded by Adenmaha because I ate too many sweets. Grandpa Hraesvelgr also got scolded for giving me sweets. Adenmaha is not a fool. And I te her not. Hying. I don't know. Hey, even if she's cute, how can you give her those many sweets so ignorantly? That's because Nidhogg likes, so you will be able to give her poison if she likes it, right? Why are you speaking like dash anyways? Did you do a good thing or a bad thing? HM, my body dash dot. I asked you if you did a good thing or a bad thing. I'm sorry. What about you, Nidhogg? Sweets are tasty. Nidhogg? I'm sorry. As for the sweets? Only 3 in a day. And after you eat them? I brush my teeth. Number 5. Hello, my diary. I cooked with Haida today. Haida cooks really well. Everything is delicious. I wanted to help her using the knife, but Haida didn't let me, so I wasn't able to do it. That's why I helped with another thing from aside. Haida praised me, saying that I tested food really well. Is it delicious, Nidhogg? Yes, it is. What about this? This is also delicious. You try food really well. Thank you for helping. Yes, but I can't use the knife? Let's go step by step. You can't use a knife that big because it's dangerous. I will get a small knife that you will be able to use. You can wait until then, right? Yes, I will. I can wait. Waiting is my specialty. Ratatoskr told me that he would come if I waited for 100 days. That's why. Omitted, Where are you going, Haida? Wait for a moment. I'm going to beat the no to hit Ratatoskr. Haida? Number 6. Hey diary, yesterday Adenmaha sang a lullaby for me. Adenmaha has a really fine voice. She also sings well. Nidhogg also wants to sing well. I start to feel drowsy listening to Adenmaha singing. I feel really good, but it's a bit scary if I fall asleep like that. Because no one may be by my side when I wake up. I told this to Adenmaha, but she put on a teary face, so I don't do it anymore. But I'm still scared of it, to say the truth. I will sleep while embracing Adenmaha today. I get relieved when I see Adenmaha's face when I wake up. I'm not alone. She's with me. Adenmaha. Sing me a lullaby. Yes, sure. But Nidhogg, did you brush your teeth? And washed your face? Before sleeping? I have to wash myself. You know it well. Go quickly. Yeez, #7. I practiced giving my magic power some shape today. I'm learning that from Master Scathack, and it's really fun. The really big Nidhogg became a world tree, so we have to make a new one. Adenmaha saw what Nidhogg made and praised me. It still has the size of a palm, but I will make it bigger in no time. After that I will bring Tae Ho, Master, Adenmaha, Haida, and Hydra and take them to a flight. I'm hoping for that day to come quickly. I will practice earnestly. What are you doing, Nidhogg? I was practicing giving shape to my magic power. Look at this. Wow. It looks like a real drag, This looks like your original body. Yes. My previous body became the world tree. That's why I have to make it anew. I'm learning this from Scat Hack Master. Did I make it well? You did. Impressive. He. But it will surely take a lot of time, right? Ha? No, it's nothing. Number 8. Yesterday Adenmaha read a storybook for me. When Nidhogg closed her eyes because she started to feel sleepy, Adenmaha read for a little bit more and stood up. I held Adenmaha's hand because I haven't fallen asleep yet and suddenly thought of something scary. Adenmaha got perplexed, so I wondered for a bit. That's why I talked of something different, but I wanted to do it for real as I spoke about it. That's why I slept holding Adenmaha's and Master's hands. It wasn't scary at all as I slept holding the hands of the two of them. He. Ah, but won't I get a child like this, Nidhogg? You are going to sleep with Tae Ho Master. Nidhogg wants to go too. Nidhogg wants to go too. I want to sleep holding your hands. Shall we then? Yes. I want to. What's wrong, Adenmaha? Well, I thought that my waist was going to be fine today. Number 9. Hey Diary. Today I got a bit angry with Adenmaha. Adenmaha is unreasonable. She's not bad, but she's unreasonable. But Adenmaha still apologized to Nidhogg saying that she was wrong. That's why I should forgive her. But I will get angry if she does that next time too. How can I pick? I can't. What? What did Adenmaha tell me to pick? It's a secret. Nidhogg, do you like me or Tae Ho Master? Tae Ho Mas, no, Aiden Wu. Wah. Sorry. Don't cry, okay? I'm sorry. Number 10. I met Ratatoskr today. Haida told me that Ratatoskr was working under Odinim. Ratatoskr is the same as before. That's why I got relieved. Adenmaha, Tae Ho Master, Haida, Hydra, and Hraesvelgr all hate Ratatoskr. It would be good if everyone could get along. Because Ratatoskr is my friend. Yes, a friend. He's the only one that talked to me when I didn't have anyone. That's why he's a friend. Nidhogg likes Ratatoskr. I like him. It would be good if Ratatoskr liked Nidhogg too. And also. Diary is also my friend. He. Get away. Why in the world did you come here? Is there something to see? Because of you dash. You should stop there. Come here, Nidhogg. It's fine. Ratatoskr is the bad one. Nidhogg isn't bad. Ratatoskr, #11. Today we all bathed together. Adenmaha, Haida, Scat Hack Master, Hydra, and Nidhogg. It was a newly built onsen in the residence and it was warm and cozy. I washed myself cleanly with Hydra. Hydra giggled when I washed her and Adenmaha also did the same. Bathing is fun. But, it's certainly big. Right? It is big. Big. Adenmaha, Haida, Scat Hack Master. What's wrong? Is there something in Nidhogg's body? No, nothing. Nidhogg's heart is really broad and good. Ha? My heart? Yes, your heart. The heart of our Nidhogg is really broad and good. Adenmaha's heart is also broad and good. Well, that's true. Number 12. Hey Diary, you know what happened today? I learned how to handle divine power from Aidenim. She told me that I had to know how to do it because Nidhogg is also a god, a dragon god. And you know what, I heard something really impressive today. The humans in Midgard serve me as a god. They say people also pray. It's amazing, right? They say it's because Tae Ho Master spread Nidhogg's name far away. He. What could the people be praying to? Nidhogg Eidenim said that I should know how to handle divine power to hear the prayers of the people. That's why I practiced hard today. I'm looking forward to going to Midgard. Yep, looking forward to it. Nidhoggu. Hogu equals fool. Nidhoggu rolling. Nidhoggu. How have you been publicizing that everyone calls Nidhoggu, no, Nidhogg that way? I thought that I did a good job. Izimahanim. Dislocate my waist nim. Goddess of the bedtime. Izimaha? Dislocate my waist? Goddess of the bedtime? Dislocate my waist. What is this? Fool of a master. Wait, why? You are a fool anyways. Number 13. Today I learned several things from Master Skathack. She told me that I shouldn't use the words I learned from Adenmaha's diary. That those were bad words. So when I told her that Adenmaha wasn't bad, she told me that people had good and bad sides in them. That there are times Adenmaha also makes mistakes. You understand? You should use those words when you grow and become an adult. No, it also becomes a problem after you become an adult. Nidhogg will get bigger? As big as Brake? Ha? Master, won't it be too much if she gets bigger on top of that? She is already that plentkook. Kuchulain Appa. It's fine as he's a pervert. Kuchulain is a pervert that likes to get hit. Get away from him. Hick. Getting hit is scary. It's weird that someone likes getting hit. And Nidhogg. It's not like tea, kook. Anyways, Nidhogg. Take this into account. This isn't the time yet. You should use those kinds of words later, and if possible don't say it later either. Understand? Yes. I will do that. Number 14. Hey diary. You know what happened today? He. We decided to go on an excursion tomorrow. An excursion. We will ride on Grandpa Hraesvelgr's back and go far away. Tae Ho Master, Adenmaha, Hydra, Haida, Skathack Master, and Kuchulain Appa will be coming too. I'm really looking forward to it. Haida told me not to look when she was preparing lunchboxes as she was going to show her skills. So it will be more fun later. Ugh, what would she make? Nidhogg likes fried chicken. There will also be fried chicken in the lunchbox, right? I don't think I will be able to sleep because of how excited I am. He. I like excursions. When Nidhogg opened her eyes, the sun was already at its peak. It was due to having slept too late for having her eyes open all night. Nidhogg, you woke up? Adenmaha? Nidhogg, that woke up rubbing her eyes and yawning, blinked and spread her arms and then looked at Adenmaha. She then yelled in surprise and stood up. The excursion. Are we late for the excursion? Did Nidhogg wake up too late? No, it's fine. We aren't late. Although the others have already gathered and are waiting. Now, let's hurry. Let's go wash quickly. Nidhogg got urged by Adenmaha and headed to the washroom. She was in a hurry, but she couldn't wash herself half-heartedly because of that. After she washed her face, brushed her teeth, and washed her hair, Adenmaha dried her hair with mystical magic. You should also wear properly. Yes. What Adenmaha took out were clothes that Tae Ho had acquired previously. These clothes were made in Terra, so they were more resistant and comfortable than the ones you could get in Midgard or Asgard. When Adenmaha finished brushing Nidhogg's hair and helping her wear some clothes, she stood up from her place and said, Good, let's start with the preparations to depart, so you should also bring your things, Nidhogg. Yes, I will. Actually, there was nothing much to take. All she had to take were some toys she liked, emergency snacks, and a handkerchief. In addition, Nidhogg had already checked the contents of her bag several times last night. But the moment she left her house with her bag and saw the faces of everyone waiting for her, Nidhogg realized something. That she had left the most important thing. Wait. I will go and take it immediately. Nidhogg yelled hurriedly and returned to her room. There was a pictured diary placed on top of her desk. I was about to forget this. I'm going far away today and it will be late after I return, so I am going to draw pictures on my diary in the excursion. So I don't forget about it. Nidhogg smiled brightly and placed the diary in her bag. And it was when she was about to leave the room. Nidhogg stopped walking and looked up at the ceiling. The ceiling was a familiar one, but it looked kind of special today. No, the ceiling wasn't the special thing. Nidhogg felt a gaze looking at her from far away. That's why she formed a bright smile. The world god Asgard. She was looking at Nidhogg. She was smiling brightly and asking Nidhogg if she was doing well, if she was happy with her current life. Nidhogg nodded several times and hit her chest 2 times with a fist, just like Tae Ho did. For Asgard and the 9 realms. Her feelings that appeared when she turned into the black holy dragon hadn't changed a slightest bit. Nidhogg loved the world. She loved it just like how Audhumla did. She would keep protecting the world from now on and love everyone in it. The world god Asgard looked at Nidhogg. She opened her mouth and spoke in a low voice. Nidhogg giggled and nodded several times. Nidhogg, you aren't ready yet? Adenmaha's voice was heard outside the window. Nidhogg flinched and looked at the window and then back at the ceiling and then nodded towards Asgard, that was telling her to go with a smile. Yes. I will go. Nidhogg left the house in a hurry. Everyone was gathered just like Adenmaha had said. Tae Ho Master, Adenmaha, Haida, Skathak, Kutchalane, Hraesvelgr. It's big. The lunchbox placed behind Haida was really big. It was a big that could easily hold 2 Adenmahas in it if you exaggerated it a bit. Haida smiled brightly and waved with her hand, and Nidhogg hurried her steps. She then ran towards Adenmaha and Tae Ho that were worried that she may fall. The sky was blue and the sun was bright. Nidhogg ran forward with strength. She inhaled the clear and fresh air and spread her arms. The nice breeze passed through her forehead. The world Asgard. Everyone in Asgard. Nidhogg smiled in a good mood. She put a happy smile. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. SS number 4 Haida and Idun's Diary. SS number 4 Haida and Idun's Diary. TL, Subak. Ed. Number 1. The weather is a bit somber. It seems like new warriors will be entering Valhalla in a few days. But well, that is something that is not related with our legion. Close to 100 years have passed with no warriors entering our legion. It has been like this since I became the representative Valkyrie of Idun's legion, and the only Valkyrie in it. It's fine. I'm now really accustomed to it. And, actually, I also know that trying to maintain the legion is me being stubborn. A legion with no warriors. A legion with only one Valkyrie. Idun is the goddess of life and youth. Idun's task is to look over the golden apple tree, not to lead a legion and go to the battlefield. That's why she doesn't need a legion nor warriors. But I still want to have a legion. Even though I know I'm forcing it and it's something childish. Actually, I don't even know myself. Could I be reminiscing about the time mother and father were still alive? Is it that I want to maintain a scenery that is similar to that time, originally? A legion that has no warriors and has only one Valkyrie can't exist. Idun's legion is only able to continue thanks to the keeper of Valhalla, Freyjanim, having considered our situation. Coherence started to disappear as I wrote what came into my mind. But well, it's a diary anyways. Anyways, they said new warriors would be entering in a few days. That's why I should at least go to the dock. Who knows? I may be able to use the cigarette this time. Gander will certainly try to make a bet this time too. If a warrior will enter Iden's legion or not. But funnily enough, the one that always bet that no warrior will enter was me, and Gander bet on a warrior entering the legion. This way, the two of us will feel good no matter who wins. What should I ask her to do if I win this bet this time? Gander is a really good friend. I also like Gander. Because she's bright, cheerful, and hilarious. Ha! They all have the same meaning? Haida, you are too much. You told me that you wouldn't interfere when I was writing in the diary. What? The way I speak changes every time, can't do anything about it. It's a conversation with none other than you. I also start to look forward to the day new warriors will be entering. I don't know why, but I feel like a new warrior will enter this time. What? On what am I basing my words? Actually, I had a dream. Of a new warrior entering. How was that warrior, I wonder? How should I explain this? First, promise me that you won't laugh. He was a really cool warrior. A really cool one. Just like a prince riding on a white horse, Haida. You told me that you wouldn't laugh. For real. Humph. Anyways. I had a dream of a cool warrior entering the legion. So this time, I will be looking forward to it in a long time. Put me in your bet too. Number 2. The weather is clear. No, I don't know. The important thing isn't whether a new warrior entered. My God. A new warrior. I ended up looking forward to it thanks to Iden having talked about the dream. I also ended up arriving at the dock too early as I was the first one to arrive. That's why I was really embarrassed. Ha! Of course it's embarrassing. A Valkyrie of a legion with no warriors at all arrived first. It looks like she's looking forward to it. That also pitiful. But of course, all the Valkyries are nice, so they wouldn't make fun of me, although they may consider me to be pitiful. Anyways, after I arrived at the dock first, I took seats somewhere in the dock and waited. I was anxious. Yes. My heart beat quickly. This is all because of the dream Iden had. It feels like something will happen because a god dreamt of it. I can only look forward to it. Well, although I'm also a god. The other Valkyries started to arrive one by one as I was waiting while doing irrelevant things. The ships of Odin's and Thor's legion were really big. Honestly speaking, I was jealous. No, well, there's no one I can make ride the ship, but a wooden boat was too much. Saying the truth, it's a bit embarrassing. I also want to ride on a big ship. Anyways, after the ships of the other legions arrived and after greeting the Valkyries, I looked beyond the dock. The preparations for the night banquet should be in preparations, right? Finally, the warriors started to appear at the dock. They were big and energetical guys, as expected of the ones that got able to enter Valhalla. The Valkyries were yelling the names of their legions loudly. I also wanted to yell loudly saying Iden. Iden's legion. But honestly speaking, that's a bit hard. The legion has its history, so I think that I may look even more pitiful if I start to work hard. I said it before, but all the Valkyries are nice. Especially the nice ones like Ingrid won't know how to act, as they would feel too sorry. That's why I will also feel pained. I don't know. That's why I pretended to be cool. It was unsightly actually, but I sat on a wooden barrel and pretended to be uninterested. Saying Iden in a low voice. When the warriors started to flock over from everywhere, my voice started to become really low unconsciously. At first I was just pretending, but then my voice got low for real. Yes, honestly speaking, I became dispirited. I got nothing this time too. I should have noticed when Iden told me she had a dream. What was I expecting like a fool? It was when I was wondering what I should ask Gander dash dot. A shadow formed in front of me and I also felt a presence. I got really surprised, so I asked while frowning unconsciously. So that warrior said, "I'm the warrior that will be entering Iden's legion today, oh beautiful Valkyrie." "No," he said, "that for real." "For real? I don't know. Believe it or not." I got really surprised either way. I got really surprised, but I pretended to not be surprised and spread a scroll. Because the name of the warriors get engraved in the scroll the moment their legion is decided. Ha! Why didn't I check it before? I didn't think I would be able to endure it if I spread the scroll and saw no name in it. Actually, a really long time has passed since I opened the scroll. There was really a name in it. Tae Ho. It was a weird name, no, a really weird name, but was it time to think about that? A new warrior entered the legion. Actually, I don't remember much what happened after that as I was really excited. But it was really hard to pretend to not be excited when I was. First, I opened a tobacco pouch. I have been treasuring so I could give it when a new warrior entered the legion. Wow, my God. A day when I actually used it came. Gander gave it to me saying that warriors like this, but that was something that happened years ago. I think that 10 years have already passed. Anyways, I forced my trembling hands to calm down and lit the cigarette on fire. A long time has passed since I saw Gander doing it, so I was worried if I would make a mistake, but I think that I managed it. But that was too strong. It seems like the newcomer didn't see me cough though. The newcomer said that he didn't smoke. Gander, you liar. She said that all warriors liked smoking. Anyways, I hurriedly put off the cigarette and talked about several things. What should I say? He seemed uneasy because he was going to a secluded legion compared to the other warriors, so I ended up lying. I know that lying is bad. But this is a good lie. A lie to soothe the uneasiness of the newcomer. Anyways, I told him that we had some senior warriors and told him the strong points of our legion. Also the stories I heard from mother, father, and the warriors of the legion when I was really young. I remembered them really clearly as if it was a lie. And I also emphasized that he would have personal lessons and that was a good point. Yes, this really is the strongest point we have. I'm planning to stick next to him and teach him everything. After we arrived at the residence, I lead him to the shrine and moved really fast for 10 years, no, 20 years. You know the reason for that, right? You know it well. My warrior Tae Ho. Isn't that have a good ring to it? A cool warrior came like I expected. He's nice, reliable and cool, and most of all his first impression was really good. And his eyes looking at me were also good. It was really cute seeing him getting embarrassed after I blessed him. My warrior Tae Ho. My warrior Tae Ho. My warrior Tae Ho. I understand. I will stop here, so stop speaking. Number 3. The weather is a bit rainy. After that it got a bit somber. I went to visit him for the first time. No, it wasn't the first time. I have followed my senior Valkyries several times when I was younger. But you know, right? It's the first visit I go alone. But I think that culture has changed. Ingrid was putting a really surprised expression when she heard that I have come to visit Tae Ho. She opened her eyes roundly. There wasn't much of a change in Ingrid's expression. Should I say that she always has a calm expression? She's a kid that looks really sincere. Anyways, looking that Ingrid opened her eyes roundly means that if it had been Gander she would be jumping all around asking if it was true. It seems like I was the only Valkyrie that had gone to visit my warrior. Well, thinking about it, this expedition only consisted of lowest-ranked warriors. It's obvious that there aren't many visits. In addition, it's only the beginning of the expedition. Whatever the case, I met Tae Ho thanks to Ingrid's lead. He liked it a lot when he heard that I have come to visit him. He. Anyways, I controlled my expressions and talked about several things with Tae Ho. When I took a glance at him, I noticed that he wasn't particularly hurt, so I was glad. And I saw Tae Ho's saga. My god. My god. Wow. Oh my god, an incredible warrior has entered. A really incredible warrior. And I got moved. Huh? Why did I get moved by the fact that a strong warrior entered? No, that's not it, but at the fact that Tae Ho believed in me. Tae Ho told me in detail how his saga was formed. Honestly speaking, I couldn't understand it completely, but I was really grateful that he told me a secret that big to me. Right, in Tae Ho's position he only has me, and he obtained information about sagas only from me, so that may have been an unavoidable choice. But I was still grateful that a warrior of my legion believed in me. And in another side I was worried. What will Odin know if he gets to know about Tae Ho? Tae Ho is a warrior of Valhalla, so he has to continue fighting. But I will protect him so he doesn't get wind up in irrational things. Certainly. No matter what I have to do. Let's protect him together. Our warrior. My warrior Tae Ho. Number 4. The weather is clear. Tae Ho is proceeding smoothly with his tasks, and it seems like he has raised several big achievements. Aiden's warrior Tae Ho. Doesn't that have a really nice ring to it? I think that way. It sounds as well as my warrior Tae Ho. But I only have one complaint. Why does Tae Ho call out Haida's name and not mine in decisive moments? Well, it may be because he has met Haida more than me. I think that he will change soon. He has to. Number 5. The weather is clear. I'm embarrassed. But I like it. Kayak, warrior Lee Tae Ho. It's a visit. The moment Ingrid yelled that way, thousands of warriors yelled at the same time. A meeting. A meeting. And they were also calling out the name of Aiden's warrior, and that was really good. Tae Ho lead me in a dignified way. As expected of a warrior of our legion. He's really cool. It's good that he raised great merits, but I'm worried that he may be using his body too roughly. I'm glad I secretly hid a piece of a golden apple. I also blessed him a lot. I trembled a lot when I stood on my toes, but fortunately Tae Ho supported me. Isham, could this be a privilege of a Valkyrie? How nice of you. I also want to hear it. The voices of the warriors claiming Aiden's name. Number 6. The weather is rainy and more rainy. I introduced Ragnar to Tae Ho. It was really fun looking at his expression when he saw Tae Ho's saga. For real. At least like Sigurd. Right, our Tae Ho should at least become like that. And he will get stronger from now on. But I'm still worried about him. I'm thinking that there are strangely more hardships and ordeals Tae Ho has to go through. And there are times the task gets more difficult than what was first expected. I should go visit him more from now on and give him more blessings. No, well, it's not that I have other feelings about it. But because he's the only warrior. He's precious, right? So that was the case. That was the case. Well, I'm just saying that is the case. Number 7. The weather is somber. Well, the weather in here is always like this. There are many times Tae Ho and Siri get together. Siri should know Aiden well too. Because she's a warrior, Gander treasures a lot. You remember that I spoke about this several times, right? She's a female warrior that has a stiff expression while battling but puts a really gentle smile after the battle ends. That gap is scary to me. Gander said that men fall completely for gaps like that, but could that be true? That can't happen, no, well. It's not that I'm particularly interested in the relationships my warriors have, but it's not nice if she's from another legion. Anyways, they get together a lot. I feel like Siri also likes Tae Ho. Well, nothing special should happen. Well, they are fellow soldiers. Fellow soldiers, nice, fellow soldiers. But I feel like he's writing on Siri too much. Well, they are fellow soldiers. Fellow soldiers. I am bothered by that. Go visit him more frequently. This is a bytalk, but I want to give Tae Ho a winged horse wing coat, but he continues to pick other things. This is not my fault. Number 8. The weather is clear. Something big happened. Tae Ho fell in a really big donge. If Ragnar wasn't there. If Thornim was a little bit late. I'm glad. Really glad. I think that the spear Tae Ho picked is a fragment of Aaron's treasure, Bolg. And I think that he met with Cuchulain's soul. That's why I felt a scent of an unfamiliar male when I blessed Tae Ho. That's why I changed the blessing place. It's really because of that. Not because I had other intentions. What? You didn't even ask? That a guilty conscience needs no accuser? That's not true. It's not like that. The hero of Aaron Cuchulain and the treasure of the land of shadows, Bolg. Tae Ho is really a warrior that has the traits of a hero. And if you change the blessing spot, right, I understand. I should also change the place. Number 9. A day with a lot of clouds. Tae Ho brought a sea serpent called a Denmaha. It seems like Tae Ho doesn't know it at all, but actually she isn't a sea serpent but a goddess of the Tuatha De Danann. She may also be able to transform into a goddess. She can't fool my eyes. It seems like a Denmaha suffered a lot under the tyrant Bress. Maybe it's because of it that she pretends to be really arrogant like a habit, but it feels like she's wearing a mask. Should I say that her original temperament is really gentle? Whatever, she gives off that feeling. I can't go visit Tae Ho on every battlefield, so it would be nice if a Denmaha took care of Tae Ho well. And a Denmaha is Tae Ho's slave, but it feels like Tae Ho isn't conscious of that at all. It feels like a new comrade has entered rather than her being a slave. I also like this much better. She seems to be a kid with many wounds. Let's also treat her well. Number 10. The day is dark. Tae Ho, Siri, and Braki headed to Midgard together. Braki is a comrade that became an inferior rank along with Tae Ho. His motivation to go down to Midgard and publicize Idun's legion is amazing, but I'm fine if no new warriors enter the legion. I only hope for Tae Ho to not get hurt. I wish he returns safely. It feels like I missed the most important point. Am I the only one that feels that way? Is that the case, like you blessed him in a completely different place from before? Don't scream, girl. You should say it if you like him. I like him as you also like him. My warrior Tae Ho, my Valkyrie Haida. It's just a saying, really just a saying, but I wonder how would the best blessing feel? No, I'm not saying that I want to do it. For real. Number 11. The weather has lots of thunder. Tae Ho's achievements are great. So are his publicity campaigns in Midgard. Tae Ho said that he was a pro gamer in his original world. Could a pro gamer be related to a publicizing job? But I think that Tae Ho is getting hurt much more after he went down to Midgard. The same goes for a Denmaha. I would like it if they don't get hurt. And, for real. Why doesn't he use the visit ticket? I want to see him. Also bless H, not that. Idun, please ask him. Weren't you too blatant? Well, I will ask him at a later time. Perhaps his heart got taken away by some maidens of Midge. No, I'm joking. It's a joke. What? You don't want me to say such things even if it's a joke. You fell too deeply for him. Too deep. Number 12. The weather is clear. New warriors entered Idun's legion. Not warrior but warriors. Tae Ho is amazing. He's incredible. I couldn't take them with the wooden boat, so I asked Adenmaha for help. Wow, can you believe it? There are so many warriors that won't even fit in the wooden boat. I didn't have enough cigarettes because there were too many members. No, everything was lacking. I should quickly increase the number of Valkyries. And increase the number of establishments too, repair the broken places. The residents of Aiden's legion will become noisy again just like before. My warrior Tae Ho. Haida, can't you admit it by now? That my dream was right. That a warrior that's like a prince riding on a white horse will appear. My warrior Tae Ho. My warrior Tae Ho. Ha? If I'm embarrassed? I'm not embarrassed at all. For real, that's why it would be good if you didn't only find Haida but me too. You aren't Haida's warrior but Aiden's. Aiden's warrior. Number 13. The weather is rainy. The decisive battle with the tyrant Bress came to an end. Tae Ho also raised great merits this time. He defeated Bress himself. There were many sacrifices. Tae Ho, Brachii and Siri got really hurt too. But it was a worthwhile battlefield. We cleared the grudges of Eren. We removed one of the enemies that threatened Asgard. When I went down to Midgard, I felt that there were many beings aiming for Tae Ho. The Valkyries were also like that. Tae Ho and Raskrid were close from long ago. It feels like Raskrid acts quite gently in front of Tae Ho when she's originally cold towards the other warriors. Ingrid also feels suspicious. Although for a really little bit. That's why I spilled the cup. Yep, I did it. My Valkyrie Haida. You did well. Having sealed the stamp so that they aren't able to lurk on him is a really great thing. My warrior Tae Ho is mine. No, he's ours. Yes. Ours. What? You are suspicious of me? What are you saying? I don't know what you are talking about. Number 14. The day has a heavy rain. Could it be Tae Ho's fate? It feels like Tae Ho is being focused by foes and allies, maybe because he defeated the tyrant Bress. A battle against the giant of earth. Tae Ho also won this time. He received help from the Knights of the Round Table and confidently defeated one of the Five Fingers. That's a really cool thing. It's something I should boast to everyone in the Legion. But I'm really worried for him. What kind of strong foe will he have to face the next time? And will Tae Ho be able to return smiling at that time? Rollo and McLaren got really hurt. Adenmaha cried a lot and I also did. I want to see Tae Ho. It's fine. It will be fine. In this fight, the Knights of King Arthur, the Knights of Camelot protected Tae Ho. We aren't the only ones, but the powers of Eren are also protecting Tae Ho, so he should be fine. He will keep doing well. I also want to see Tae Ho quickly. Number 15. The day is clear. As soon as Tae Ho got out of the Tower of Shadows, he got called by Frey and Im. She called him because there was something really urgent, but just as expected, it seems like she tried to seduce him almost as a habit. But it didn't work at all for Tae Ho. For Tae Ho, ahem. I'm the prettiest. For real. Not coming to me immediately when he came out of the Tower of Shadows is a bit, no, I'm really disappointed. Disappointed. And Haida, Tae Ho only said that you were prettier than Freyayuni, not that you were the prettiest. Doesn't he call our names alternatingly? Ha? That's only because of authority? I don't think that way. What? We should ask him later? What are you saying? That's embarrassing. It's not because I'm worried that he may say you are prettier than me. Not at all. Yes, whatever. Number 16. The connection with Tae Ho got cut. Number 17. Tae Ho returned. I knew he would return, right, I knew it. I believed in him. I'm also happy. The emotions I felt when Tae Ho returned to Valhalla, I can still remember the Tae Ho of back then when I close my eyes. But Haida, weren't you too much? How could you share the best blessing for tens of minutes? I'm also able to give the best blessings really well. Huh? No, this is a mistake. Mistake? No, for real. Number 18. The weather is clear. Nidhogg and Adenmaha have a really good relationship. Should I say that there's no space for me to butt in because of how well they fare? Well, there's no need for me to butt in the first place. Although I do feel a bit disappointed. Nidhogg seemed to be a really lovely child. A lovely child. Number 19. The weather is clear. The conversation about Tae Ho's and Aiden's marriage started to proceed earnestly. Well, that's unavoidable. First, it is Aiden's legion and I'm a Valkyrie of that legion. I can marry him after Aiden does. Right, that's why you shouldn't worry Aiden. For real. Thank you. Number 20. The weather is rainy. Tae Ho went to Olympus. He went with Adenmaha, Rollo, and Nidhogg, but I don't feel at ease. How long has passed since he defeated the Magician King? I wanted to go instead of Adenmaha. With you. Let's pray together. Tae Ho will be fine. He will come back laughing like he always did. Number 21. The weather is bright. I took a big resolution and came to Olympus, but everything had ended already. No, well, I'm glad that everything ended well, but I enjoyed the happiness of visiting him in a long time. The moment Ingrid yelled it's a meeting, all the warriors turned to look at me and really honestly speaking, nothing entered my vision. I only saw Tae Ho. But he has gone too far. A mad festival of meetings? The god of meetings, just what did Adenmaha do? I told her to keep watch of him well. But it was still nice to have met Tae Ho in a long time. My warrior Tae Ho. My pride. Number 22. The weather is thundery. The last war. The real Ragnarok started. For Asgard and the 9 realms. Number 23. The weather is clear. When I woke up I noticed that my waist was dislocated. Just what were you doing all night? It was completely dislocated. In addition, there were several bruises in my body and I couldn't put strength in my legs. Right, Aiden. I'm writing this for you to see. Why don't you put up an excuse? How could you do that? Huh? So was it good? Huh? Don't just smile like a fool, hee hee. But you know Haida. Tae Ho really is incredible. For real. Number 24. The weather is rainy. I admit it. Really. Tae Ho is incredible. I imitated Adenmaha and, I did the I want to have my waist dislocated, and was about to die. Really. But it was still nice. HMHM. Yes. Right? I was right, hashtag 25. The weather is clear. For Asgard and the 9 realms. I feel proud of Tae Ho. For Asgard and the 9 realms. My warrior Tae Ho. The protector of all worlds. Haida slowly stroked the cover of her diary. The diary that has different handwritings in each page didn't only belong to her. It was a kind of interactive tool she shared with Aiden. The diary doesn't end here. Close-packed stories filled up dozens of pages and dozens more clean pages were left. Haida passed some pages. Her diary was filled with several memories that made her form a smile. The day she took Nidhogg to an excursion. Aiden's wedding and her own. The time she prepared food for everyone in the residence with Adenmaha. I can remember every one of them. Aiden said and Haida nodded. She then thought of something ill-natured and pointed at one point. Isn't this part too erotic? Waste, waste, waste. Aiden stayed silent and Haida's face turned red. It wasn't because of Haida but because of Aiden's embarrassment. Haida formed a small smile and passed a few pages. A completely empty page appeared and Haida made another smile. A story that continues and will continue from now on. Are you going to write in it now? Yes, I haven't been able to for a few days. I will write in it before I forget to. Adenmaha and Nidhogg were also writing in their diaries. Yes, I want to exchange it with them and read what they wrote, but that will be impossible, right? That's embarrassing. Aiden laughed soundlessly and Haida soaked her pen in ink. She wrote the weather like usual and wrote on her diary. The day is clear. I went to Tara with Tae Ho, Adenmaha, and Nidhogg. A story that continues. An endless story. New stories started to develop following the pen in Haida's hand. Fin. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.